What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Also, how come these toxic people, they can drop a tear at the drop of a dime?
Yes.
They are the best actresses and actors.
Yep, those are the ones that win all the Oscars. Now, I can't say that. I take all of that back. Not everybody got an Oscar. It's toxic. But it makes you kind of go, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
No, not everybody that's got an Oscar.
Yeah.
Or a Grammy. It's toxic. So I am not claiming that for nobody. Okay. So let's move on to the next one. They manipulate you. Yeah. Toxic people have a way of manipulating you into thinking you owe them something. They have a way of hurting you like no other. They find out your weakness and use it against you. Say stuff like this. I think you're gaining weight. There's a gym really close by you can attend. And once you lose the weight, you can show off your new body.
Careful.
What? Okay, you met me like there wasn't nothing wrong with you. See, that's just dysfunctional. It's like nasty. Right. You know, that is so.
And you know what else, Gio? The whole thing is that they, most of the time, toxic people, they only can identify the flaws within them, within other people. Right. But when you tell them about their flaws and their issues, it's nothing. I'm sorry you feel. See, they never really truly give you a good apology. I'm sorry you feel that way. They're not saying they're sorry for what they've done.
Right.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Right. But they can tell you fat in a nice, nasty way, just like I just did. I just put that, example together. to let people know that is controlling, and they make you think that's what you should do. So you need to get away from them. You got people like that in your life, even family. Some of them, sometimes you can't get away from family, that's toxic. So you just have to put them in their place. It ain't about me, baby. That's about you. Okay? And put them in their place. So number 4, they make you prove yourself to them. Now listen at this. They will always put you in a position where you have to choose between them and something else. And you always feel obligated to choose them. Toxic people will wait just until you have an appointment and say, well, if you love me, you will not go on that appointment and you will choose me. Hey, let me tell you right now, you must don't know what Geo likes, coins. If it's between paying my electric bill and you know what I'm saying, and you ain't giving me $1, goodbye you. I'm going on the appointment. That's the way a healthy person would think. But if you're not got that healthy thinking and you let these people, toxic people, manipulate you, you're going to stay home and be with them. And then you're going to be all miserable. Right, Marlene?
Listen, and they will always make you feel like it's always some dramatic, some big story. They're always going through something. These toxic people, if they ain't got no money, they done lost something, they broke up with somebody, they're on the outs. It's always something with them so that they can have a story, so that all the attention is always on them.
I know. Can you do this? And no, I can't do nothing. See, before I used to buy into that because I wasn't thinking healthy. Okay. So if this rings a bell for you, it's okay. You could just learn from this. They have a lot of good articles on the internet that will help you out. If you really go in there and read them and be honest with yourself, it will help you with a lot of situations, okay? Number 5, and this is my last point before we do the thoughts, what we think about it, Marlene. They never apologize. I know I said that before, but I had to just make this the last point. They lie. They will lie before they ever apologize. So there's no point in arguing with them. They'll twist the story, change the way it happened, and retell it so convincingly that they'll believe their own nonsense. I mean, I had a old boyfriend like that. I thought just drama. You know what I'm saying? I said, you need to get up out my house because that's not how it happened. I don't know where you got your story from or what you heard or what your eyes didn't see, but that ain't how it happened. And you need to go, But it's all your fault. They never apologize. They never look at nothing. They never look at their issues. It's all about you.
And it has to do with control too. They want to control everything.
Right. And they bring drama. Every time you go somewhere, it's drama with somebody. You go to the grocery store, it's drama about a piece of meat. It's drama about what coffee you going. Just drama. Toxic people. That's why when I see that and it's in my life, and I see people like that, I be like, oh, bye-bye, gotta go. Because I don't need that in my life. I've had that before. I'm already like 50 steps ahead. I don't want to take 2 steps back and I'm back in that. Then I got to go sit on the couch again. I'm not going back to nobody's couch because you trying to control me.
Listen, Gio, my therapist told me I can't come back. She don't want to see me. She said, you put me through too much. You cannot come back. You got the tools. You know what to do. So go and do it. She said she don't want to see me. So.
And if I can't have the same therapist, I don't want to go to another one because I love my therapist. She was a no-nonsense therapist, and she could tell right out when you're not being honest with her. Because if you go see a therapist and pay your money, you might as well get honest. Because they can't help you if you're going in there with half truths. Okay? They cannot. But if you go in there wanting to change and wanting to be better, so that you can recognize toxic people and a lot of other people as well, then you need to get healthy. Okay, you need to learn how to say no. You need a power greater than yourself. To help you get there. Okay, so Marlene, let me hear some last thoughts on this topic, please.
Well, dealing with the toxic people, the things that toxic people do, is always a manipulation, a using, all of those things that is involved with these toxic people. That's why we have to pay attention, because a lot of times in life we see people do wrong things to us, but we continuously allow them to do it. They do something and just like, turn your cheek this way, turn your cheek that way. And I don't know about you, but the way I was raised in a Christian society, you're always taught you should forgive people. But at a certain point in time, you have to recognize there's a difference between forgiveness and being abused.
Right.
There's a difference. So it's not just you just keep forgiving people and just letting them use you as a doormat. Right. At a certain point, you have to say, no, this is wrong. This is not the way I deserve to be treated, and cut it off.
That's right, Marlene, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's hard for me to forgive. If somebody hurt me really bad, it may take me 3 years to forgive you. So I'm going to ghost you. You know what I'm saying? So don't be trying to do nothing or act like you going to tell me what to do or try to make me feel bad because I'm successful. That's what toxic people do. They make you feel bad because they don't want to put forth the effort to do what you did to get there. And most people is not going to do what you did to get there no way. They just want to say that they want it, but do they have the guts to do it? And toxic people, well, you had this and you had that and I didn't, and you this and you that. And I'm like, oh, shoot, get up out of here. And the reason,
want to tell them, shut up. Just
right,
shut up.
Right. And the reason why I talk like the way I talk, to everyone that's listening, is because I sat in my therapist's office for 5 years getting myself together. Okay. Learning new behavior, learning how to say no, learning how to take up for myself. So if you think you're going to come in this girl's life, because see, I remember every tear, Marlene, I cried. Okay. I remember when I couldn't even get off the couch. I was just so sad. I couldn't. She just let me sit there and walk me into the other room so she could help her other clients until I could get myself together. Okay, that's how it was for me. So I'm just saying, any toxic people, I don't have toxic people in my life. Because, see, I remember what I went through. This is why I know that today to say, oh, no. And people might say I'm mean or whatever, but you was not there when I went through. You was not there to console me. You wasn't there to say anything to me. And you gonna come up in my life and try to make me feel bad? I'm gonna block you.
And the other thing about that too is everybody has a different backstory. Everybody has a journey in their life. So the things that maybe somebody else will deal with and can handle well, it may trigger you because of your circumstances of your life. So nobody has the right to judge you for what is good or bad. Or you have to decide for yourself what makes you happy, what fulfills you, what you will allow and what you won't. Right. And when you identify this is something I'm definitely not going to deal with, that's when you draw the line back up from those people.
Right. So some people can't be pleased, and some people won't be good for you. So as many times they will have, it will have nothing to do with you. People act toxic because they don't want to work on their issues. They're the ones with the issues and try to put them on you and make you feel bad, like you did something. Okay.
And and they don't want to change. That's the problem that I have with most people who are toxic. Even after you tell them about their bad behavior and that you identify it, they, oh no, that's not me. They never accept it and they will never change.
Right. So what I have to say, and to put an ending to this, Marlene, is be yourself, be confident, and stand in your truth. And just say, no, this is not about me. It is about you. I suggest you go get a therapist and work on your issues. I will not be controlled or manipulated. That is the end of our topic for tonight. We just wanted to hit this, get the good points, so that you will understand what toxic people are. So thanks for listening, everybody. And Marlene, thanks for being my co-host tonight. I really enjoyed every word that you said. Thank you for coming on. Now, I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, and I will see you on the next show. Hello, everyone. I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, where we are bringing you many topics about business interviews, let's get chatty episodes, and life-inspiring stories. The Gio Monroe Show will upload premieres and go live on Fridays, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to be on the show or have any questions about the show, please contact Gio at the Instagram account name you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn-Guyton, and I am the proud founder and executive director of Hush No More. Hush No More supports survivors when they're ready to come forward, to share their story, to find resources, or just to have somebody to listen to them. We also provide free training in our communities to different churches, different youth groups, any organization that needs information on what we call the hush topics: sexual assault, domestic violence, sex trafficking, child sexual abuse, incest, all of those topics that are very difficult to discuss and we do not talk about enough in our family. So tonight, we are going to talk about putting the pieces back together again as relates to domestic violence, as relates to trauma. But our main focus is going to be domestic violence. So I am so excited to have our guest on today, and I'm going to bring her in. Hello, Melinda. How are you?
Hello. I'm fine. How are you?
I am so excited. I am honored that you're joining us today so that we could talk about putting the pieces back together. How do we do that? What does that look like? And just from the lens of domestic violence, and we really can apply all of this to trauma. So I wanted to be able to talk about Melinda. She is a Zeta. She's been a Zeta for over 20 years. So I'm truly excited about that she's coming to represent her sorority, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, right? And I think that's a big deal when our community organizations actually talk about domestic violence and doing something different. So, can you tell us about your role as the state director for the Zetas?
Okay, I sure can. And thank you again so much for having me on. It is truly a pleasure to get out and just speak about some things that are close and near and dear to my um but I am the newly appointed State of South Carolina Domestic Violence Coordinator. And with that position, I'm over all of the chapters in South Carolina. And I just kind of help push them along, making sure that they have various awareness events going on, any assistance they may need, making sure I'm providing trainings, and then making sure they're staying connected with some of the organizations in order to get this show on the road.
I love it. I love it. So, how long have you been a Zeta? How long have you been with this organization?
Joined in 1999, so it's been about 21 years that I have been a Zeta, and I joined in Payne College in Augusta, Georgia. It's a little small private school, HBCU. Probably no one's heard of it.
I love it. I know exactly where Payne College is because my dad lives in Augusta. So it's a really good school. Very good school. For those individuals who don't really know what a sorority is or what it is that your organization does, what is that? So they could be familiar with it because there are a lot of women in your organization that you all touch. And I think that is so important.
Okay, sure. Well, a sorority, it's a group of women that come together for a common reason, and they have collegiate level sororities, as well as community-based sororities, as well as sororities for just different matters at hand. But as far as Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, we are a collegiate level organization, and our group is based on scholarship, community service, sisterly love, and finer womanhood. And what we believe in is uplifting our community and making sure our sisters, not just the ones who join the organization, but those of the world, are taken care of. You know, who am I but my sister's keeper? You know, I need to be a friend to the man on the side of the road. And in doing that, Zeta lends a helping hand. And with Zeta, we are an historically Black sorority. There are several of us, and we were created in 1920 on the campus of Howard University.
I love it. I love it. So I am truly honored that your organization is doing so much as it relates to domestic violence. And I don't think that people understand that or know that. So that's why I really wanted you to share and for you to come on. And a lot of sororities actually do tackle this topic. And I would love if fraternities did the same thing. They do, but not as a large scale as the women-led organization. So I'm excited about that and truly honored to be able to share your platform today. So from your lens, what is domestic violence and what does it look like for the women that you work with?
Yes, with domestic violence, it looks a little bit different for everyone, but in simple words, it is an intimate partner relationship where one is trying to gain power and control over another. And the tactics they use could be economic abuse, psychological abuse, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and at times physical abuse. And also want to let you know that these intimate partner relationships are not only heterosexual, also same-sex relationships as well.
I think sometimes people get an idea of what domestic violence is and they don't see the major picture. Like the more I work in this field, I see more spiritual abuse and more financial abuse than I see physical. And I think that's because when people start seeing the physical bruises, I think they start feeling some type of way, like it's harder to hide that, harder to control that. So have you seen the spiritual abuse or the financial abuse side And I think that's one of those topics that we don't talk about enough as well as relates to domestic violence.
Yes, Vanessa. I served as a domestic violence counselor for 5 years at a shelter. So I've seen various aspects. Domestic violence has no name, no race, no socioeconomic background, no spiritual background, nothing, nothing is a cookie cutter case when it comes to domestic violence. It can be your preacher, it could be your doctor, it could be your next door neighbor, it could even be your cab driver. So yes, at times financial abuse is present. Now it doesn't always look the same, not at all times even heard of financial abuse, let alone the whole entire coin term. But what it controlling the funds that come into the household, controlling the funds as and regardless of who actually makes that income, the abuser or the one seeking control, the one that controls the funds. There could be an executive director, and I'm going to be using, want to let you guys know in advance, I'm going to be using he in terms of the abuser and she in terms of the victim, but only because number shows that the multitude, over 90% of all cases that come in, the male is the abuser and the female is the female could be an director making well over 100,000 a year. She spends nothing because he controls the outgoing and the coming in. I've even known someone who couldn't even pay their rent, and she was the director of a department over a state organization. And she was facing foreclosure on her home because her husband controlled all the funds and did with it what he wanted to, as opposed to what needed to be done. I've even seen where people, their medical insurance is withheld from them after a physical attack has occurred. That's a form of economic abuse as well. And then spiritual abuse is a big one too. Now with that one, people can use your religion against you. At times, if your conscience doesn't condemn you, then it's not wrong. If your heart doesn't feel wrong, then you're not sinning. But if your abuser knows that you're closely connected with your religion, they will twist those words, and they could use scripture are subject to interpretation, and this is the way I interpret it, and I am the head of the household, so therefore these are what the rules that we're going to abide by. And that isn't in just one denomination. Other denominations use it as well. Jewish faiths, Muslim faiths, or what have you. People are at times being spiritually abused, and then some people don't even know that they are being a hindrance to a relationship. Because I've seen women come into my shelter, and Pastor said I needed to stay with him when I came up with my plan to leave, because I knew if I stayed any longer, I would die. But Pastor stayed, so I stayed. And now I'm just getting out of the hospital.
And people will say, how did you not know that you were being abused? People are very manipulative a lot of times, and they're very charismatic. They're narcissists. And sometimes you don't realize that you're being abused. And that's why I always like to talk about what domestic violence is. You mentioned same-sex relationships. There's domestic violence abuse there, but we don't always know what it is, or just because we don't have the black eye, it's not domestic violence to us. So I think it's important to always speak on that. What does it look like? For you, what are some warning signs that over the years you have truly identified?
Well, again, every relationship looks different. Some people experience some things, some people experience others, and some people experience the entire shebang. But one of the biggest things is, if you are afraid for any reason, that is the biggest red flag there is. If you're afraid for any reason, if you are afraid to speak about your opinion, if you're afraid to speak out about what sexual preferences are, if you are just afraid in general, that is a sign that there might be something going wrong. If your partner ever threatens you, bullies you, or tries to control you, and then sometimes just using those words, we don't really know what that means. So what is exactly a threat? What is exactly bullying? Well, are they constantly criticizing you when no one else is? Are they blaming for things that you're not even doing? At times, like you said, sometimes people feel as though that, like, well, how could I have gotten into this? None of this happens overnight. Even though I'm about to give you guys warning signs, I want you to know offhand, none of this happens overnight. You are courted and you are wooed into the relationship. No one goes in on a first date and get called every name but a child of God and just ready to get into that second date. No, it doesn't happen that way. So we need to always go in with our eyes wide open and be prepared for what it is that may come. But what is this? Yells when you're making a mistake. You're not anyone's child anymore. You know, that could be flag. You know, might not be red, but it's at least yellow. We at least need some caution in there. When your partner tries to control the money, we've talked about that one. When your partner cuts you off from your family and friends, begins to isolate you, and again, that does not all come at once. Let's move over to this state where now you are no longer with your family and friends. I'm goal oriented, and he said that he's planning for the future and he's going to be this, that, and the third. So it makes sense if we move to where he has more network capabilities and connections. You know, you had no idea you no longer have quick access to help. So that's a warning flag, just up and moving. And then sometimes it's subtle. If you're a college student, because this happens to young adults, teenagers, and middle schoolers as well. You have after school activities. He no longer wants you to be involved in them. You have extracurriculars, things your parents have got you involved in that you enjoy. He does not enjoy them and would rather you do the things that he now does. Those are red flags, because this is a partnership and a relationship, and we are overall individuals bringing everything that we have to the relationship, and so that we can be intermingled, not so that one can control the other. Some of the things, what is coarse physical abuse? It starts off small, pushes, slaps, smacks, to full-blown punches and kicks being thrown down the stairs. So the small things, pay attention to. And then also sexual abuse. It graduates. The flags are you being humiliated during sexual activity? Does no not mean no? Rape if you are married and or in a committed relationship. So those are just a couple of flags.
I think that it's important to identify those red flags and to know the warning signs and see if maybe this is happening to me. If you don't know the warning signs, you really can't prepare yourself for what could be happening next. And it is definitely gradual. Like people say, well, why didn't you leave? Well, it wasn't happening at the beginning. I fell in love. I genuinely love this person and want to be with them. Or we have a family together. So it's not as easy as leaving. And the abuse may not always be physical, but that is the main thing that we focus on is the physical abuse. And goodness knows that's not the most deadly abuse, the one that affects you for the rest of your life. That emotional abuse, the name calling, the putting you down, those are so detrimental to your self-esteem, just to your awareness. And I've seen people that just can't move forward just from the emotional abuse alone. So I'm glad that you pointed all of those out. And gave examples because it's truly happening. And people show up with a smile on their face. They show up as if everything is fine, that their finances are fine, that their relationship is fine. And that's what I see is very difficult for us to be able to help people when they have on a mask, So for you, what was one of your most challenging cases?
So true, Ms. Vanessa. That is so true. I'm sorry, Ms. Vanessa, I didn't hear you. I think I was talking at the same time.
Yep, sometimes that happens. So I want to know, like for you and working with women, What were some things that were challenging for you? Have you ever faced any challenges in our field?
Um, um, of course you face challenges. You have to roll with the punches. Let uh your survivors know. Sometimes some of these things are wrenching, but you just have to keep moving. I think one of the biggest things that was a little bit hard. There was a young lady. She had moved. Well, not even moved. I was going to say moved here from Mexico. She was forced into coming to the U.S. from Mexico and had no intentions of ever leaving because she had left her abusive husband, had totally moved on, her and her children. Well, the courts there had awarded him visitation. He took 4 of her children and took them over the border and kept them here. And she had to leave her new relationship and her new husband and everything because she had already escaped and come here and do his bidding if she ever wanted her older 4 children back. So she came with her like 1-year-old baby from her new ship. And the courts here want, she sought refuge, she sought shelter, she tried to escape. We gave her shelter, we gave her legal assistance, we protected her through the laws, but again, a judge granted visitations, and he used the children to figure out where the shelter was and stalk her. And it scared her to the point where she went back. So that was a hard thing to do, where, even though you're trying to make all of these right steps and, you're making leaps and bounds, and mind you, the client knew not one lick of English, not one lick. I'm using my, Google Translator to talk back and forth to her, just making this work however I could to make sure she was safe. And she felt though she just had to return, because he was stalking her. He would not let go. I even at one point had to put myself in between them during a court hearing. We were in the lobby. We go into the courthouse or the courtroom. And in order to get him to stop, I had to step in front and be bold and stand against him in order for him to calm down and realize this isn't the time or the place.
That was pretty brave. That's courageous. Pretty brave. That is a great example of a case where a lot of people don't realize that we can help you if you are not a citizen, right? We can help, we can provide services to you. And a lot of times they won't come forward because of that. And our children are used at times as pawns against us to control us. Children are used all the time as a form of control. And I hate that. That is one of my pet peeves, when you take a woman's child away that you really don't want, but you take the child away as a form of control, as a form of hate, and to just be mean, because essentially that's all that is. So that is a great example of a case of why a person would go back, because of the love of a child. You don't want your children with this man, by themselves, and you get tired too. I've seen survivors tired. They're just tired of having to fight and being stalked. And stalking is real. Stalking is real as it relates to domestic violence that we don't always talk about as well. So thank you for sharing that. I often I'll pray whenever I have somebody that goes back. I pray for them and I ask God to fight this battle so that I could be able to rest at night. And I understand that sometimes people have to go back and it's for them, and we don't judge. When you're ready to leave again, we're here. We're here for you when you're ready to leave. In every circumstance, like you said, everybody's situation is different. So you have to do what's best for you. But we're alongside of you to support you through that process. So that's important. You have a comment. Enrico said, a lot of times the courting phase of abuse is boundary testing. They're looking to see what they can get away with, and it keeps piling on as the relationship progresses. So true. Have you noticed that, Melinda?
Yes. Domestic, Abuse is a learned behavior. It is a learned behavior. It is not genetic. It is not inherited. It is a choice. And what's making it that learned behavior that you're choosing to do are those reinforcers. There are positive and or no responses to what it is that's happening. And at times, children witness these things in their home as they grow up, and they begin to normalize it. Why? Because those reinforcers were not put in place. Because there's negative reinforcers and there's positive reinforcers. You can let a child know, like, no, don't touch the stove. That is not good. If you never tell the child that it's not okay, then they're going to put their hand up there. If you don't let them know that, hey, that didn't feel good, right? They're going to continue to do it. Same thing when it comes to abuse. You have to break the cycle, inform, educate, and use prevention early. Zeta has partnered with the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, in order to put out a new program called Dating Matters. And it's a teen dating violence curriculum. Over 700 of our sisters have been trained to put out this curriculum. And we have to early. We have to put it out early because, like I said before, even middle schoolers are experiencing dating violence. So you have to put it out in elementary school. You have to put it out in middle school. You have to put it out in high school. Some of the teachers are coming to me telling me that some young ladies feel as though they aren't loved if they aren't abused. That's the way that's the way their partners show affection. That's the way they show that they care. If they didn't care, they wouldn't worry about who I'm with, tell me what this, that, and third. Behavior is learned and reinforced. And we have to change the narrative in order for them to know that this is not okay, nor is it acceptable.
I love that. And setting those boundaries. I tell people all the time, men and women do what you allow them to do. The point blank. I tell my kids that all the time. People do what you allow them to do. You stop them, you stop the behavior, and we learn about the behavior, we can make a change as it relates to that. So I really do appreciate your comment on that. And I am excited to see this training that you all have partnered with the CDC. That's awesome. Because our kids need to know. Our kids need to know what courting looks like. You know, that's that old school courting, what dating looks like ahead of time. So I am excited. And I think
healthy relationship.
A healthy relationship. And then if you didn't come from a healthy relationship, it's hard for you to see it too. It's hard. Yeah. So, and I grew up in an abusive home, and I realized what I did not want my relationship to look like. very early on. And everybody doesn't see that. And sometimes they end up in that same type of relationship that they grew up in, that they saw their parents in. And so it's important to kind of identify that. So for you, all of the women that you have helped and the families, what is your way of helping people put the pieces back together again after we've been through domestic violence, some type of trauma, maybe even the sexual assault is in there? How do you get it back together once you leave and make that major decision to go forth and start a new life?
Well, what that looks like is, first off, knowing you do not deserve this and it is not your fault. You are better and you deserve more. Safety plan in order to get out. Make sure you have the proper plan in place in order to leave the situation, and making sure you have the proper people in place in order to be a support and be be your fence around you in your time of need. And then two, some of the biggest things, your mental health. Making sure your mental health is in check, because victims of domestic violence suffer from more than just bruises. Those emotional things, those psychological things they have experienced cause PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. You know, they cause various personality disorders, and that we need to address and not sweep under the rug. So our mental health is very, very important and to pay attention to. And then also our overall health, our general well-being, because at times abusers won't let you go to that might be a cry for help. At times you might be worthy even doing the general health things, going to working on your smile, going to do your annual checkups, or what have, making sure that your career development is in place. Because with that isolation that comes at times, your career has fallen by the wayside. You may not have that high school diploma. You may not have that college degree. And or you may have it. That may have the only outlet you afforded, but you don't have any experience. You don't have any work experience. So making sure you have a career coach and or looking through your community to see what readiness programs are available. And then the last thing is if there are children involved who has witnessed trauma, address the needs as well, because trauma causes various things to go wrong in a child's life. They might be acting out in school, their grades may be suffering, their personality may be changing. So making sure you are their mental health and their state of mind as well. So mental health, overall health, career development, and your making sure that those 4 things are in check will help you put those pieces back together again, and that puzzle will be made whole once again.
Mental health is so important, and we don't talk about it enough. We don't talk about the counseling and finding the right therapist, right? The right counselor for you. And I tell everybody, if they see that counseling doesn't work, therapy didn't work, find a different counselor. That's your choice. You don't have to stick with the same person. Like you find a new doctor, find a new counselor. Find somebody that you feel comfortable with, that you could work on your mental health and your children as well, not just you. And a lot of children have not gone to any type of therapy to address this. So I am excited that you mentioned that and really taking care of this. Oh, our mind is so important to start working on it. You mentioned the safety plans. We actually help with safety plans in a continuum. You can sit down with individuals to talk about a strategy of what your life is going to look like. You don't have to do it alone. You're not alone. There's organizations, there are families and friends that can sit down with you and say, hey, let's talk about what is it that you want to do. You're not in this by yourself. And so that's part of putting the pieces back together again, is getting a team around you, and love that. Love that. And my next comment is
yes. Yes,
you can finish.
Oh, I was just going to say with make sure if it's an emergency situation, call 911 straight away. But if you are planning your exit strategy, you guys, sometimes we have to just think small. We don't have to be elaborate with these things. Yes, you can have a team, you can have a partner, but hide an extra spare of keys. If you're making a mad dash out the house, an extra car keys out the door is more feasible than trying to find the keys somewhere in the house. Having a getaway bag, not necessarily in the trunk where it can be found, but at a friend's house with important documents like birth certificates or what have you, should you have children, social security cards, orders of protection, just whatever you might need. And then two, what is it? Not at times we don't know if we're really ready to leave. So safety planning could just begin with a phone call. At times, no one knows that we're going through this, so we might not want to call a family or a friend. So there's national hotlines out there. There's a national domestic violence hotline, and the phone number is 1-800-799-SAFE. 1-800-799-SAFE, and that SAFE is 7233. They can help you safety plan. They can help you plan that route of escape. Because again, everyone's plan might be different. They can help you navigate your way through. But that's what I was going to add.
You are not alone. There are a lot of resources out here, but we don't know about all the resources. And so that's why I really think it's important to have this show so that people can realize that there's help available, options, and we can help you come up with options and be safe and do it a safe way. It's so important. Careers. Sometimes part of abuse is the financial and the spiritual, where you're not allowed to work. You're not important enough to work, and they don't want you leaving out of the home. And so how do you put those pieces back together again? So there's different career programs. We do it every quarter where we sit down with you, look over your resume, help you find out how to capitalize on the experiences that you do have that you might think you don't, but you can start over with your career and get a good job. You don't have to go work at fast food unless you want to work at fast food, but we could create ways to get you to the next level. And there's different organizations out here, to include the unemployment office, has great career programs that you could tap into so that you can start over. Very important. All right.
That is a great,
I think it's important to think from the strategic way of how we can make this happen now. I think out of fear and uncertainty, people do not leave because they don't know what to expect. But we can help you to figure out what that looks like for your life. We can. Lonnie said that some people grow up in violent families, and being abused can be comfortable for some people, and where they don't want to leave. And what do you think about people that are not ready to leave, or they're comfortable in their space of what we describe as domestic violence?
That was a good statement. People have various reasons for staying, various reasons. One of the things, the devil I know is better than the devil I don't know. You know what it is that's expected here. You don't know what is expected out there. You don't know what hoop you're going to have to jump through. At times, victims have lived with this so long, they have learned their abusers' habits, and they've put on enough faces to know when a storm is coming and when it's past. So if they're able, and then too, not at all times, as we said before, is physical violence always present, and or it's not constant. Sometimes these violent explosions might happen once a year, and they just have to endure the emotional side of it, the verbal side of it. And so it's easier to navigate through that as opposed to leaving in what the unknown is. But we don't know when someone's cup is full. We can't say when their cup is overflowing. We know what straw is going to break the camel's back. We just need to make sure that we are there for them in their time of need. Because at some point, they will want to be free of this. We just have to be ready and be reassuring when they are.
It's important that we stay there as friends and family and don't give up on them, and don't give up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very hard to actually leave. It's not as easy for some people. Some people could just get up and go and say, I'm done. I'm out of this relationship. Some people, I've seen people that come with me with a plan. Like, I want to leave. I've been thinking about this. I am done. I will not accept this. But a lot of people have not been there where they could just say, I am leaving and move forward. So that is our goal, and really concentrate on being there for them when, like you said, when that straw does break, when the camel back breaks, are we there for them? That's important. So,
and two, I've had some people who have told me that they don't know what it's like to have a father in their life. So they're going to endure this relationship so that their child might know what it is to experience that father-child relationship. And not at all times does the abuse go to the child. It's a lot of times it's only directed at that spouse or intimate part. Like the situation that I spoke of earlier, that father lavished those kids with any and everything they could think of. Any and everything they could think of. Every time they came back from a visit, they had a brand new this, that, and the third. They didn't know that was his them. in order to keep them under their wing and make sure that they didn't love the mom the same way he didn't. But everyone stays for a different reason. And then too, remember, I told you that some of these victims are suffering from PTSD. They're going through their own little mini war behind closed doors. I've had a victim tell me in a marriage for 20 years, because she was scared to tell someone. She didn't want all of this abuse to constantly happen to her, but she was in love. And she was just, if she told, he might lose his life because that, and she didn't know if she could deal with the fact that the man that she was in love with died. And because we don't know how they're rationalizing their thoughts on staying. So again, we just have to make sure we keep an open mind and make sure we're there to help when we can, and or provide resources to someone that's a little bit more stable than we are, who can always be there to help.
Indeed. I always say we can't judge. We can't judge people for where they are, because you're right. You're so right. I have an interesting comment from Lonnie. She said, any experience with women who stay for the sex, like the abuse cause, they know it will lead to sex, finds it relaxing. So when they have some type of intimacy issues going on, where the sex and that love and that relationship may be a reason why that they may stay. And I could see that.
No, ma'am, I have not experienced it. Yes, Miss Vanessa, I can see that as well, because we don't know what people are clinging to. But I will use this. Remember, relationships start off courting period. They are wooed, and the victim is in love. 9 times out of 10, that abuser went all in and head over heels for them. And no matter how bad it gets, that victim will do everything they can to get back to that honeymoon phase, to get back to that moment of where I was doing everything right and I appeared to be this way in his eyes and or in their eyes. So they're trying to get back to that, and they're in love. So it's not at all times, oh, the sex. No, it's I love them. I truly love them, and I'm enduring this. What is it? Sometimes you have to suffer long. Some people believe that in every instance. Not just have to suffer long through this life. I have to have patience through this long stoplight. No, I have to have patience and suffering through this long marriage. So everybody rationalizes it differently, but that's one of the biggest reasons why they stay, because they're in love and they want to get back to that great love they once had with that individual.
I've always heard people too say, my love for them may make them stop. I'm going to keep showing them love and stay, because maybe one day they may change. That's a challenge. That's a choice to decide if you want to stay and see if it'll change. But if you get to the point that it doesn't, reach out for help. Give yourself a timeline to say, this is not changing. I'm going to leave by this date, and look at it from that perspective. Once people leave, Melinda, how long does it take to put all these pieces back together? How long do you think it takes?
Everyone is an individual. I know we keep saying that, but it is a true statement. So I can't necessarily say how long it's going to take, because a person can leave the relationship 7 times before they actually leave for good. So, and we don't know when they come in contact with us, whether we be the family, the friend, or the social services agency. We don't know what time that is for them. It might be number 1, and we might see them in the next couple of years. It might be time number 5, but no matter what time it is, just making sure we put out the resources, making sure they know all their options. Because even though it might be time number one, they heard about those 4 things they need to work on. So when they go back, they're going to work on themselves. Well, I need to build a career, so when I safety plan myself out, I'll have something to fall back on. He won't be able to say that I can't take money with me because I'll have my own. I need to work on my state of mind because he's put me down so much where I don't believe myself and I guess everything. I need to make sure my mental health is at the greatest level it can be. So I'm going to work on these things when I leave time number 5. So everyone is going to come to it in a different time. Someone might be starting out with no education, and when they leave, they want a 4-year degree. So it might take them 4 to 5 years. Their plan might be put back together in 4 to 5 years, depending on what it is that they're seeking. So what time is it? Are you gone for good? What is it that you're seeking? And your who you're safety planning with, your resource, can help you come up with that individualized care plan that'll get you through.
And see, I think it's important to identify that people hear that the timeline is different, because sometimes we find ourselves comparing our situation with other people, or thinking that it should take faster, or I should have healed by now. I should be over this. I meet women that have left and they're still trying to put the pieces back together again, like 20, 30 years later. It's something that you're always working on, trying to grow and get better. So I don't want people to think that putting the pieces back together again is a month, that is a year, that you may be 100% back on track in 10 years, maybe not. And it's okay to walk your journey the way you walk your journey. I think that is so important. And we have comments about love. Do they know what love is? 2 people commented on love. And I will tell you, part of your journey is realizing, did I really know what love was? Realizing what love is for myself. What does that look like for my next relationship? And do I love me? And if I'm going to allow myself to be mistreated. So sometimes people don't know what love is, and we think we do and we don't. Or we know what love is and it's just not working out. We're loving, but they're not loving us back. So that's my view of love. So we're coming to...
Yeah, I think you're hitting the nail on the head.
I do. I think that we're coming to about the end. So I wanted to ask you, was there anything that you wanted to reiterate? Was there anything that you wanted to bring out that we didn't discuss? And I also wanted to know about your business and what it is that you do. So what are some last words that you have for the audience?
Okay. Well, I just want to let you all know that Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated is a worldwide organization. We have chapters across the entire U.S. in the British Virgin Islands. We have them in Africa as well. And every single chapter, every single state, every single territory has been enacted to go out and fight this good fight to bring awareness of domestic violence abuse. If there are any organizations or chapters in your area, seek them out if they haven't sought you out for assistance or help. And then also make sure that if you are experiencing something like this and or know someone who's like this, be sure to get help. Use that crisis line number that I provided, depending on where you are and what state you're in while you're viewing this. And then also, just to let you guys know, my husband and I have a counseling agency, Gravity Counseling Group. If you should need services with COVID running rampant, teletherapy is available. There is just one click away. GravityCounselingGroup.com. There are licensed clinical counselors on staff who are ready to help and assist. If you do not have insurance, don't let that stop you, because there are ways around that as well. If there are any questions, comments, concerning desires, do not hesitate to get in contact with either Miss Vanessa or myself, because we are truly here for you, the community.
We are, and that is so important. And I love that you all have a platform to just be able to help various communities as it relates to domestic violence. Your organization does so much more, and also your counseling services that you provide. And people don't always reach out, but I hope that they reach out, at least have the conversation. If you are a Zeta, just know that within your organization, you're doing really good work. I love it. I love what you're doing for the state of South Carolina and all of your other state directors as well. And I thank you much for that. Andrea said, bring all of this to Jamaica. Oh, Andrea, we would definitely come to Jamaica. I would definitely come
Jamaica.
and provide some services
Yes,
there.
yes.
And that is our goal too, is to make sure that we do it
We
worldwide.
might have a chapter.
Yeah, that's something that we definitely try to do. So thank you, Melinda, once again, for just being so amazing, being an advocate, putting in the work, which is not easy. We need more women and men to come forward to just be able to support others and to be able to be a resource and to just pour into our community. If you know somebody that is struggling with domestic violence and is going through, make sure that you're gentle with them, try to understand what they're going through, validate how they feel, don't push them, encourage them, empower them, pour into them, right? Pour into them, encourage them, but also give them resources. But the main thing that you could do for somebody that is going through domestic violence is say, how can I help you? What do you need from me? Those two powerful questions is really all you need, not the slick comments like, if I was you, I'll leave. Nobody want to hear that. This is point straight to the point. We want you to be able to encourage people and help them when they're ready. And it doesn't matter how many times you have to ask that question. It is always, how can I help you? What do you need from me? So that we could be there and support them no matter where they are on this journey and show love and kindness, because they haven't been shown the love and kindness that they deserve at times. So let's do this together. So for Hush No More, I am truly honored to be the executive director. Today is Million's Give. So if you go to our website, go to our Facebook page, you'll see millionsgive.org/hush no more. We are raising money on this terrific Tuesday as part of our state fundraiser. So you still have time up until midnight tonight to donate to Hush No More. All the funding that we use goes directly to survivors and training. None of our staff takes $1. We give it all back to our community. So if you would like to donate through Millions Give or through Cash App, PayPal, we support all donating platforms. Okay. Hush No More Champions is every Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Next week, we are going to have Arthur Mitchell here. He's going to talk about disabilities are there, but they do not affect your ability, right? That's going to be on the 11th. On the 18th, we're going to talk about trauma and alcohol. I am sober for 2 years, so I am excited to have this conversation with Jesse of how trauma and alcohol is definitely related, and also other drugs. On the 25th, Dr. Liza Jones is going to be here, and she's going to talk about how you could join the fight to support individuals that are going through trauma, even when you're going through your own trauma, when you got your own junk going on. We just figured out that on the 7th of August, we are going to do a college forum, a back to school for college students to talk about sexual assault, domestic violence, teen dating violence, all of that on college campuses. So look out for the flyer for that. 16 October is our domestic violence walk. Please sign up. You could join us virtually anywhere around the world, or you could join us right here in Columbia, South Carolina. That is 16th of October. Let me get it right. The 16th of October, 2021 is our domestic violence walk. And you can always join us every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for art therapy. We're looking for more artists who cannot draw like we can't draw, just have a good time and do some things together and make each other smile and show some love and kindness. So there's always things going on at Hush No More. Our website is www.hushnomore.org. You can call us at 1-888-285-2161. Find us on social media. We are always here to support you any way that we can, So reach out to us. We're available. And Melinda, do you want to give your contact information for those that are listening on the podcast so that they can know your email address so we can email you?
Yes. If you all want to email me, it is info at gravitycounselinggroup.com, or in a Zeta capacity, it is, what is it? It's so long. ZETACOORD. I don't know. Miss Vanessa, what is it?
I tagged it in the post, but for those in the podcast, it is Zeta, ZETASCDVCOORD1 at Gmail. So that way they can reach out to you. All right.
It's a mouthful.
It is. And I call you on the spot too to say your own email address, but that way if they're listening, they can also contact you because you are definitely a great resource and a very gentle and amazing woman. So thank you so much for joining us. Yes. Peace and blessings to everyone.
No problem.
Yeah. Peace and blessings to you all. And I will see you next Tuesday. Yes, Mahogany Zetas are doing their thing. Thank you.
And they look pretty good. Hey fam, thank you so much for watching. Our sponsors. The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
This is comedian Eric Escobar, the Mexipino millennial, and you are watching Gold right now. You know why? Because you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Stay tuned.
On the next Michael Finkley. Bing Bam, are you ready for the holidays? Christmas movies coming your way. Chat with the cast of the Christmas movie, Another Christmas. This movie will definitely put you in the holiday spirit. Don't miss it. Next Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on.
Hi, it's Michael Finkley with The Michael Finkley Show, and we're on the set on It's Another Christmas, another Stacey Davis film. Stacey Davis, writer of It's Another Christmas. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Finkley. Thank you for having me here on your show today. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for having me on the set of your new movie. Please tell us about it.
Oh my gosh, it's so exciting. So many moving parts are happening right now. So we're actually on a break. It's Another Christmas is about a family, actually about a music producer who needs a break from the business. And so he decides to come to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina to visit his family and to spend the holidays with his family. And he's in a treat, with his family. So they have to navigate some of the conflicts that family members go through, especially during the holidays. So
I love it. I love it. And please tell us how this idea got started for you.
I did Christmas in Carolina, I think either last year it released. And so I was in the genre Christmas movies, holiday film. I want something that feels good when you watch it. So I decided to write another one. We were in a pandemic, everything was shut down. So I was in my room writing, and It's Another Christmas was created.
I love it. And as I'm watching this awesome movie that's going to come out very soon, how should I feel while I'm watching this?
Well, to have Ryan Toby, that we've grown to love from Sister Act 2, to see Mr. Oh Happy Day come back on television, on screen, it's going to make you feel good. It's going to have that warm feeling to see a Black family go through Christmas and celebrate Christmas together. So.
I love it. Thank you so much for being with us. Awesome job. Yeah, that's it.
Oh my God, Finkley, I just got here.
I
Yeah,
know. We got stuff to do. We got bills to pay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, everybody. Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you all for just the support and for watching It's Another Christmas. That's going to come out really soon. Finkley, thank you so much.
You're welcome. We have Tashani and Kavan with us of It's Another Christmas. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So well.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am very well. So is this your first time in a movie?
Well, actually, I was in her last movie called Christmas in Carolina. I was the assistant in that movie.
We remember her. Yes, we do. What about you?
No, this is my first feature film.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And so how are you feeling? Are you excited about this one?
I am super, super excited. I think this is going to be huge.
Yes, I'm excited and nervous, but I think this is going to be really big. And I'm excited for Stacy and for everyone to see her work.
I love it. So please tell us about your characters in this movie.
So my character is Monica. I'm very, social. I get along with everyone. I'm very bubbly and very professional at the same time. So y'all are going to see that. So make sure y'all pay attention.
So I'm playing Camilla. So I'm a physician. I'm married with 3 kids, and I'm having trouble, a little bit of difficulty balancing work and family life for the holidays. And so you'll get to see how I juggle to keep my family together and be a professional at the same time.
Oh, I love it. Sounds good already. I can't wait. So what can we expect from this film?
Well, you can expect a lot of love and everything, and you see everyone has their problems, and in life, people have problems and everything. So definitely pay attention to the clues and everything that's coming out of it, and maybe it can help someone and help inspire someone out there.
I love it.
People want to be able to relate. So I think that they'll be able to relate to real life situations, and it'll bring everything closer to home and make them feel like they're a part of the film. So I'm sure everybody can relate to the characters in the movie this time.
All right, we're ready to relate. We're ready to relate. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We're back with Jimmy Willis. Jimmy, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I'm super well. Thanks for asking. Are you excited about this awesome film, Jimmy?
I'm super excited. It's been a long time coming, but we're finally here.
Awesome. Is this your first one?
Yeah, it is. It is. First feature film.
Awesome. Interesting. And so please tell us about your character.
So Tyler is a 5th grade teacher. He's a single 5th grade teacher looking for love, but also looking to put his friends back together. Yeah.
Awesome. I love that. A single 5th grade teacher. Are you single in real life, Jimmy?
Hey. Yeah.
Okay, y'all hear that, right? Okay, great. Awesome. So how can persons relate to that awesome character of Tyler?
Well, Tyler is very friend oriented, very family oriented, very much cares about kids and community. So I feel like he's the most relatable person I know, So just if you love just living in the community and everything that's good, you relate to Tyler.
All right. Is Jimmy Tyler? Or is Tyler Jimmy?
They've both got a little bit of each other. I gave Tyler the rings. But Tyler's a little more, I don't know, a little more energetic.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jim, for being with us.
Thank you.
Next, we chat with Ryan Toby and the rest of the cast of Another Christmas. Don't you go away.
Hey, this is Nelson Estevez, aka Alonzo from Tyler Perry's The Oval, and you're now watching the Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, world traveler herself is here, Shonda Scott, as she talks about the 12 New Things Life Journey campaign. Next Finkley.
Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience.
We're We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. We're back with Ryan Toby. You all remember him from season 2 of the Michael Finkley Show, and also Sister Act 2 as well, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me.
So please, Ryan, tell us about this character that you're playing.
Well, Ahmad is a character sort of similar to my own life. He's a music producer, singer-songwriter, and he comes back to his hometown to kick it with his family for the holidays, and, you know, different hijinks ensue.
Look at that. Oh, wow. I relate to this character already. So how is this different from any other character you played thus far in your career?
I can say it's the one closest to my own life. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have a little fun with it, but his character is a little bit different than mine. So, you know, can't give it all away.
I gotcha. So as a viewer watching this movie, what can we get from this awesome movie?
I think you're gonna get a lot of heart, a lot of just good Christmas feeling. You know what I mean? It's just one of those warm Christmas holiday movies that, you know, you eat some pie and some turkey, and you know what I mean, your stuffing and everything else with the family and laugh. You know,
I'm hungry already. You can't do this. You cannot do this to me, sir. So will you be singing in this one?
That you'll have to watch the movie and find out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Surprises, surprises. Absolutely. Thank you, Ryan, for being with us.
Thank you.
Hi, we have Malik here on the set of It's Another Christmas. How are you, Malik?
I'm doing pretty well, man. How about yourself?
I am super well. Thank you for asking. So, Malik, is this your first time in the film?
No, this is my 5th, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Awesome. Wow. So you're a pro.
I would like to think I am in my head, but not necessarily. I'm still learning. It's always room to grow.
Exactly. I'm glad he said that. Improvement is always necessary. Yeah. So please tell us about your character in this awesome movie.
Yeah. So I play Andrew in the film. He's a baseball player, and he's coming home for Christmas. I'm sorry. Yeah, he so happens to fall in love once again, and a whole lot of tornadoes come through to try to block that, but we all figure it out.
So can persons relate to your character?
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like if anybody has screwed up in the past with a loved one, whether it's a friendship, relationship, family, any kind of relationship, and they wanted to, you know, kind of gel that relationship back together, and they're willing to do whatever. I feel like that's what my character plays in that story right there.
All right, we can't wait to see you.
I can't wait for y'all to see it, man. It's gonna be a great film.
I love it. Thank you so much for being with us, Malik.
Next, we have Sheena, Chris, and John as we continue to interview the cast of Another Christmas. Don't you go away.
Hey, I'm Angel Taylor, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Say to me, how listen close when you speak to me. I need your love all over me.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father, Charleston, South Carolina, is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. Hello, welcome back. And y'all, we're here with Kelly. How are you, Kelly?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm super well. So, are you excited?
Excited is an understatement. I am thrilled. It's going to be amazing.
Is this your first time?
This is my first full-length feature film.
Awesome. And please, Kelly, tell us about your character in this movie.
Of course. So Kelly is really warm. She's very genuine. She has been in an on and off relationship with one of the cast members by the name of Malik, who plays Drew. And they've been in up and down, I would say. And now they're just trying to come to terms with how do they move forward from this point.
Oh, I love that. That's I can't wait to watch this show. Listen, so please, within this film, right? How can this film relate to the holiday season?
So what I love about this is that it's multi-generational. So there's something for everyone. You'll get to look at a side of love. There'll be lots of comedy and also some serious issues that we also attack as well. So there's something for everyone.
Oh, wow. Y'all, please watch this awesome movie. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Chris Griffin. Chris, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I am super well. Thanks for asking. Are you excited about this awesome film?
Very excited. This is my first feature film. I am extremely excited. I've been working on, trying to get to this level for years now, and it's finally happening. And it's kind of like a mixture of it being bittersweet and just excitement, because you put so much in, you pay your dues, and when it finally pays off, it's just such a wonderful experience.
I love it. As my grandmother used to always say, payday is coming after a while. This is your payday.
Exactly. Definitely.
I love it. So please tell us about your character.
All right. My character, Mason, is the father in the film, and I would consider him kind of like a chill, laid back type of dad. He's got a little hint of sarcasm that kind of comes out at the right moment, the exact right moment, to just make any dire situation seem a little bit lighthearted and hilarious. He's the type of guy that he tries to see the brighter side of things. He's really into the holidays. He really wants everything to be just right. He wants his family together. And it's going to be basically about him just wanting that family unit to be intact over the holidays. So it's a good character.
I love it. Can this person be relatable to our viewers as they watch?
Definitely, especially if you're somebody that doesn't like it when people are tardy or absent. Yeah, very, very.
I love it. Thank you so much, Chris, for being with us.
All right, thank you.
John Bonds. How are you, John?
I'm doing well, Michael. Thank you.
Awesome. So is this your first time in a movie?
So this is my first feature film. I've done a couple of shorts in the past, and I do a lot of sketches and skits on YouTube, but this is the first time I've done anything of this magnitude. I'm excited.
I know you are. I can't wait to see it. So please tell us about your character.
Okay, so my character's name is Evan, and he's a bit of a traditional fellow, believes in certain gender roles, and in 2021, Evan's viewpoint is maybe a little behind the times. But I definitely think he has his own interesting perspective on things. And I look forward to bringing some life to this character.
You heard that, right? You heard that. So are we going to be one of those viewers that are going to say at the end, we hate this character?
I mean, I hope that I give you a reason to hate this character. If I'm doing my job well, hopefully you won't like this character too much. But I hope to bring a smile to some of the viewers' faces. It'll definitely be entertaining.
Oh wow, we're ready for entertainment. We're ready for that, definitely. So as a viewer, what can we at the end of this movie get from this character?
So as a viewer, at the end of this movie, you can probably take away that it's time for your viewpoints to change. You have to be willing to adapt to the times. And read the room. Above anything else, read the room. Take cues from people around you. Come on, man. It's 2021. Do better.
It's 2021. We all have to do better. We're excited about this awesome film. Thank you for being with us, John.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for doing this. Thank you, Stacey Davis Films, for having us all here. I'm honored.
I'm Lisa Cook. And I'm Tisha Gray Stewart. And this is the Life Day Time. And you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, world traveler herself is here, Shonda Scott, as she talks about the 12 New Things Life Journey campaign. Next Finkley.
I had such an amazing time interviewing the cast and the crew of It's Another Christmas, a Stacey Davis film. Y'all, you have to go out and see this movie. It will brighten your holiday spirits. Y'all, it's Finkley on the set. Have a good one.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. It's Thought for Thursday. I feel like I haven't been here in forever, probably because I have not. But I'm real happy to be here tonight. Are you guys as happy as I am to get to Thursday? All right. I know I'm happy, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. So I have quite a few things that I want to talk about tonight, and it all entails talking about journaling and the importance of journaling. You know, I've already said in a couple of my previous broadcasts that from here up until the beginning of 2023, I am going to give you as many tips and things that I can give you in order to help you to start 2023 with a bang, to be successful in 2023, and to reach those goals that you want to reach as my risers, as those folks who are going to be, many of you are going to be doing total reinventions come 2023. And I want to make sure you have the tools that you have to do that both personally and professionally. So tonight we're going to talk about journaling and the importance of it. Now, if you're anything like me, I am just not consistent at all with my journaling. I talk about it even in one of the books that I wrote, how, you know, I have gaps as big as a year, as a few weeks. You know, I can go really well for up to 2 or 3 months, and then I just fall by the wayside. But there is some significance. There's some real significance in journaling. One, when you kind of get to the point where you're in the prime stages, if you know what I mean, journaling helps you to remember some things, all right? This time next year, what I love about my journal is this time next year, I can go and look at some of the things that I put in there as concerns, some of the things that I've wanted to do, some of the occurrences that occurred this year. I can go in there and take a look at it and come back and see just how far I've come in that year. I can be reminded and want to reinforce the thing that I put in that journal that I wanted to accomplish. It helps to create memories that are not only good for you, but memories that you can even pass down in your generations, legacies, things that you want to pass down, things that you want to hold on to. Journaling helps you in many instances when you're dealing in a totally chaotic world and you have so many things on your plate and you're wondering where the world to go in the next direction. It helps you to clear your head. It helps you to put those thoughts down. It helps you also in writing out your vision and your goals and being able to hold to those things. There is something about writing them out that really substantiates the fact that they are important to you and they're things that you want to get accomplished. And the beauty in some of this is, like I said, being able to go back a year from now and look at something that you wrote last year or even a couple of years ago and marvel at how far you have come in that period of time. Or even remind yourself, this is something I've been working on for a little while now. I really need to focus on getting that done. So there are just so many benefits to journaling. So, like I said, it's not always the easiest thing to write. We frequently have a tendency to leave it until the very last thing we do before we go to bed and we fall asleep, or it gets caught up in those last minute tasks that you need to do before you turn in. Any number of things can prevent you from actually doing that journaling. First thing in the morning, you may get up and you get totally preoccupied with all the other things that you have to do for the day. So guess what? Journaling takes a back seat. So what are some tips? What are some strategies that you can use? And what I'll do when I finish here over on LinkedIn, and I'll also include it on Instagram and on Facebook. I'm going to jot these strategies down because I want you to grab a hold of them so that you can start writing down those important things, those things that have meaning for you, those things that you want to accomplish, those things that you want to remember, so that you can start either writing them down, or I'll also talk to you about an actual visual journal. For those who just really can't stand the writing, the whole visual piece will accomplish the exact same thing. But right now, let's just talk about strategies for getting it down. So choose how you're going to do it. Are you going to write it down? Is it going to be a book? Are you going to type in something? Are you going to do the visual journal? Select the method that you're going to use. First of all, that's your first step in writing down that important information. Put it in a notebook. There's such beautiful things now that you can use. I know that one thing that I recommend that Oprah just came out with, which is her journal, which is a wonderful platform. I highly recommend it. I also want to talk to you in a few minutes about a way that you can create a visual journal and something I've discovered for that as well. So also choose the time in the day that you're going to do it and stick with that time. I already talked about how it gets lost in the evenings and you get lost in the morning too. The end of the day may be a good time. Perhaps as soon as you walk through the door and start putting down your things, dedicate that time to sit and journal. Perhaps when you take a break for lunch or over your breakfast, try to tie it to something so that you will actually get it done and not put off writing or creating that picture that you want to create. Avoid missing more than one day. That's so important. That's incredibly important for somebody like me who gets gaps of up to a week or better, a month, a year. It is so important to remember that you need to continue to journal. And if you fall off the wagon and you skip things for a little while, that's okay too. Hop back on and still get it done. Don't fall into condemnation because you've stopped. The important thing is to get back in the saddle, right? That's right. Don't quit. Also, keeping your entries short will encourage you to write. You don't have to write a whole book. You can just write the bullet points. Perhaps go back another day and elaborate if you really want to. Record those important events. Record important concepts and important things that you want to do. Write your vision. Write that in your journal. Write your goals and your objectives. The events that you really give some importance to, and then you're going to want to track those things, track your progress, and then analyze your challenges also in your journal. Where are you kind of having a hard time doing things? Write that in there as well. Keep your journal private and secure. It's something that is between you and your thoughts and your desires and your visions and your dreams. And it depends on the type of journal. It's a prayer journal. That's something between you and God. This is something that you want to hold dear. And if it gets out into the public, it may not be as valuable to you. And there may be some things that you just don't want to share. This should be a spot where you can get as intimate as you want to be. Be as intimate as you want, because this is your journal. This is your information. And this is something that you want to hold near and dear to you. We already talked about some of the benefits, of doing a journal. A journal serves as so many things for you. Serves as a record of your life. You write down things that have occurred, things that you want to occur. They're in that journal. Something that is private to you right now that you may not mind having someone else look at, or keep things separate. You may want a journal that you actually pass down that doesn't have that private information. Then record that in a different way. Journaling can be cathartic. It is so cathartic if you just sit down and you write down just any wealth of knowledge, wealth of information that you just want to put down. It releases tension. It helps you to improve your memory. I already talked about that. When you get in your prime, you may not remember things quite as well as you did in your 20s. You're not saying that we have major memory issues, but it can be a challenge at times. Write it down. I write down everything. I'm known as the sticky queen also. For things I need to do during the day, it's on a sticky. That's okay. As long as you have something to prompt your memory, you're in good shape. You'll learn about yourself. Oh my goodness. Think about something that you put in your journal and you look back and you notice a pattern over a couple of months, couple of years. You're like, I've always been able to do this, but I've always struggled with that. Yeah, you find out information about yourself in your journal. You'll be in good company. You know how many people there are out there that keep a journal? Just as encouragement, some of your well-known people keep journals, and this is the way that they start their books. This is the way that they start their companies. This is the way that they start different processes that they've been able to help their families advance with. So know that you're in good company. Writing something down has been a way to preserve memories, to leave legacies, to help you to get from one day to the next, and to help you also to push through processes that you don't necessarily always want to push through. Journaling has always been an excellent way to do that. And your memory will improve. Why? You are stimulating your brain so that you are making it work in order to preserve it, so to speak. Think about it. It's just like a muscle. The more you work it, the stronger it gets. So the memory, the reasons for journaling are plentiful. So, okay, we've given you some things that you can do to make sure you get the journal done. We've told you how to write it. We've told you the benefits of it. And if you're just like me and you just don't like writing, well, guess what? You can also create something that is known as a visual journal. Think about when you were a child. You drew pictures of how you felt. How frequently did you draw pictures of that? The picture of what you felt dad looked like during Christmas and giving gifts and, probably stick pictures. We've done that kind of thing forever, right? What mom cooked on Thanksgiving, how the kitchen looked, how the dog waited by your feet to grab scraps. Yeah, all those things, real visual. Can you tell us something I like? I've always been a visual person. There's so many benefits to that as well. Think about how now people are creating coloring books and books that you can actually color in because it releases tension. It creates and stimulates creativity. There's so many reasons for actually making that journal visual instead of written. That gives you an out. That gives you a way for my creatives to actually get some journaling done, get some preservation done, get your legacies preserved, write down your goals and objectives, but not write them, draw them out, or do something else in a creative way. It helps you to manage stress. I already talked about how there are frequently now coloring books, adult coloring books, even that you can draw in, that is so cathartic and helps you to release that stress, produce those endorphins, and helps you to just calm down and kind of pull out of a world that is so distracted and so elsewise focused when you just really need some time to decompress. That's an awesome way. Stimulate your creativity, of course, if you're journaling something in pictures. You can do this how? By marking up a book, perhaps assembling a collage. Think about the vision board. Same thing as journaling, isn't it? You're creating what you want to see for the year. However, you're making it visual instead of written. Imagine doing something like that, but doing it as a journal. All right. You can record your feelings in there. It's the same way that you did as a kid. You can draw, or you can put together even pieces out of a magazine that demonstrates something that you are trying to get over, or demonstrates something that you visualize in your life. You can put that in your journal as well. Cut and paste it in there. Think about this. Think about when you've had a dream in the middle of the night. Now, what I have started to do is I frequently wake up and I'll jot down some things about that dream, because I know without a shadow of a doubt there is a 95% chance that when I wake up, I am not going to remember the dream. So you can do the same thing with drawing. Draw that out. Quickly get up and sketch what it was that you saw in your dream. Another way to visually put something in your journal. Later on that day, get up and add some text to it, because you're going to be prompted by what you actually drew. Browse online for some ideas. You know, there are many websites out there that are forums that are devoted to visual journaling and art therapy, and the importance of that. Look at the samples on Pinterest. Pinterest is another awesome place to go to look for ideas for journaling, to look for ideas just around a whole bunch of things. Pinterest is a huge idea board for just about any and everything that you could possibly imagine. There are examples and samples out there of things that you can do. Something else, even for those who are doing therapy of any kind. Did you know that your visual journal could actually be used by your therapist for them to understand some of the things that may be bothering you, some of the deeper work that they may be need to do with you, which is depicted in the visual journal that you're keeping? So that's it. We've talked about the importance of journaling. It is incredibly important and a wonderful tool to use to record your feelings, to record the things that you desire to do, to record your dreams and your aspirations, and to maintain a legacy. I started scrapbooking as a way of visually journaling for my family. Some years later, to this day, my children, my family thoroughly enjoy being able to go back and look at that book and being able to see how it ties into our legacy, to be able to see the dreams and the aspirations we had as they were younger and the things that we tried to build for them. They were also able to look in there and see some of the more troubling times that we had, some of the times when we lost loved ones. All of these are things that are preserving our legacy and passing down that information to someone. And it's also helping us in the process. I told this story probably, I don't know, maybe in a blog earlier this week, but I talked about how For my grandmother's 80th birthday, I created a book for her. She had 7 children, and I had all 7 children to give me pictures of their families. So it was their children and their children's children and their dog. And we wrote what their children were doing. And my grandmother would religiously look at that book probably for easily every morning of the next 5 to 10 years of her life. She lived to be 93. That helped to stimulate her memory. That brought back tradition. She frequently would look and give us even another piece of history that we didn't even think about until she looked at that book and it jarred her memory. So, journal. Create the thing that is going to leave a legacy. Journal. It gives you the opportunity to write those things that you dream of, to write those things that you want to work on, to document those things that you want to bring into your life. Dreams, legacy, therapy, journaling all the way around is a wonderful tool, and it is one of the best ones to take into 2023. I'm also going to leave you some information on one of the very best visual journaling books that I know of, as well as a person who enjoys journaling via scrapbook. So I'll leave you some information on that as well. All right. So in 2023, journal, no matter how. Write, pictures, whichever method you choose to use. All right. So I hadn't been here in a few weeks and I ran a little late, but I think the information is incredibly important, and I hope that you find it as valuable as I do. And I really, really want to encourage you to do more and more of it. Thank you so much. Let me know your thoughts. Tell me some of the creative ways in which you found to write things that you want to share from your heart. What are some of the ways that you record information? How do you maintain and record your legacy? What are some of the things that you do? I want to hear about them. All right. That's it. You guys have a wonderful Thursday. That's the thought for Thursday. Make sure that you know the benefits of journaling, and not only know them, but take action. All right. You guys go out. Have a great Thursday. Have a great week. Remember, you are incredibly important. The imprint that you have, go out, live boldly, audaciously, and confidently as you do, because guess what? That imprint is needed in the world, and won't anybody be able to do it like you can do it. All right? That's it. Y'all have a good one. Bye.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another edition of our Sunday Positivity Talk. We hope, as always, that everyone is doing good. Of course, staying safe with everything that's going on out there. This week has definitely been another test for us, just dealing with everyday life, working, doing our podcast video. We've been balancing a lot, y'all. And today's show, we hope is definitely gonna be a little different. Today we're talking about pain. Dealing with pain, letting go of pain, and just keeping your head up with all the madness and everything that's going on. Every show and every episode that we do, we hope to give positivity. We hope to spread it. We hope to be a light. We hope to be a leader, as much as possible. And, sometimes we have to actually take that back all the time. We definitely want to make sure we're being real with y'all. We always want to make sure we're being honest and, being the best leader we can possibly be. And we feel this is just us. We feel like we can only do that by giving y'all our truth, giving y'all our healing journey, which was still on, and just letting y'all know, yeah, we still deal with hurt, we still deal with pain, the whole 9 yards. And we, every day, Allah allows us to wake up, we put our best foot forward. We keep it moving. And, now more so than ever, we have been dealing with a lot, y'all. Not to put, all of our personal business out there, but we balancing a lot. A lot of things have changed in our life in the past few months with our living situation, of course, our marriage. And this is all good things, because we've always believed, and we still do, that everything happens for a reason. Nothing is ever by mistake, it's not by chance, and it's definitely never by accident. Everything happens for a reason, and it's to test you to see how your mental is going to be, your mental ability, especially your emotion, because a lot of times we do tend to get into our little, emotional content, our little feelings or whatever. But, the only thing we can really say is like, we've had to change and adapt to a lot of things. And this world have you fooled and bamboozled, y'all. Like, you're supposed to be strong and you're never supposed to break down and you're never supposed to just not be okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's completely okay, but don't stay stuck there. That's the only thing we will say. If you're going through whatever, it's not our job to tell anybody by any means how to heal. It's not our job to tell you you wrong for being angry, you wrong for being upset. You definitely ain't finna tell you wrong for being happy because you're supposed to be. But sometimes, yeah, we have those moments, whether you male or female, where we feel like it gets to be too much to bear. It gets to be too much to carry. It gets to be a lot to deal with. And this is just us. This is just our opinion, but it doesn't really, make you weak or, a feebler being, especially when you're female, when you're going through those things. We just told our husband last night, y'all, for real. Whenever we go through something, we gotta process, we gotta analyze, we gotta focus on it. We don't hold a grudge or anything, but we kind of have to really process and deal with whatever it is that we're going through, because we can't just go around it. You can't just go under it. You can't go over it. You have to go through it. And we really feel like that's the best way to deal with any emotion, especially fear. You have to find out where it's coming from and why you're having it and deal with it. And this honestly helped us, and we hope it helps y'all too. It can be a lot, to deal with that. And also be a lot to deal with a lot of hurt and pain. And, trying to focus and rebuild your life and, just get back on your feet. And a lot of times you got to deal with people that want to destroy you, that want to take you down, that don't want to see you happy, don't want to see you succeed, the whole 9 yards. And you got to make up in your mind, okay, am I going to keep letting them have an influence in my life? Am I going to just keep letting them bully me or think they're going to take advantage of me? What am I going to do? It's up to you when you really think about it. That's why we always say this on our show, y'all. Self-love, self-confidence, self-esteem, wherever you want to be in your life, whatever you want to do, whatever it is that you're going through, you want to get to that next level and evolve and grow, it's all going to start with yourself. And, that's what it is. And, the one thing that we've noticed, and we deal with it too, like we just going to be straightforward and honest. We deal with it too, y'all. A lot of hurt and pain. We've said this on numerous shows, we're still healing from a lot of things we've gone through in our childhood, even in our teenage years, even in our early adulthood, in our early 20s. And a lot of things we have healed from, we would like to say mostly for our childhood, a lot of those things affected us deep. And we can understand that with other people. Like we said, we're not saying hold a grudge. We're not saying be mad at that person because it's not going to affect them. It's going to affect you. And your health, your life, your peace, your love for yourself is more important than that. We're not saying that they're not wrong for doing whatever they did, but you have to heal. Sometimes, and a lot of times, you have to accept the fact that you may never get an apology. You may never get that accountability from someone like you feel you deserve. And that's okay. They will be dealt with. We promise you that. And we understand, especially ladies, we understand sometimes we take matters into our own hands. We be angry, we be hateful and hurtful. And we want to say it is justified, but you can't control that other person. You absolutely can't. And you can only control you. Your reaction, how you feel about things, even your thoughts, down to your emotion, everything. You can control you. You can be either the victim or you can have the victory. And we've heard that said to us numerous times. And we just actually heard our husband say this, whenever somebody does something to you, don't ever forget. There is a difference, y'all. We're not saying hold a grudge, but remember that so you don't allow it to happen to you again. And that's what we do. Like we said, we have cut a lot of people off, from our life. We don't allow them in our space anymore. And, we do believe in the back of our mind that people can change, but we just prepare ourselves because a lot of people, they don't really want to change. But like we said, we're not saying you don't necessarily hold a grudge, but remember that. Remember when you hurt me 5, 10 years ago? I'm not going to let you come back into my life and do it again, especially if that person hasn't changed. If they ain't even shown you that they're making an effort to be different, whether it's an ex, family, friend, mom, we don't care. Keep them out of your life. And remember, not saying hold a grudge, but remember. So with all that being said, we're going to get into the topic for the evening. Like we said, we're talking about having hurt and pain. And this is the quote that we found on Google. Like we find a lot of quotes on the Google website or on Pinterest and whatnot. And we like doing this because quotes are really, we don't know if y'all know this, the best way to really express whatever it is that you're going through. That's why we love doing music and we love doing spoken word so much, because it's an expression. When you really like us, if you anything like us, you have trouble talking and communicating with people, and that's something we're still doing and we're trying to change. This is the best way we feel like to express it. I can't put it no more simple than that. So we're going to read this as you can see on the screen. My scars remind me that the damage life has inflicted on me has, in many places, left me stronger and more resilient. And as y'all can see, this quote was written by Steve Goodyear. We hope we say that name right. But yeah, like we said, we're talking about pain, right? We're talking about healing. We're talking about moving forward. We're talking about letting go. And these are things that you have to do, y'all. We know it's easier said than done. Please believe, y'all. We know. We ain't gonna lie to y'all. We held a grudge towards so many people for so long until we really realize that it's hurting us. It's not hurting them. And while we reacting and acting stupid and crazy to whatever it is that they're doing, they laughing at us. Like for real, y'all, they are laughing. Because in their mind, we ain't nothing but a joke. We ain't nothing but a punching bag. And we love what our husbands say sometimes to us when he's teaching us Islam and whatnot. You know, we become a target because we know for a fact we carrying the truth. We know for a fact we are a light. And a lot of people don't turn their back on us. It's cool, you know. And we spoke a minute ago about our childhood. You know, for those that don't know, if this is your first time listening or you are a returning, thank you very much, first off. But we've mentioned before we started doing videos about our childhood. So to give y'all a quick story, we lost our dad at a young age, been through the foster care system, went through child abuse, domestic violence. We've been homelessness, shelters. We slept on the streets when we lived in Atlanta for a little bit. We slept in the car with our kids for a little while, and that really broke our heart. And you know, in the midst of all that, we did try to commit suicide and whatnot. You know, we went through, we think every single mental illness there is, PTSD, depression, anxiety, suicide, everything. So that's why mental illness, just a side note, is so important to us. But it was crazy because when we were going through, like, we didn't know at the time, and we've been asked this question, like, how do we come up with the name, the Queen Candy Podcast? So we'll tell y'all, you know, through everybody, all the people we've ever trusted and been close to, you know, they have betrayed us and backstabbed us in some way, shape, or form. And it was very hurtful. And then they turned around and act like we were the bad guy. And like we said, we never claimed to be perfect, y'all. We never claimed to be a saint. We never claimed to be an angel by any means necessary. But, you know, we made our dumb choices. We made our mistakes. We're going to say it's stupid. We've been blind. We were gone, y'all. And one of the main things, like, we feel like we were blind to is the fact that these people in our life didn't care about us. They just didn't. And they used us, abused us as much as we allowed them to. And we don't know why it's been so heavy on our mind this week, but like, we think about sometimes, you know, all the things we allowed, all the behavior, you know, we accepted. And that's one of the main things we do blame ourselves for. And that's also one of the things we had to let go. So yeah, just like we know y'all do, we have scars. We literally have scars on our skin, on our body, from the pain that's physically been inflicted on us, and the emotional and the mental, because it affects you in so many ways. When you go through any kind of abuse, it's not just physical. It never is. It affects your mental, it affects your emotional, and like we just said, it affects your physical. And it also, what we don't hear a lot of people say, it affects your relationship with other people. It affects your relationship with other people if you allow it. Now, we are a firm believer that everybody is not the same. Unfortunately, we won't say like 95% of people are. And y'all know this, and y'all know we ain't lying. You have those rare people. You have those rare people that really hold you down, that really have your back, and they really are there to support you because they want to see you succeed. Very rarely. So when you find them people, hold on to them. It won't always be perfect. It won't always be beautiful. That's okay. But it will be worth it. And like we said, the damage that we've gone through, it has damaged us. It did. And we had to, like we said, heal and let go of a lot, you know. And a lot of people, like we said, we don't deal with anymore because they're still stuck in the same place. We're not even going to say trying, we are moving forward, you know, like we just said. It affected us. We pretty sure it affected y'all in more than just one way. But like we said, now we know. We give all praise to Allah. Allah is the greatest, and especially our messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Reading his teachings, reading our wisdom, focusing on our studies has helped us to let go. It's still helping us to heal. It's still helping us to learn how to love ourselves, because that's where it starts. We are a firm believer in that. Now that we know better, it starts with ourselves. It doesn't start with anybody else. Like we said, if you have people in your life, hey, that's beautiful. That's great. But no matter what, if you lose that person, you still got to have that self-love. It all starts with you. And like y'all, pretty sure y'all can relate, it has made us stronger. You know, it's made us more of a soldier, it's made us more fierce, it's made us more powerful, believe it or not. And that's where Queen Candy came from. Candy is a name we've had since we were a little girl. And Queen, like we just said, y'all heard the story. We've been through hell and back, and we still are here. We realized through all the hell we went through all the pain, that we were a queen. And we're not weak. We're not a punk. We're not feeble. We're not the weaker link, if you will. We're not. We've always been so headstrong. And in the past, we were shunned because of it. Now, we don't really care. After everything we've gone through, all the pain we've suffered, all the pain we've endured, it's made us stronger. It's made us more of a queen. And now we really know how to help our women, our sisters, everybody or anybody that wants to listen to our story. We live in proof that you can make it. You know, we still have scars, and we're showing y'all right here. We don't know how well y'all can see that. Hold on, turn this way. There we go. We don't know how well y'all can see that, but we literally have scars from everything we've gone through. There's another one, just to show y'all. We have literally battle scars, y'all. The one on our elbow came from a domestic violence situation. We just showed y'all on our wrist. We just said a minute ago when we tried to commit suicide, because we felt like we were weak at the time. We felt like it was getting to be too much, and we took the easy way out, or at least we tried. Obviously, it didn't work because we're still here. Like we said, Allah's the greatest. But we literally have scars, y'all. So we know how it is. We're not just coming on here telling y'all about our hurt and our pain just to get attention, just to get likes, just to get views. Our whole mission is to teach y'all. Our whole mission is to let y'all know, yeah, you probably been through hell and high water like we have. We know and we understand that everybody's story is different. That's okay. We understand that. And you know, nobody is no better than the other. We're not saying that by any means, but we all have our own story. I mean, that's what it is. Everybody has been through their own path and their own journey in their life. You know, we're not here to judge nobody or tell anybody how to heal. We can't stand that. We hate when people try to tell us that. Look, don't tell us how to heal. You heal your way, you process your way, you hurt your way, whatever. You know, if you don't ever want to admit that you hurting or you never have hurt anybody, that's in our mind saying that you're perfect, and we don't want to be around you because you're a liar and the truth ain't nowhere near in you. Straight up. That's not a shot. That's not being rude. That's just being, you know, straightforward. So we already know the path. We can only really speak on our journey. And no, we're not all the way healed yet. So what? It's okay, like we said, to not be okay. It's okay to sometimes be a mess. But like we said, don't stay there. Don't stay there. To all our ladies, y'all are strong, beautiful queens. You ain't got to be covered up or hiding who you really are. You know, and another thing we thought about, like just with doing our show, you know, networking and connecting with the amazing people we've been working with for the past couple months, it's shown us that we can use our brain. We can use our brain, we can use our story, we can use our journey to help somebody. We can use our hurt and our pain. We're never gonna say names or put anyone on blast. That's not what we do. But we can still use our journey and our pain and our mistakes or bad choices, as we like to call them, and help somebody. We never really know, and that's one of the reasons why we do our show. It's not necessarily about the money for us. That's coming. We're not worried about that. But what we are worried about is someone that may try to take their life or may try to harm themselves or do something to themselves because they feel like they're alone. They feel like nobody is there for them. They feel like nobody cares. And you got someone that does. You have someone that does. We know how it is. We used to sit in the car with our kids sometime, and it's just talking about the scars and the hurt. And watching them sleep, it was it wasn't easy. To anyone that has kids that may see this, it wasn't easy. That broke our heart still to this day. And one of the things we actually were talking to our husband about is, the everyday battle that we face and deal with, not feeling like a failure as a mother, not feeling like this awful, evil person. And we know we're not. But sometimes we just have our days, where we're dealing with pain and hurt. And yeah, it can be from our past, but we are doing what a lot of people aren't doing. We're facing it. We're not running anymore. We used to run all the time, y'all. Real talk. We're not running no more. We're not hiding from who we really are. We really realize through our scars, through our hurt, through our pain, that we have a story. Even with our book, and we're going to start plugging that in too. We can actually help somebody. It's not just about us. Maybe everything that we've gone through wasn't just for us. Who knows? Maybe it is to help somebody. Whoever may see this may feel like they're about to give up. They may feel like they're dealing with so much hurt and pain that they can't take it anymore. And maybe they feel like we said, nobody cares or nobody is there for them. And there are people out there that are there. You're not alone. Just like our husband told us last night, you're not alone. Sometimes you're going to have to shed some tears. Sometimes you have to cry a little bit. That's okay. Cry, fix yourself up, clean yourself up, whatever you got to do, keep it moving every day. And we all believe in Allah because we Muslim. Every day Allah allows us to wake up. We don't care how we feel. We finna get out there and we gonna be fierce no matter what, because we are being watched. We are, and we have to be the leader. We can't tell somebody to do something and we're not doing it ourselves. Just like we can't even tell y'all to heal and we're not healing. That's why we try our hardest to be, honest and open as possible, without giving too much of our personal business. But the whole point is that you have scars. Everybody does. You have pain. Everybody does. You've been hurt. You've been used, abused. We've all been blind, thought we was in love. We thought we was gone. Everybody been through that. We don't know one person that hasn't. But the point is like we said, number one, it's okay to not be okay. Don't let these people fool you, or this world fool you into thinking that you got to be superwoman and you have to be okay 24/7. It's okay to break down. It's okay to not be okay, but just don't stay there. Number two, remember that you matter. This world don't define that for you. They do not define that, period. You matter. Remember that. Your life matters. With all this mess that's going on the news and, people being killed left and right, you matter. Remember that for yourself. Anybody tries to tell you that, they are a liar. Number three, remember to heal on your time. Don't let nobody else, these people think you're supposed to heal in a certain amount of time. We don't care what you've been through. It ain't our job to tell nobody how to heal. Absolutely not. Remember to heal. Let go. Like we said, we know y'all probably been wrong. You've been used, abused, and hurt whole 9 yards. But remember to heal. That whole healing process is for you, not for nobody else. Let go. And I think we said this already. You have scars, it's okay. You've been bruised, abused, it's okay. Let it go and remove those people from your life, especially if they're not trying to change. They don't deserve a spot in your life, and everybody does not deserve access to you. Remember that as well. So, no matter what you've been through, no matter what test you had to face, and you're going to face more, remember you can use those as stepping stones. You can use those as building blocks to help somebody else. And you can and you will get through it as long as you don't give up. Like we said, we live in proof, y'all. We are living proof that you can get through it. If Allah can get somebody like us to this point, like we said, we give all praise to him straight up. Somebody like us that's been stubborn and angry and have so much hurt and pain, and we still manage to heal, you can do it too. It's really no excuse. It's really not. So, with all that being said, y'all, we're going to give y'all social media, and we're going to go ahead and get out of here. Like I said at the bottom of the screen, y'all can follow us on our Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and our YouTube page under the Queen Candy Podcast. And y'all can check us out. We're going to be doing our videos every Sunday, live here every Monday, and every Friday, y'all. So make sure y'all follow us on those platforms as well. And also, y'all can follow us on all of our radio show pages I see at the bottom of the screen as well. Y'all can follow us on Zeno Radio, WJR, WUNK, and of course our other YouTube channel, the Queen Candy Radio Show. Zeno Radio, y'all can go over there and check that out 24/7. Y'all can hear music from yours truly, Queen Candy. Y'all will hear some of our instrumentals that we have coming up from our new album in 2023. And y'all can also hear music from our husband, KLG of Military Camp Records. Y'all can check some of his music before we came on the label and some of his instrumentals as well. Y'all can also go check us out. And we love these people, y'all. For real. Y'all go and make sure y'all check out the CTR Media Network. Y'all follow Dr. Tina J. Ramsey on all platforms. Y'all can go on Google, Facebook, Instagram, check out the CTR Media Network. Real talk, y'all. We're not just saying this because we are part of the network, but this lady, she really goes above and beyond to help everybody, not just us. And y'all can go check out the Queen Candy Podcast and our other CTR Media Network family as well. Y'all can also go to our social media. We've done interviews with our CTR Media Network family. It's been beautiful, and we would love to do it again. But yeah, she goes above and beyond. She's helping us monetize, expand our show, and this is the big our show has gotten. Like really, y'all. We're doing one-on-one coaching. She offers so much, y'all. So make sure y'all go check out the CTR Media Network. Y'all link up with Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. That's her social media again, and she would definitely get with y'all. But for real, y'all want somebody that's going to go hard, really help you promote your show. Get on to CTR Media Network. Y'all will not regret it. We know we haven't. Like we said, we're not just saying this. Really, she does a lot. Straight up, y'all. So go over there and check that out. Y'all can also check us out on Facebook on WBGR TV. This is their Facebook page every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, y'all. So make sure y'all check us out over there as well. And like we said, we just mentioned our podcast. Y'all can check it out on any podcast streaming platform: Anchor, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Apple, and Google Podcasts. Any podcast you can hear a podcast on, y'all go over there, type in the Queen Candy Podcast, like y'all see on the bottom of the screen. Y'all check us out. And like we said, y'all can check out our CTR Media Network family as well. Like, share, subscribe, give a rating. We have been rated 5-star, like we said, on iHeartRadio and on Spotify. So yeah, we definitely excited about that as well. And we almost done. We said we got a long list, y'all. We also, y'all can go over and check out a couple of our spoken word, a couple of our songs on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, iHeartRadio, and Pandora, and any streaming platform y'all can download, purchase any music on. Our songs are called Selfish, I Am, currently called National Anthem, and Soul Survivor. And we wrote everything ourselves. We did not do the beats, but we wrote everything ourselves. That's what we're going to love about this new album that's coming out. 2023, because our husband, our wonderful husband, has taught us how to produce. So we will have everything on there. It's going to be original. We wrote it, produced it. So all the money going to come in our pocket, and we're going to be excited about it as well, y'all. And y'all can also go check us out. We have 2 Facebook pages, y'all. Manima Muhammad. Now, see your last name, like we said, we Muslim. Manima Muhammad. We have one we promote our podcast, music, and radio show on, and the other one we have, which is our paparazzi page. Y'all can see it at the bottom of the screen as well. Y'all feel free to go over to our other Facebook, our other Instagram, and our other LinkedIn page under Mimi's Paparazzi Accessories. So as y'all can see, we always show this every show that we do. We do sell $5 jewelry that is lead-free and nickel-free. You turn that way. Lead-free and nickel-free, y'all. And it is $5 jewelry. It is glam jewelry. Very, very beautiful. This is actually from our Fashion Fix collection. We're going to show y'all the bracelet real fast. We actually do our live stream every Sunday on our other Facebook page, which is once again called Mimi's Paparazzi Accessories. Every Sunday at 9 p.m. Central, y'all. So make sure y'all come through and check us out if y'all are available. And if you are not, we know everybody's busy. Y'all can go check out our website at the bottom of the screen, Mimi's Paparazzi Accessories as well. Like we said, we are a paparazzi consultant. We love what we do. We've been doing the business for about a year. And of course, we're looking for people to join our team. And, we want to connect with like-minded people that want to, start a home business. It's flexible. We love doing it. We love the jewelry. And we love the fact that you ain't got to spend a lot of money, to have nice jewelry. You really don't. That's like Apple Watch, y'all. But you ain't got a lot of money, to have nice jewelry. You don't. That's one of the things that we love. And, we like to look glam and everything. So we have a little piece here and there. But, that's what we love about the business. And like I said, we'll be live tomorrow on our other Facebook page and our other Facebook Mimi's Paparazzi Accessories as well. So make sure y'all come through and check that out. Good. Did we get everything? I think we did. Like we said, y'all, we got a long list of things that we have going on, y'all. But like we said, we definitely love it. We give all praise to Allah for even allowing us to do the things that we do. And, we are more than grateful. And like said, we're definitely looking to connect and network with people. We are looking for sponsorships, and we also offer radio spin, y'all. So if you are an independent artist looking to get your music played, clean, of course, because we don't do any profanity, y'all look us up on all of our platforms that we just gave y'all. Interviews, none of our services are free, y'all. They start $25 and up. Just to let y'all know, we promote that on our page every week, every Wednesday. We no longer do anything free. Of course, we'll work with everybody, so on and so forth. But anything you need, it starts at $25 and up. And we are designing our own flyers and banners as well. So like we said, y'all, we're doing a lot. We have a lot going on. So y'all want to link up with us, hook up with us for any kind of services, y'all know where to find us at. Once again, thank you to everyone that's going to see this show. We do this every Sunday at 8 a.m. Central Time, y'all. So make sure y'all come through and check us out. Share the live. Let's get more people in. And like we said, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. So make sure y'all stay safe and stay blessed. Of course, you are out to breathe. You here every day. You have a purpose. Remember that. You have breath in your body. You have a purpose. You're here for a reason. So remember that you matter. We will talk to y'all on Monday. Don't miss our live stream, y'all. Y'all be safe.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30-plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
what's going on? It's your girl Joy from Beauty Difference Clothing. I am here today because I have another unboxing that I want to do with you guys. This is a pair of sneakers that I purchased from Fleet Feet. Fleet Feet, I really like them. I like the service that they provide. They're local. They're right in Hoboken, New Jersey. That's the location I went to. But they're always kind to me. And I had to get these especially shipped because they didn't have my color or size. So if you are in the need of sneakers, then you could definitely go to Fleet Feet, and they don't have your color or size. You can get it ordered, and then also they do have a really nice return policy, and I'll go over that in a few minutes. But again, we have our handy dandy opening tool. I have to remember to keep it away from me. We apply a little pressure. Let's get this opened. Ooh. I think I can open it from here. So I'm going to put my utilities away. Ow, I think I got a paper cut. Look at that, guys. Packed so nicely. Oh, I always do that. I got the Mizunos, and they have something underneath the box. Mizuno. I had to start. Okay, a little quick short story. So I started running not too long ago, and I can't remember how many years ago. That's why I say not too long ago. And the running group that I started with, I would notice that my feet would be hurting, and I already knew that I had fallen arches. So with fallen arches, your foot is like bam, your arch is like bam, hitting the ground. So I said, I need to go get fitted for a sneaker. I think either somebody told me there was a store like that, and that's how I ended up, with Fleet Feet, because they actually fit you with the proper sneaker. And I needed something between the gym, because I love going to the gym, and I also needed something between me running. And when I first got there, I ended up getting a few different sneakers, but when I stepped into some Mizuno, these Mizunos felt like heaven. It felt like heaven to me. So I went ahead, and I've been a Mizuno fan since. I got a classic black. This is the Wave Inspire 18. Take a look at that, guys. They had to mail these to me because they didn't have the black. And look at the bottom of the sneaker. Look at all of that grip. I have been wearing the 16s for so long that the soles are worn out. So just in case you guys don't know, if you are into the running situation, when you look at the bottom of your sneaker, if the soles are completely gone here, meaning like this grip right here, you see how it's nice and thick? If there's no thickness and it's just flat to the floor, then good well, you need to replace your sneakers. Those are the people who are in that running game, right? And when you see this right here and this is where I get my arch control, y'all. I get my arch control from here. It lifts me up like I'm in heaven, and it gives my arch that support that it needs since there's nothing there. So this is the black one, and I've been a diehard Mizuno fan ever since. And this is the other side. Look at that. Brand new out the box. And then look at the bottom again. You see how the bottom has, look at that. You see how far away from the ground I am? Do you see how far away from the ground I am? So when I go to the gym or run, I won't feel like my feet or my ankles or anything is hitting the ground. Solid impact. And guys, listen, you need to take care of your feet no matter what. Don't go running around here in shoes or sneakers, especially sneakers. Don't go running around here in sneakers that are uncomfortable and that are not good for your feet because it kind of messes up your lower back. So when your feet are in line, your whole body is in line, okay? So think about that. Let's see, what other features do we have here? Ooh, they have care instructions. Oh, another cool thing about Fleet Feet. If you look back, I have a video. I'm gonna attach it here. I have a video of when they did a full foot scan, so they could check the levels and stuff. It was pretty cool when we went shopping for sneakers. So here's the care instructions. They have it in a couple different languages, and I think that is so dope. Mizuno.com, or you can go to your local feet and sneaker specialist to get a pair of sneakers that will fit properly for you. I'm so grateful and thankful that they absolutely did fit me with something that was amazing. And they take their time too, guys. They absolutely took their time to make sure that I got the right fit. So time was not an issue with them. So I'm excited. I'm happy. I'm thankful that they sent this to me. I'm thankful that I was able to do this little review for you guys. Hopefully, you have been inspired and maybe you learned something new. If you haven't already done so, please like, subscribe, and share the content on this channel. You'll definitely get a little variety of everything. And if you like the t-shirt that I wear, then go ahead and shop BeTheDifferenceLLC.com. Guys, I really don't have anything more to say, but definitely make sure your feet are happy because the rest of your body will be more aligned when you do so. It's your girl, Joy, from Be The Difference Clothing, signing out for another video. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good one. And don't forget, you are beautiful and amazing. Shop BeTheDifferenceLLC.com. See you soon. Hey guys, what's going on? It's your girl Joy from Be The Difference Clothing. How is everyone today? Oh my goodness. I'm just so excited. I have two packages. One is from someone I met and someone that I know who is like a celebrity in my head. And I'm thankful to have met both of them. So I don't have my handy dandy unboxing tools, but I will do this with the strength that I've been having with all of my, visits to the gym. Check out some of those shorts if you want to get some exercises that you can try or even, do for yourself. Everything can be done at your pace, okay? So definitely make sure you are liking, subscribing, and sharing, and turning on your notification bells. So, before I get into that, let me tell you how my day went. So today, I had the opportunity to be a part of history. Yes, your girl Joy from Be The Difference Clothing was a part of history. One of the local branch libraries had their celebration for 100 years, a centennial celebration of 100 years of being in service to the community, providing all types of services and programs. Guys, if your local community is having something that is so historic, you need to be a part of it. So let's get back into this. So let's start off. Okay, this is going to be the harder one to open, but this one should be easy because it's all paper. So Shout outs to Shop Bob because I met this person through Shop Bob and we've become really cool and genuinely, I would say we become very friendly with each other. I could consider Dana a friend, and she is from the Los Angeles area, and I'm definitely thankful for her. By the way, she's a notary, so go check her out if you need any notary services. So let's open this. Oh. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, y'all! I got seeds. Oh my goodness. This is for cantaloupes. I got a cantaloupes. String beans. Oh my goodness. I didn't know what was in this package. Baby gem watermelon. Watermelon. An herb mix. Oh my goodness. Peppers. Spinach. Oh, squash. Oh, wow. Okra. Pumpkin. Carrots. Oh my goodness. Chili. Lettuce. Guys, she gave me seeds. Because you guys, I don't know if you noticed, but this year I didn't post too many gardening videos because all of the crop was, I don't know if it was because of the weather or the seeds, but either way, I didn't yield much, not even tomatoes. Oh, this is so amazing. Can't go nowhere without your tomato seeds. And she wrote a book. She gave me her book. Home Sales Made Easy. There she is. Y'all, there she is. Go and get her book too. Wow, she has a book. I didn't know she had a book. She didn't tell me she had no book. You learn something new every day. See, I told you. Look, there's her information right there, guys. Go ahead, jot it down. If you're in Los Angeles or in the California area, go check her out. Wow, I did not know. Thank you, Dana. Oh my goodness, guys, all of these seeds. I'm just like, I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words. Wow. Y'all, and this next unboxing is equally as amazing. Y'all know Baby and Kids Unlimited, aka TT, aka Reborn Artist Life. So she was on her her Instagram live, and I saw she was making these necklaces, and they were really like necklaces for the pacifier. And I said, "Oh, I like this. I want it." What she made, and she says, "Thank you for all of your love and support, Baby and Kids Unlimited, Reborn Artist Life." Y'all go check her out. Go check her out, y'all. She's on so many platforms, and she's taught me so much. And this is what I got. I love the packaging. You guys know I love purple. That's my color. And I saw her making this by hand. Isn't this beautiful? Let me see if I could. Hold on, maybe it's better on this background. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Reborn. But isn't this beautiful? Let me see if you can get the richness of it. Isn't that beautiful? Not only does she make reborn baby dolls, collectible dolls, but she makes necklaces. And I absolutely saw her make this one by hand. I thought it was cool. I said, "Oh, I want it," and I got it. And it's a choker. Let me put it on. Y'all, if y'all loving this high vibrations hoodie, you need to go ahead and check out the About Me section and go ahead and grab it. I don't know if I'm in an extra happy mood because of the event that I just came from, or if it's because of the words that are just continuously inspiring me. But like, I'm overwhelmed with like gratitude right now. What y'all think about this necklace, this choker? Y'all like it? Is it saying, "Ooh, baby, baby, but baby, baby, ooh, baby, baby, baby"? Y'all, oh my goodness, today was amazing. And if there's one thing I want to say is I want all of us to have more amazing days than not. If you haven't been following Be the Difference Clothing, this is the energy that I want to exude and to give to you through the camera. May you feel it and may your life be blessed more abundantly. YouTube, thank you so much. Everybody, thank you so much. Dana, thank you so much. Reborn Artist Life, aka Baby and Kids Unlimited, thank you so much. You guys mean so much to me. Everyone who watches my videos, who follows the content, who shares, thank you so much. Because without you, there is no Be the Difference Clothing. And without your support, there is no Be the Difference Clothing. Without your shares, there is no Be the Difference Clothing. So as we all grow in whatever journey that we glow to, please make sure you remember you could not be where you are without the help of humanity. Maybe people stay, maybe people go. But at the end of the day, it's all about the ones who stay. So I appreciate all of you who stay along. And for those who don't, I still thank you anyway. But this has been another unboxing. Go ahead if you want this necklace or this choker. Go to Baby and Kids Unlimited, Reborn Artist Life, her channel, and she'll definitely hook you up with something. And whether it be a pacifier or a necklace, maybe you want to give a gift. I don't know, but it's always gift giving time. So definitely check it out. I'm thankful. Dana, thank you so much. And until we meet again, guys, be sure again to like, subscribe, and share. I appreciate all of the growth that you guys are helping this channel do and all of your financial contributions and emotional contributions and good ones only. I appreciate you. My name is Joy from Be the Difference Clothing, and I'm saying thank you for all that you do. Catch me on Hello World when we exercise or do something else. And until we meet again, see you soon. Have a good one, guys.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show. To our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am the proud founder and executive director of Hush No More. Hush No More supports survivors when they're ready to come forward to share their story, to get resources, or just to have somebody to listen to. We also provide training in our communities on what we call the Hush topics: sexual assault, domestic violence, sex trafficking, child sexual abuse, incest, all of those topics that families, organizations have a hard time discussing, but we need to. So today we have an episode of Hush No More Champions, which is a different day because normally it's on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. But we needed to come forward and have a special conversation tonight about male survivors and those who advocate on the behalf of other males. And so that's what the topic is going to be about today. It's going to be an interesting show because we want to bring awareness to male survivors. And so that is our goal today. We look at survivors and advocates and nonprofit organizations to be able to share what they're doing in the community. So tonight we have Mike Cochran. So let me bring him in. Hello, Mike.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm all right. Thanks for having me on.
Right. So I am excited because today we're doing something different. We normally don't do Wednesday nights, but we're going to talk tonight about being a male survivor and advocating and different things that you're doing in the community to raise awareness. So can you tell the audience a little bit about Mike? Who is Mike today?
Well, I'm 59. I'm going to be about six. I'm going to be not about 60. I'm going to be 60 here in about 6 weeks. And I'm retiring out of the Army on my 60th birthday on the 28th of June. And that's my last day in uniform. And I have had several careers over the course of my 60 short years on the planet. But my most recent is that of being back in the military. And I had a 22-year break in service, and I believe I have the state record for that type of break. I was 23 when I got off of active duty in 1985, and I reenlisted in 2006 when I was 45. So those two different armies, I can tell you the world had changed a lot in those 22 years.
Yeah.
And but I grew up right here in West Virginia, and in a really, really poor part of Appalachia, and managed to make my way and enlisted into the Army. And then after I got off of active duty, I was a state trooper for 5 years. And I was in a pretty horrific shooting, and a partner was killed. And because of my childhood, and that's where I lay it, I didn't know how to deal with that. So I moved on to a couple of different things. And at the same time, when that happened, I met my wife, and had it not been for her, I don't think I'd be here today. And so we opened up a child care center, and we went from, I think, when we first started, we had 20 couple kids, and at the peak, we had between 300 and 350. And in the meantime, I did a lot of construction work because I found out I could build a daycare center, and so I did that, and when that became started to wear on the body, I picked up a degree along the way from West Virginia University, and I started teaching school. And I took at an alcohol and drug rehab center for teenagers, and I took two of my students to get their armed services test, and I was asked if I was there for mine as well, and that's how I ended up back in the military. It was a fluke, but when I found out I could reenlist at 45, I didn't think about it. I knew in my gut I had to do it, and had I not done that, I wouldn't be here today. That has been the vehicle that has propelled me into doing what I believe is my purpose on the planet, and there has been absolutely nothing bad come out of it. And out of all the things I've done, I'm so thankful that I was able to do this. And this is my vehicle to do what I plan to do, for the rest of my time.
How long have you been a victim advocate?
With age, you tend to forget years, but I believe I started in 2009. It was either 2009 or 2010, but pretty sure it's 2009. And so about 12 years.
Yeah.
When I was on active duty the first time, we didn't have victim advocates. We didn't do this. And when I found out that we had them because of my history, I knew I had to do it. And so I volunteered to do it. And that's been, ever since, it's been very rewarding.
Thank you for being a victim advocate. We need more people to come forward and say, I want to help survivors. Like, I want to be in this fight. And so I applaud you for being that male, that sounding board. That means a lot. So thank you for that. I wanted to know, how was your life growing up? What did the little Mike look like?
As a young boy, is that what you're getting at?
As a young boy, what did Mike look like? What was his life like?
Well, as compared to now, young, skinny, gangling, outgrew my feet. I had a mop of hair I had an afro. Can you look at this? Can you see that? I had an afro that was, oh my God. I never know, nobody could, it was, I don't know where it came from, but I grew up in Webster County, West Virginia, and we lived in a 3-room house, with an outside toilet, and it was rough, but usually during the summer I didn't wear shoes because I didn't have them, and I wore any hand-me-down that I could get a hold of. And I'm not complaining about this. This was just the way it was. It doesn't bother me that's how I live. That's just the way it was. And but I did well in school. I did really well in school, and so in my freshman year in high school, my parents decided we were going to move, and we moved from Webster County. And although that ultimately turned out to be the best thing that ever happened, no 14-year-old wants to leave his buddies. And I quit trying at that point. And that's when, I made the honor roll the first half of the freshman year, and the second half I barely passed. And it was during my 13th year, when I was in 8th grade, that's when I was molested. So, through high school, I just eked out an existence. I was going to quit school at 16, and but when we moved from that little house, we moved to another county, and I thought we'd moved up. We moved into a 4-room house with an outside toilet, but there was a young teacher who moved into a basement apartment across the road, and that young man single-handedly rescued me, and he took care of me, took me under his wing, kept me interested in school, and had it not been for him, I wouldn't be where I am now. And that was the soul defining moment of my life, was when I met that man. And So that was, but to be a young boy, I spent a lot of time hungry. Um, my mother had something called an AV malformation on her brain, and in layman's terms, it was a tangled up mass of blood veins intertwined throughout the structure of her brain, and caused her to have really bad headaches. And along with that, she had a borderline personality disorder. And my dad was a World War II Navy veteran, and he was not an armchair commando. He'd been sunk a couple of times and was shell shocked. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to be 20 years old floating in shark-infested waters in the South Pacific. And he drank. He drank a lot, and my mom got into the drugs. So that childhood was, it produced a man who had that sense of what the world was like. That was my sense of normal, and but that's just how it was. But the right people showed up at the right time it seemed like to steer me in the right direction. And Randy King, that was the teacher. We ended up being almost best friends. I mean, he was one of the few people on the planet that I could trust, and he steered me in the right direction. And but those kinds of people always seem to show up, and these folks always seem to have a work ethic, good moral character, and I just found that I wanted to try to be as much like them as I possibly could. So everything that I wasn't getting from within the construct of the nuclear family, I got from without that construct. And it was bumpy, even though, but it came out okay. I wouldn't trade what has happened to me to be where I am today for anything. I had the right parents to be who I am.
Right.
And so I'm happy. I'm just
in a great
go ahead.
place. So as a child, you mentioned your molestation. Is that something that you want to talk about today, or is it something that you would like to share with other men? I always wonder if men can relate to other men as it comes to child sexual abuse or any type of sexual assault for men. And I think it's important to be able to hear, I went through some stuff.
Anecdotally, I don't have any data, but I know that from my own experience, when I do a training or something like that, I find that guys really it's much easier for them to talk to somebody like me. So especially when I talk about the type of molestation that I had gone through. So it's like, they will find out, if somebody like me can stand up in front of people and talk and not get too rattled about it, then all of a sudden it gives them the courage, or instills in them the courage. They already had it, they just didn't know it. They're just, finally not afraid to use it. And so it's very rewarding. But to talk about what happened to me, I'm always willing and open. I'd never say it's easy, but after 20 years, it's easier to do. I guess I should say it's not an easy thing to do, but it's easier. But it was I was molested by my mom at 13 years old, and that's, of course, I was going through puberty, and I was a fairly big 13-year-old. At the time I was 14, I was hairier than my dad, and but looking back, I can see things. At the time, I didn't know that that's what was going on, but I could see the things that she had done were grooming, and for instance, bathing. She would tell me that I was getting hair on my face, and she'd help me shave. And but the baths, those were the worst, because I couldn't help the arousal, and I always felt ashamed, and I felt guilty, and I felt dirty after that. I never, that was just because I could not help becoming aroused when she would wash me. I couldn't make that not be. And as a result of that, I didn't play football. And I was very, very good at playing football. But because at such a young age, I'd been exposed to that kind of arousal, I could not be around anybody else if like in the shower room or something like that. I couldn't do it without being aroused. And then, so I didn't play football, and that's one thing I really wanted to do. So, fortunately or unfortunately, I had rheumatic fever and it made my knees hurt. So I got an excuse from having to do gym or anything like that because we were required to shower, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it. And so secondary effects of that from not showering and not having a place to bathe at home, I got scabies. And that was bad. That was that was bad. And I never knew what it was. I just knew I just itched all the time, and which tailed on to earlier in my life when I was a really young man or young boy, 5, maybe 6 years old. We lived in a house that was owned by an uncle, and it was this tiny little shack. We had dogs that lived under it, and those dogs' fleas seemed to stay in my bed. And I'd lay in that bed and just scratch, and my legs would just bleed. And Dad would pull ticks out of my head. And tick after tick after tick. It really hurt. And so Mom would clean me up. And, she never knew, Dad never knew that happened. I didn't tell him. But Mom always told me Dad didn't want me. And so when Dad's had a little too much to drink and he boots you across the floor, well, that confirms that in a young boy's mind. And so that's just how that worked out. Then when there came the time that I was 13 years old, and she was going to teach me how to be a man, and I thought, okay, I'm ugly, I'm dirty, nobody's going to ever want me, and that's when it happened. And that was my normal, and it was you carry that forever. And so that's what happened. I was 13 years old, and I was to say I was never the same was and I didn't tell anybody till I was 39. What's that?
It's an understatement to say that you'll never be the same. Like, you won't.
Yeah.
From that moment on, that changed you, who you were. It most definitely did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did. I never told anyone till I was 39, and I never had much of an opinion on repressed memories. I've always been a really open-minded skeptic. Okay, if there's a ghost, show me one. I don't disbelieve it, but that's just how I feel. But I'd been with a psychiatrist for close to 2 years and was really feeling quite well. And I had a dream one night before a particular meeting the next day, and it just happened to be with my counselor. And the counselor was wanting me to go into this room that didn't have. It was a room without form or shape or walls or anything like that. It was a void, more like anything else. And it wasn't that it was dark; it was an absence of light, and that nuance was what terrified me about going into that room. And I told my wife about that dream that morning, and she said, "Well, you have an appointment this morning. It's probably pretty important. You might want to talk about that." And I was in the middle of recounting that dream when I just froze. And the doctor asked me what was wrong. I said, and I just looked at her and said, "I remember." And that's when it hit me. And I started to cry. And it's difficult to talk about this and to say it, but I just sat there, and she waited on me, and she said, "Tell me when you're ready." And I said, "I remember what happened." And then that's when the shame and the guilt and everything flooded over me. And she said, "What happened?" And I said, Mom made me have sex with her." I just racked. I mean, I said I almost peed my pants. And I cried. I couldn't stop crying. I cried till I was dry. Nothing else would come out. And she asked me something, and I said, "I don't want for this to have happened." And the enormity of knowing that it had, and I could never undo it. Once it was out, once I acknowledged it, I was forever, I committed the ultimate taboo. And I couldn't live with that. And I wouldn't leave her office. And the lady she was so kind to me. She canceled her next appointment. She said it was an emergency, and she canceled the next appointment. I said, I can't leave. I cannot go. I don't want anybody to see me. And I sat there for another hour, and we talked. And I don't remember what we said, but when I left, I said, you got to take me out the back door. Again, I don't want people to look at me. And I wouldn't look at her. And she asked me why. And I said, because I think you can see it. I think you can. And she said, why? And I said, it's shame. I said, I don't want you to see it. That's all I can say. And sorry about that. So when I got home, and I told my wife, and I'd tell her all over again, and she was awesome, but I wouldn't look at her. And she asked me the same thing. She said, why won't you look at me? And I said, because I think you can see it. I think you can see what I did. And she said, you didn't do anything. And then I started crying all over again. And so that day, I went to my aunt's back up in Webster County. We got in the car and we drove. I said I wanted to see her because she had taken care of me a lot when I was a little boy, and she was really good to me. I mean, she didn't, she said it wasn't your fault, and she said, I just wish I knew. And I said, who was going to, I didn't think I had anybody to tell. And the reason was I had, I told you that Mom had that malformation on her brain. Well, Dad had also fallen off a garage and broke his back. And there were times they were both in the hospital. I thought they were both going to die. And we're talking from the time I was 12, 13, 14 years old. I thought they were going to die. And Dad was really messed up. And Mom had this thing on her head. So I spent a long time alone. And I'd go home at night, even though I had the opportunity to stay with my aunt. There were some nights I was so hurt that I was too ashamed to cry. So I would go home and I'd stay alone, and I'd curl up in the bed, and I'd just lay there and bawl. I'd just cry all night long. And that's when there were times the only place I ate was at school, because I couldn't stand being around anybody seeing me that upset. I thought I was weak and a baby. At one time, it overcame me at school, and I got a stomach ache that had me doubled over. And this was the one moment in school that I felt like defined my worth. I went to the school principal. I mean, I was doubled over, and I told him, my mom and dad are both in the hospital, and my aunt is the only place I have to go. And he called her, and I could hear her on the phone, and he said, Carolyn, that's her name. He said, you have a sick boy here. Well, she thought it was her son. And he said, no, it's Mike. Well, I couldn't hear anything after that. And he said, okay, I'll bring him to you in a little bit. And when he hung up the phone, he looked at me and he said, when she found out it was you, she didn't care. And it was at that moment I was alone. I didn't have anybody. And I can't tell you what that felt like. And then, of course, I'm pretty sure I was 12 years old when that happened. That was the next year that she molested me, and then we moved. So that 3-year period was too much. It was just too much for a young boy. But I remembered all that. I remembered her dumping hot cream of wheat on me because she got mad at me. It stuck to my skin. I didn't have a shirt on, and I can't remember why she got mad at me. There was one of those things. She just, she got mad at me, poured it on me, and that's just she beat me with sticks. It was just, that's. I mean, and at the same time, she's grooming me. She's, telling me Dad doesn't want me, and you know, oh, and the enemas. That was her tool. She had an enema bag. And if I got the, because I had a lot of stuff, my stomach was upset a lot. And she'd pull out that enema bag and fill that thing up with whatever it was she did. And she was pretty rough. She'd manhandle me and she shoved that thing up in me and just squeeze it. And I could feel that stuff go up in there. And then she wouldn't let me go. She said I had to hold it. And sometimes I could break loose. So I'd run. I'd just run and that stuff would come running out of me on the floor. And I have to clean it up. And that's just, that was just how mixed up it was. And I brought that into adulthood, and tried to, just survive. That's really all I could do. I know that was a lot, but that's.
Well, I want to tell you in this moment that I honor you. I honor you for saying that I'm going to share my story. I honor you for walking in your truth. Even though the truth sucks sometimes and it's not always what we want to be able to tell and share about ourselves. But I just feel like in this moment, you're very courageous, that you are changing the lives of other men, because we also know that there's a small percentage of men who have been molested by their mothers. And I think it's more than what's being documented. And I believe a lot of men can be able to relate to your story. And society always says it's another male, or, male on male, that's who's doing the molesting. And that when it's a woman, it's, I want to do this. And it's not. So you are breaking the societal norm of how people look at male survivors. And so I thank you for that. I really did.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. And I don't know if you know Dr. David Lesack or not with 1 in 6, but he came here to interview me to my home. And, he has a past as well. And, in all deference to anybody who's had anything like this happen to him, whether it was done by a man, done by a woman, or whomever, what I'm trying to figure out how to parse this so it sounds respectful to anybody, okay? But I told him that I had almost rather been raped in the quote conventional sense by another man than had done to me what my mom did. And I don't mean that like that sounds, but that's how much it hurts. I mean, that's just, and God knows that, I know a lot of men who have been raped by men, and I know what that did to them. So I don't, in all deference to anybody, that's because there's no gradation of trauma. It's all how it is to you is how it is to you. And that's, but that's what I told him. And I don't like being in that percentage. And I abhor and it gets used. All right. So I'm just going to come out and say it. Everybody uses the term motherfucker, but I feel it, and I feel it on we just had Mother's Day. I feel it on Mother's Day. And so I can't, to those women who've been assaulted by men, I can't imagine what that must feel like, because I know what I feel like, and it hurts me for them. And so I do whatever I can, and not being a trained counselor or anything like that. I just, open up myself and, let them know that this is some place they can go. And a lot of times they'll come to my garage just to talk because, I get it.
You create a safe space, so that's important. I do want to know, do you think that somebody could have did something to protect you?
I've looked back and I try to recall who I could have gone to. And, my mother and her sister were pretty good friends, not just sisters, but they were young. My mother was 3 years older than her, and she was the baby. And so their closeness, I think is what kept me from saying anything at the time when I look back. But we didn't have social service agencies. I mean, we did, but I didn't know anything about that. I don't know who I would have told at school. I was already, mocked and made fun enough, as it were. So if there was anything, I don't know who I would have gone to. I don't, in my small world, there wasn't anyone I could tell.
I ask you that because I want parents to know that children do not always feel like they have somebody to tell. Even if you have a parent or a family member that's saying, oh, if anything happens, you can talk to me, or they have the school, or they have these systems in place, you don't always tell. So you really have to pay attention to what's going on with our children. And it's hard when it's another family member. And the fact that 1/3 of child sexual abuse is from incest lets us know that you have to look at your spouse as well. You have to look at the person that birthed the child. And that's difficult. Or you have to look at the brother or the sister, the siblings, to really bring that out. And I want parents to know that this is something that you got to pay attention to. And sometimes our children don't come forward. They don't feel like they have anybody to talk to. And so that's why I'm real big on going to the schools, going to different programs and telling them like what it means and that this is wrong, and giving them an outlet, a safe space to come to. I think that's important for us to do as advocates. So thank you for expressing that in that moment, you didn't feel like you could tell somebody, wasn't.
Yeah. And
you didn't even tell your dad. And
you know what? Yeah. After being told he didn't want me, and then he carried out act, feel like he didn't, that just confirmed it. My aunt, she told me, she said, I wish you would have told me. And I said, I didn't. I just didn't think you'd believe me. And, those behaviors that come out in a child, like the sick stomach, kids don't get sick stomachs unless they have a flu. If a child's got a sick stomach, something's wrong. And, that nobody recognized that. And I got myself up, I got my clothes on, I brushed my teeth as best I could, and I would go to school. And I was a joke a minute. I found the more I joked, the more people were laughing. And when people were laughing, I was laughing, and I wasn't thinking about what was going on. And, I brought that into adulthood, and that's, I've gotten away from that because my motivation for why why I did that has become a big part of how I teach. When I teach a military unit or something like that, and how impactful and how hurtful those things are. And so it's been a work in progress over the last 45 years, but I'm here and I'm all right. But
what did you do?
The path it's not been easy. Go ahead.
What does your journey, your healing journey, look like? What did you do? What's after you disclosed to your counselor? What's next?
Well, I there's nothing I didn't want. All of a sudden I wanted to do everything I possibly could. And I'm not up until that point, I would get bored with a job. Once I mastered it, I didn't want to do it anymore. And that included being, a state trooper. And it's like once I figured it out, and then unfortunately I was in that shooting, but I didn't want to do it anymore. After that, there wasn't anything I didn't want to do, and I wanted to learn as much as I could. And so I got my teaching certificate, and I went back. I picked up a social studies degree. I got an electrician license. I became a Mason, and I don't mean Masonic order, although I am a Mason, but I'm also a block layer too. I'm both. I built an Office Max. I built part of WVU's indoor football practice stadium just because I wanted to know how to do it. And I built homes.
So that's part of
heavy equipment.
This is part of the healing.
What's that?
So staying busy,
Yeah.
learning and moving, that's how you started.
There was nothing. There wasn't anything I didn't want to know how to do. I dabbled in a little bit of astrophysics. And, cosmology just blew me away. And but the big thing was talking to people those first year or two afterwards, and trying to find out how to get beyond it. So as part of that was I sat down one night. I was urged to write, and I had a conversation with God, and I just started asking questions, and I got answers. And I mean, it was all unscripted, and I never knew what was going to happen. But I would sit at my laptop and I would write for hours, and I'd ask questions about things that were, that had stuck with me from when I was a little boy, and why those things had happened. And I was like, that was a cleansing kind of thing that came with that. Because once I got the why, I was, okay, I'm good. All right. And so it was like once I got it out of me, it wasn't inside anymore. It was out here. I could look at it and I could own it. And it really, really felt good to not carry that. And then I started working on me. And it's like, all right, so if I'm going to embrace this, I decided that there are some things about me I don't like. And I didn't like the fact that I could be jealous. I didn't like that. And we all know when we have a jealous thought or a jealous emotion, or if we act on a spiteful feeling, we know when we're doing it. And it's when we say that we don't, we're living contrary to who we are, and we lie about it. It's like, well, that's not how I meant it. We know when we're being jealous or spiteful or envious. We know that. And every time I caught myself being envious of somebody because they had something, or it was usually a thing, because I grew up so poor that I didn't have anything. We never had a car. We didn't have TV. It was easy for me to be that way, and I was like that. So I started working on that. And every time I caught myself being jealous or envious of somebody or something or some job that somebody had, I would stop and I would talk to myself and acknowledge the fact that I'd felt that way. And it was work, and it probably took me, I'm going to just throw a number out there, it probably took me half a year, maybe 9 months. And I just, all of a sudden, it was like, okay, so here's another layer of feeling better. And the second thing was I taught myself to not use the word hate. And that was, I thought we throw it out there so, flippantly, like, I hate Mondays. I hate my job. I hate my boyfriend or my girlfriend because they do this. I hate traffic. And it sounds new age, but the negative energy that creates when you say the word hate and the emotion that it stirs inside you, your fibers, your cells, your body feels that. And every time I would use that word, I would correct myself. I learned to correct myself, and I'd stop myself, and I would find some other idiom or some other way of saying that I blank, as opposed to using hate this object or thing, to where all of a sudden I didn't hate anything. I didn't hate my job. I didn't hate my car. I didn't hate anything. I didn't hate anybody. And I learned that all of a sudden that was a pretty good world to live in, not in spite of what had happened to me, but because of it. And that was pretty profound, to not be jealous and to not be hateful. And there were sometimes I would purposely throw the word love in there just to do the opposite of it. And I found that, if, we can hate somebody that we don't know, well, why can't I love them better if I don't know them? What's the difference? And that healing over the next few years as a result of that was a pretty big deal. And that's just how I did it. Nobody told me to. I just felt like this is what for me I have to do. And So it brought me out of being a jealous, racist, bigoted, homophobic, spiteful human being who oftentimes was pretty caring and pretty giving, but I had those traits. I didn't want those anymore. I didn't want to be that way. And before I go any further, I need to acknowledge that, Randy King, the teacher who rescued me, that guy had the biggest impact on me of anybody else. And it ties in with this. When I talked to Dr. Lisak about it, he talked about phenomenology. I said that about, the way I grew up and how I behaved as an adult, and being racist or homophobe, cracking jokes. And, I used a racist term when I was 16 years old in front of Randy. And he turned and looked at me and he said, "What's that?" And Randy was a hippie. And Randy was a good man. And he knew what he was doing when he said that. And I said, and he said, "Man, I've never heard that word before." And all of a sudden, I was never the same person after that. I did not want to quit school. I didn't want to be that person. At that instant, I was going to be. And so that was central to how I healed. And
also looking for poets for our Hush No More poetry book. If you are healing and you use poetry to do that, please share our poetry with us. You can also contact us at 1-888-285-2161. We are always available to support you no matter where you are in the world. So peace and blessings to you all. Thank you for this moment. Share with a survivor, a male survivor, and encourage them and pour into them. Good night. Thank you, Mike.
Take care.
CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows where we're booking right now? So go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.
There is a better way to get you and your company in the hands of potential clients 24/7. This is IntelliCard, today's digital business card. It is the ultimate sales, branding, and marketing tool. With IntelliCard, all of your information is in one place, making it easier to share and recall. IntelliCard is different. You get all of this in a highly secure web-based solution designed to get you results.
We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on Amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and shit. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show.
Next on the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we have our special featured guest, Jarvis Judah. He is a serial entrepreneur and the founder of Business Course Academy. He has dedicated his life to helping others build successful businesses and also obtain funding. So if you want to know more, tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. And today, I know that you've been waiting and anticipating for tonight's special guest. Why? Is because if you are an entrepreneur or a business owner and you've been hoping, wishing, and praying for some help, well, listen, I'm here to tell you that help is on the way. We have a renowned business coach, and he's also helping businesses scale up to 6 figures or more because he has the resources to help you obtain funding. Okay, so without further ado, let's bring on Coach Judah from Business Academy. Yes, Business Coach Academy. Let's bring him on. Welcome to the show.
Hello, what's going on?
Listen, I'm just so excited to have you here because what you're bringing to the table is so much needed today, especially with so many new businesses that's starting, so many first-time entrepreneurs, and we need help. We need help. And to know that you have your Business Course Academy and you have really dedicated your life to helping others build successful businesses. So thank you so much for stopping by the Tina Ramsey Show.
Thank you for having me. I look forward to enjoying myself tonight.
Oh, yeah, we're going to have a great time. So what I want you guys to do right now, those of you who are watching right now, I want you to like, follow, share, subscribe. I want you to share. If you are a business owner or if you know any business owner, this is the time for you to share this video to give them the gift of knowledge because we're about to drop some gems on you tonight. With all that being said, we're going to jump right on into this interview because when I have a person like you on, we need to get right into the thick of the thing, right? So thinking about you, Judah, how did you get started when you started your business?
So I guess it will depend on which business you're talking about.
Anyone.
Any
business.
Any business.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I did was I sought mentorship. And so I found someone who was doing what I wanted to do, and I went and asked them for advice. And though they wouldn't, like a lot of people get mentorship all messed up. They think mentorship is someone, holding your hand every step of the way. And that's not what that is. They're not your parent. So, you're not a baby. You're a grown adult, so mentorship is more so just, being able to go to someone who's made the mistakes that you don't want to make and has achieved the things that you want to achieve and being able to ask them certain questions as you hit certain bumps in the road. And so I went to a mentor and asked them advice about starting a business, and I just got started, and I went headstrong. And I was that first company at that time was I was 15 years old, and it was a lawn service, and so that's how I learned entrepreneurship. I hired 2 employees, and I started to make decent money or whatever for a 15-year-old, and I brought my car and all that good stuff or whatever. I had to depend on mom.
Oh, wow. So to see that this just didn't start for you in adulthood, this started as early as in your teens, and we have business owners that have never been able to hire someone in, and here you are 15, start your lawn business and hiring 2 employees and buying your own car. Usually teenagers look for their parents to buy them their first car. So not only do you have this information, you have the tangible real life experience of building and growing, and you credit that to having proper mentorship. And let's keep it real, putting in the work, okay? Putting in the work. So if someone right now sitting watching this show or listening in, and they're trying to figure out, okay, I have this talent, I have this skill, and I want to start a business. What suggestion would you give them on how to start a business?
Number one is always going to be seek mentorship. That's going to be the first thing overall for any entrepreneur out there. Go and find somebody that's already been there, done that. It saves you so much trouble. There's no need to, recreate the reel, try to figure out things on your own. Like if it's somebody out there that's already been there, just ask. Like that's the number one thing. Next thing, to understand that just because you're good at baking cakes don't mean you're qualified to own a bakery.
Ooh. Okay, then. That's deep.
A lot of people get it mixed up because I'm talented, that they know business. A perfect example and an easy example to see are like rappers, right? You see musicians, rappers, they do their music and basically they end up getting cheated. They don't have their masters. they don't have any rights and everything like that, and they lose all their intellectual property. It's because they can rap, right?
Yeah.
But they you know, they can do music, but they can't do business, and it's music business, right? So so they end up getting cheated, losing millions and millions and millions of dollars. Then one day, one of the older rappers be like, "Hey, I made the same mistake, and this is what you can do." Boom, boom, boom. And then they learn how to get their own masters and start their own labels and start, branching out of themselves. So I would say, like, it's 2 skills that you really need to learn when it comes to building a successful business, and it's marketing and sales. And it ain't word of mouth marketing either. It ain't like people be like, everybody know I do that. I'm like, who is everybody? Because I didn't know. You just told me I didn't know 5 seconds ago. So who is these everybody you talking about? Everybody know And so marketing and sales. Do somebody know you that you haven't directly talked to outside of your city, outside of your state? Do they know you exist? Have somebody purchase something outside of your city, outside of your state that you sell. Can you pay your rent? Can you pay your light bill, your water bill, your gas, everything or whatever, what the money you make from your business, and still have enough money to put back into that business? A lot of people are unable to generate enough sales to support themselves and their business, and a lot of people are unable to market themselves well enough so that they can actually get the sales, because without marketing, no one knows you exist, so you ain't got nobody to sell to. And without sales, everybody can know you exist, but if you're not converting on them people into customers, then you're not making any money.
You know what? That is the best way of explaining. Just because you're talented, just because you have a skill, that does not necessarily mean that you need to start a business. Maybe you need to be an apprentice, go in on somebody else's bakery and do your skills, because entrepreneurship is not for everybody. And if you notice, say for example, a person do have the skills, and they say, well, I know I don't have the experience. You really, really push towards mentorship. Find out somebody who is in your niche market that's doing what you're doing, that will mentor you so you can avoid the pitfalls that comes along with not knowing certain things. So what I want to do right now is give some love to our virtual studio audience. We have Life on the Road Recruiting said, that's awesome. We have Life on the Road Recruiting also said marketing is key. Yes, it is. He says marketing and sales, because everybody don't know you.
Everybody don't know you, bro.
And we have Multi-Fair Studios in the building. Said, good day, good people. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys. Remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe. So you just dropped some gems on us, and we're not even fully into the interview yet. Marketing and sales. And we're not talking about just word of mouth. We're talking about getting you outside of your block radius, your city, your town. And do you have customers? And also to have something tangible so you'll know that you're on the right path with your business or your marketing and sales. If you can pay your utilities, if you can pay your gas, if you can pay your mortgage and all that, and then still have some money left over to invest in your business, then you need to keep duplicating and building and getting better and scaling up.
Yes.
Wow. You're welcome. Everybody that's watching, you're welcome. Thank him. Thank Judah. You're welcome. Because he just gave y'all enough that y'all can take that and run with it right now. And we just into it right now. So what do we have to do? I know y'all don't want to do this, but we have to take a commercial break, because that's how we pay the bills over here. Okay. That's how we pay the bills. So we're going to show some love to our sponsor, and we'll be back with the amazing Jarvis Judah, the business coach extraordinaire, and helping business owners get their stuff together. So we'll be back in a moment. We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continue to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in this week and get the book by Mike Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey. Truth.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend, an expert to help you get your business together. The amazing, the epic Jarvis Judah. Welcome back to the show. All right. You just dropped so many gems in the first 10 minutes of the show. I'm like, whoa, okay. So let me get myself together. I hope you guys are writing notes. And if you're not, get your pen and paper because you in class tonight. All right. So you drop the gems on the top 2 most important things that as a business owner, we need to make sure that we have together, which is the marketing and the sales. And you're not speaking of word of mouth. You need to get out of your radius of your city, state, or town. Okay. But when we talking about business or speaking about it, and we hear the word entrepreneurship thrown around so casually. So I'm curious to know, what is your definition, or what do you define entrepreneurship as?
I like to go back to, I like to go back to like the whole Rich Dad Poor Dad, the 4 quadrants. When he breaks it down or whatever. So you have 2 types of entrepreneurs, and so you have one type of entrepreneur that's self-employed, where basically the business does not run without them. So that type of entrepreneur, until they get their systems in place, they're still based on the employee, but an employee of themselves. So like when you look at someone like Truett Cathy with Chick-fil-A, he's dead and gone, but his company still runs on because it could run independently of him. When you look at Apple with Steve Jobs is dead and gone, but Apple still exists, it's still going on. Sam Walton, he's dead and gone. Walmart is still going, because those people had took themselves from being self-employed, which they all were at one point, to becoming a true entrepreneur, a true business owner. And at that point, your systems take over. Because everything the issue that many beginning entrepreneurs have is they're unable to get the things in their head onto a piece of paper and have standard operating procedures that anybody can follow. If you know how to bake a cake and you write the recipe down, pretty much anyone can cook that cake. The issue is they never write the recipe down. So if you have a recipe for sales, if you have a recipe for customer service, if you have a recipe for hiring, you have a recipe for marketing, if you have a recipe for anything in your business, you need to be able to make videos and training manuals and different things like that. That way, when you hire a salesperson, they know how to sell just like you. And don't never expect them to be 100% of what you are. They need to be at least 80% of what you are. That's good enough. Because if you can sell 10 things in one day and they can sell 8, well, guess what? You hire 2 of them, they can sell 16. They're outselling you, but they're doing it as a unit. And so at the end of the day, like, yes, you may be the best at everything in your business, which is a bad thing, by the way. If you're the best at everything, that means 1, you need to hire better people. And then 2, you probably can't afford to hire better people, which means your business is flawed, but you got to increase that. And so like with entrepreneurship, you have the 2 types. The people that just work for themselves and their base is still a job. And if they were to pass away, they have nothing to leave to their kids for real, because they were the business and they're not here no more. And then you have the business owner who have taken everything they have in them and made it where anybody can duplicate it. And that's why their business can live on even after they're gone.
Wow, that's powerful. So you guys, you know how I do. I bring you back to it. So literally, it's 2 types of entrepreneurs. And the first one is the self-employed, which everyone starts off in entrepreneurship as the self-employed. But the key is you want to transition from self-employed to having your systems, getting everything out of your head onto the paper and getting these systems, so that is the real true entrepreneurship that will actually outlive your life, because now you can duplicate yourself as long as you keep finding people who can do what you put into place, and you don't have to reiterate it because you have the systems and the manuals and the videos and all laid out. So no matter if you're there or not, the business is still operating, which instills a true legacy for your children and for your children's children, because now you made yourself endless.
Yeah.
Wow, that I have never heard entrepreneurship broken down in that way. I have heard different people speak on entrepreneurship, but they made it complicated. But the way that you did it, you really simplified the whole entrepreneurship process, and even a person who is not an entrepreneur can understand the analogies of what that is and what that isn't, and find out if they're in that category of self-employed and what they need to do in order to get this out of their head onto paper, into systems. And that's where that good old automation come into place.
Yeah, automations are good.
Well, you can literally walk away from your business and that thing is on autopilot. You can go somewhere on Bermuda and the business is still running without you. So you actually talked about a little bit about those are some of the things that actually hold the entrepreneur down from success. So with your business academy, how do you educate entrepreneurs on the steps of how they can get this out of their head, or at least push them in the right direction so that they can move from being self-employed, doing everything themselves, to having systems in place and building that lasting legacy?
So with Business Course Academy, the biggest thing is allowing them to copy your system. So we have a trucking program right now, and shout out to some of my trucking students out there. They've been getting funding. They all happy. They be DMing me. I just got $90,000. They be crunk. But but the biggest thing is like being able to let go is the biggest thing. Everybody want to hold on to things as if it's their baby. And a business is not your baby. A business is a business. It's its own entity. Let it do its own thing. Let it grow. And so when you try to hold on to like a baby, it's always going to stay a baby. It's never going to grow, And so being willing to let go of control is the number one thing. Being able to let go of control. But before you even get to that point, you got to make enough money to hire somebody to get a control too. And a lot of people say they have bad experiences when it comes to hiring people and bringing them onto their businesses. And the fact is that they tried to hire people for free.
Yeah. Facts. That's
like,
fact.
You get what you pay for. So if you pay for nothing, you're going to get nothing, right? If you pay little, you're going to get little, right? And so that's why the CEO of Coca-Cola, I think he made 50 million last year or something like that. So like it's a $1 billion business though, so they don't mind paying him 50 million, right? For him to do his labor. And so a lot of big CEOs make a lot of money and everything like that. Even when you start looking at teachers at Harvard versus a teacher, at the local tech school, right? Like it's a difference in pay. And so because they get paid more, they're expected to do more. And so like you want to get in a position where you can hire people with experiences. Like trying to find someone, and when you first start out, you sometimes forced to do it, but like trying to find someone with experience, right? You go on Indeed, you go on whatever site. Sometimes I be stealing folks from other folks' companies. Like I be going there, like, oh man, she got some good customer service. You like working here, like and like they deserve you, right? But you find people that have the talent you need. But oftentimes, if they're talented in the way that you need them to be talented, if they're better than you at that particular thing, a lot of times it's gonna come with a cost. And so you got to get to a point where you can make enough money in your business where you can hire the talent in order to increase your revenue. And the more you increase your revenue, the better talent you can afford.
That's powerful. We give a shout out to our virtual studio audience. We got she in the building. She said, "Preach, Judah." All right. So listen, you guys, you have to let go. And true, with anything that we're doing, whether you're an entrepreneur or not, life is part of experiences, is parts of ups and downs, and you have to learn to let some of this thing go so that you can grow to the next level. By you holding on to bad experiences, not allowing you the opportunity to grow and to expand and to outsource yourself from your business. And ultimately, that's what you want to do. You didn't become an entrepreneur to work forever. You became an entrepreneur to live the life of your dreams. And in order to do that, you have to let go and teach people your blueprint so that they can do it for you. And you have to pay them properly.
Yep.
You have to pay them properly. So that was like, wow. We have our virtual studio audience in the building. Dee, she said, that's some good stuff. Yes, it is. So for those of you who are just tuning in right now, we have Jarvis Judah. He is a business coach, and he also helps businesses obtain funding. He also teaching us on what an entrepreneur is and what it isn't, and also giving us tangible things that we can do as business owners or those who are aspiring to become a business owner, what you need to do to lay your foundation solid, and some self-sabotaging things that we will normally do that hinder us from the growth and excelling beyond. Okay. So that was powerful in itself. So what I am going to do, T Swin in the building. He said facts. And by the way, FYI, everyone, if you heard the theme song when we first started our show, this is the musical artist and the producer behind the CTR Media Network song. So if you need a theme song or a jingle or whatever, you need to give him a call because he's absolutely amazing. That is the producer, okay, for the CTR. So thank you, and shout out. And go follow him on all social media platforms. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to talk some more about business and entrepreneurship. And I'm so grateful that you're being so transparent and really giving us all of these gems. So make sure that you follow Judah, because this is not the only place that he shares these gems. You need to follow him online. So we'll be back in a moment after this commercial break. CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows where we're booking right now? So go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today. And just like that, we are back, and he is just sharing so much amazing knowledge with us on today. I'm so grateful. But as we was in our commercial break, we had some more comments from our virtual studio audience chiming in. We have Miss Simmons. She said, wow, he's spitting. Yes, spitting knowledge. And we have She in the building. She said, if you have any questions, just put them in the comment chat. So this is all about us engaging and for you to be able to get some of the answers during this interview that you have been dying to ask. And then, of course, some things, you know, you have to get a consultation for because we just can't be.
I mean, if I'm on the show and you ask, I'm going to give it to you. I ain't holding it back.
Y'all better like, follow, share, and ask these questions. So with all that being said, you already explained to us about entrepreneurship, about how we need to outsource ourselves, basically duplicate ourselves multiple times in order to have the true definition of entrepreneurship. And you are a business coach. So we've been talking about all these different things, but the fact of the matter is he has dedicated his life to helping business owners scale up. I mean, a minimum of 6 figures and up, okay? And so Judah, just so we can put some respect on your name, just in case people rolling up on this show and don't know who you are, how many people have you coached?
Oh, shoot. I don't know at this point, to be 100% honest with you. I started out coaching when I was about 18 years old.
Mm-hmm.
People might not know Atlanta, but 107.9 to B103 the major radio stations in Atlanta. That's the big radio station. And so I bumped into a manager of one of the artists one day, and he saw me out on the restaurant at the time, and he really liked what I was doing. I was promoting music and really putting together shows, fashion shows, and different things like that. And he started having me like promote for the different artists and stuff at the radio station. And it was fun. I wasn't charging. I was just doing it. Then next thing you know, we put together a college that's in Atlanta. And so we put together the college, and I just started doing more and more things like that, helping people build music studios, helping people build, restaurants, all different types of companies. And I had been doing it for so long. And so one day I joined the military, and I was just got to my duty station. I was new. It was like the first week. I locked my keys in the car, and the guy who unlocked my car ended up, he wanted to help starting a trucking business. And I didn't know nothing about trucking, but I knew business. And so I was like, yeah, I can help you do that. So I showed him how to build his credit. I showed him how to structure his company and everything the right way. Helped to put together a business strategy for him. And I also went and got him business funding so he can fund his business. So he was able to start his company with no money out of his own pocket. And he was able to do 6 figures his first year, and he went on to make 7, and grew from there. But like I if I had to guess, I'll say I've at least mentored at least about 300, 400 entrepreneurs. It's just I don't even keep count no more.
Wow, that's amazing. And the fact that you're teaching them how to build it from the ground up. And one thing that stood out in my mind, what I heard you say, but you just said it so nonchalant because you don't even think about it like that. Literally, you giving people, business owners, the power to be able to fund their business without their own money. That statement, that sentence alone is life-changing, because most of us, when we start our business, we automatically put in our capital. We put our capital in. So the fact that you are not only helping business owners, but you're teaching them how to not use their money, use somebody else's money. That puts you in a different category from the jump, because you changed the mindset, and you took away the self-limiting beliefs, and you're showing them and you're showing us there is another way, a better way. You don't have to struggle starting your business. There are things out there that can actually help you. So I know that anybody that goes towards your coaching, they're actually being able to live their dreams out more quicker because they don't have to worry about the capital because they have it.
It is kind of fast. It's convenient. But the most important thing, more so than the capital, is the system. It's way more important. If you were to give a 13-year-old child $250,000, they're gonna blow it. And blow it quickly. It's gonna go so fast. And they're gonna have fun with that $250,000, but they're gonna definitely blow it. What people fail to realize is, in business, when you're first getting started, you're basically a 13-year-old. You're probably more like a 6-year-old. Most people don't know the difference between getting an LLC and being a sole proprietorship when they first starting out, switching over to an S corp, then switching over to a C corp. When is the right time? What tax advantages for what? And how much money do you need to net or whatever in order to switch to an S corp and it makes sense tax wise? Like, people don't know that, and this is a basic of business, right? This is elementary parts of business. And so, like, what happens a lot of times is if you get someone funding without the strategy, they're gonna blow the money. And the most important part of business is a strategy, because you can take someone who does not have any money, like, just say for instance, you take Jeff Bezos, right? Billionaire. If you take all his money away from him right now, and the connection, he can't call none of his friends, and you put, matter of fact, there's a show like that. We're not even gonna use just, but we're gonna use real people that's done it. They have a show called Undercover Billionaire, where they take billionaires or multi-millionaires, and they literally make them cut their hair off or do some crazy stuff, whatever, to make them look different. And they put them in the middle of nowhere where, most likely their audience is not there. And some of them are not popular anyway. Nobody knows them. And they become a millionaire again in like 90 days or 6 months, something like that. It's like 90 days, maybe 6 months. They literally go with $100 in their pocket with no connections. They can't call none of the old people, right? They got a brand new name, and they become a millionaire within like 3 months to 6 months.
Wow.
So it's not about the money. They start out with $100. And so the issue is most people think that if they had the money, that they can build a business, right? And that's not the truth. The truth is you don't have the money because you don't know how to build a business.
Exactly. And the key, I always try to pull those gems. The key, what you just said, which you never think about because you hear people always saying funding, capital, money, whatever you want to call it, same thing, right? But the systems allow you to be able to keep it and build it and scale it. So you can get the $250,000, but if you don't have the skills, the education behind it, like one thing that you have brought up that I think that we're going to dig a little bit deeper in is the difference between an LLC, a sole proprietor, an S corp, and what's the net that they need to have in order to transition into an S corp, because we know there's tax advantages from being an S corp versus an LLC. So let's jump on what is but you can talk about the LLC and the sole proprietor. So just break down those two because they're similar. So let's talk about what's the difference between the LLC or the sole proprietor.
Okay, so LLC is considered by the government a disregarded entity. When you disregard something, right, it pay no attention to it, right? It don't, I disregard it, don't exist to me, right? So LLCs technically are not real business entities. A sole proprietorship is basically you, like that's you. You are the sole proprietor. You are the business. They're not separate. So if you go file for a sole proprietorship, you and the business are the same. When you file if you have a 9 to 5 and you have your business, all the funds are matched together. They're one. There's no separation. Now, when you get an LLC, because it's a disregarded entity, you're able to file taxes as pretty much anything you want. And they give you several options. You have a sole proprietorship, which is automatic. When you get an LLC and you don't have a business partner, you're automatically filing taxes as a sole proprietorship. You have to send in special paperwork to the IRS to ask them to allow you to file as something else, right? So you're basically a sole proprietor when you get your LLC. Most people don't realize you're filing as a sole proprietor. Now, it's good to do that up until about $70,000 a year profit, not gross. So if you make $200,000, but you're not profiting none of it, it's not time to switch. But if the profit 70 grand or more a year, that's the time to switch over to an S corp. And what an S corp is, it separates you from your business. So you're still an LLC, but you're filing as an S corporation. And so what that does is you're able to pay yourself a salary, right? And you're taxed like a regular employee on that salary. You can have health benefits, Social Security, everything coming out of it just like a regular employee because you're working for your business. Now your business, whatever it has, is taxed separately from you. So for instance, if you want to reinvest all of your money back into your business so it can continue to grow, you can do that. But you still might want to buy a house for your family. So you got to show that you're making some money. So now that you're an employee, they love employees at the bank, right? So now that you're an employee, all of what you got going on is profit, it's taxable income. And so you say, hey, how much do I need to buy this $250,000 house, right? You go to ask the bank, oh, well, we want to see you making $55,000 a year. Okay, great. Pay yourself $55,000 a year from your business. And then the rest, all the money you make, you can keep on reinvesting that back into the company so it can continue to grow like you want it to.
And that's for the S corp. Yes. And what he just said with the LLC, like if you already have an LLC, that means you're a sole proprietor anyway. But once you make $70,000, not gross, net, mean profit, then you can switch on over to an S corp because it has different benefits. When you can start paying yourself, you become an employee, you can take out taxes, insurance, and all of that. And that will enable you to be able to purchase that additional buying power. If you want to purchase a house, hey, they love employees, like he said. Like I made $50,000 a year. Oh, let's go ahead and give you this loan. So this is the way, the strategic strategy way that he teach his students how to build a business, a real business. Okay, not a hobby, a real business that is sustainable. Okay, so we already broke down the LLC and the sole proprietor.
Now we're going to talk about escort. You just said that we need at least 70,000 profit in your pocket before you would advise people to switch over to an escort. So what benefits is there for an escort versus LLC?
I mean, the biggest thing is you pay less in taxes. That's the biggest thing. There's more of a corporate veil, so you're able to break yourself away from the business. So it just gives you more separation. That's another big benefit. But the biggest thing is, like, you save a lot of money in taxes. Like, when you start making enough money for it to make sense to get an escort or switch to an escort, at that point, like, you're just giving away money to Uncle Sam or whatever. And so if you can legally not give him all your money, then do that, And so the sole proprietor, because like with a company, there's certain things that you want to do with your business to make it grow, but it affects you personally if the only income you got is coming from your business. And so, like, when you're staying as a sole proprietorship, when you get your LLC, after a while, like when you want to buy a house, they're gonna be like, well, it shows that you didn't make a profit, right? And you're gonna keep doing that, but you're really just reinvesting all the money back into the business. You could profit if you didn't spend this money on marketing, or if you just didn't, buy a new company truck or a car or building, whatever it is. You could profit if you wanted to, but it will stagnate your growth. And so what you do is you just take the portion of income that you need to live on and pay yourself as an employee, and it allows you to still be able to do the normal things that a person want to do, like, get a car, finance a property, or do whatever it is, and it's fine. You have your own personal income, and then if you want to keep on like reinvesting the company, showing no profit, so it continue to grow, you're able to do that.
Awesome, that's powerful. So I have a question. I just got a text message that actually asks this question. You guys, y'all can type it in the chat. Y'all don't have to text. We live, okay? But they actually asked the question. So can a person with an LLC pay themselves like an escort?
Yes. So you can pay yourself with your so when you get an LLC, again, it's just different ways you file taxes, right? So you're automatically a sole proprietorship when you first get your LLC and you get your EIN number. You're automatically considered a sole proprietor unless you ask to be otherwise. You also can be a partnership if you have a partner, obviously, right? You can be an S corp, or you can file as a C corp. So those are the four that you get a chance to choose from. And so, yes, you can pay yourself. Speak with your tax accountant. But yes, you can pay yourself and everything like that. It's very wise to pay yourself and be able to keep those things separate. You definitely want to have a business account and a personal account. And so whatever you want to pay yourself salary wise, you can just throw that over there to your personal.
Okay, you guys, listen. When he say business account, he ain't talking about a personal account that you decide to use for business. He talking about a real business account, which means that you have to go to your bank and give them proof that you are an entity. They want to see your articles, or declaration, or whatever it is. That you got to put ID, because sometimes you guys get some bad information. So he's not talking about you taking a personal saying, well, this is for business. No. It has to be a business account. We have someone in our virtual studio audience says, great. Oh, Ellie says, great information. Thank you for tuning in. Remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe. So you can pay yourself with an LLC, but you want to make sure that he advised you to get the information from your tax advisor, okay, to how to structure and how to do it. Of course, once you start getting over that threshold of $70,000 profit or more, it will be wise, even though we're not tax advisors and all that, but it will be wise for you to go over to an escort because of the tax advantages that an escort provide versus an LLC. Basically, you're going to be able to keep more money in your pocket, and you'll be able to do more things, less taxes, more things you can do with the capital. Or the funds that you're actually getting in. So all of that was incredibly powerful in the lease. And I heard you say escort, which I know, C corp.
So C corp, they need to wait until they making money first, and then they just get a team to help them with that. It is way more complicated, and if you're not making the $70,000 your profit, you're probably not ready for a C corp.
Well, you heard it here first. So don't even think about the C. Don't think about the C if you don't have the S.
Make a little money first.
So welcome. Okay, all of that is incredible when you think about the steps. So it's like a ladder. So when you broke this down, the LLC and the sole proprietor, that's like the first level, the first step. And then once you get to that next threshold, you step on the next level, that is the S corp. And once you get to that threshold, then you do the C corp. But listen, you guys, you can't go to the S corp and the C corp and you being a solo doing everything yourself. You the CEO, you the code. This is when you have to make sure you have these systems in place, this automation, that structure with that business coaching. Because listen, don't go in there blind, because you're dealing with taxes and all of that, and you want to make sure you have that right with qualified individuals. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment with Judah. I know, you guys, this has been a lot of great information. I know all you're going to be watching the replay on this one right here, this because he really giving you, it's you're getting a taste of what it is to be one of his students for his coaching academy. So if he's giving you all of this information like this right now, imagine how it is to be in his academy. That's food for thought for you to think about while we take this commercial break. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
And just like that, we are back with the amazing business coach, Jarvis Judah. He's been like really pouring into you tonight. You can really see that he lives what he says, where he made a decision to dedicate his life to helping business owners truly build lasting legacies for their families by having the structure in place that can outlive your life and my life. All right. And so with all that being said, that is ultimately what all of us want. If you ever start to become an entrepreneur or you have a desire, you want this to be able to carry on for hundreds and hundreds of years. But in order for you to do that, you have to have, like he said, proper mentorship. You have to have the systems in place, and you need to make sure you're in the room with the right people that can help you as you scale. They need to know more than you, and we have to learn to let go. We have to learn to let go. This is not a baby. This is the business. We got to learn to let go and teach people so that we can duplicate ourselves, so we can take ourselves out of the scenario. So that is just a recap of just some of what we actually went through on this particular episode. So right now, what we're going to talk about is how we can actually build a team. Many people saying, well, how can I build a team? But before we do that, I need to read. We have so many comments coming in from our virtual studio audience, and I want to give you guys some love because I appreciate you tuning in live and actually engaging with us. So we have Ellie. She says she in Chuck E. Cheese listening, wishing, and watching at Chuck E. Cheese. So I want to tell you, I know how noisy Chuck E. Cheese is. So thank you so much for tuning in and watching. Remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe. She said she got her notebook in Chuck E. Cheese. So that is a mama on a journey, okay? She is on a mission. She spending time with her children, and she getting her knowledge in at the same time. So thank you for sharing. Thank you for tuning in. We also have Multifarious Studios. He actually asked a question. What legacy do you want to leave the world, Judah?
So for me, I just want to I just want to give people that look like me a chance in the future. Other people are figuring out ways to build civilizations on Mars in the next 20 years, and we can't even figure out how to be civilized on Earth.
Oof.
And so, I feel like education is one of the key things that can help us change as a people. I think we're very talented, but we have little ownership uh, in the things that we're talented at. So how much land do we own? When you go grocery shopping, who owns the grocery store? When you go buy your hair, who made the products that you're putting in your hair? Or the bottles that those products go in, food that you eat. And so like as a people, we own very little in this world. And it's not because we don't have the finances. African Americans are the 10th richest nation in the whole world, nation, like of people. So if you just took only African Americans, add up all the money they make, and take any nation in the world with the 10th richest.
Wow.
But yet we don't have anything in our own community. We don't have our own, civilization set up. We don't have, grocery stores. Name one grocery store that's on the size of Publix, Walmart, Whole Foods, any Kroger's that we own.
True.
So I want to help build better businesses for our people so that they can, build something, build our own Wall Streets and different things like that back up so that we can have a fighting chance, so that we can, have our own cars. You can go buy Toyota, Ford, all these other cars, Chevy, where's the African American car at? We can't even drive our own vehicles. Even when you make a shirt, your logo may be on it, but who actually made the cotton, the shirt? Like,
wow. That's like Multifarious said, that's facts. And so right now, this is not just about business. We tapping into life. We tapping into mindset development. We tap into self-limiting beliefs. We tapping into helping your talent, your skill work for you and surpass your life, and thinking outside of yourself, outside the box. Why don't we have this? Okay. And thinking about how can we obtain it as a people. From our virtual studio audience, Nicole said he really broke it down. Yes, he did. Kelly actually said, let's see, Kelly said, got it. Okay, so remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe. So we need to really, because we put more money, African Americans, people, melanated individuals, we put more money in the economy. I mean, at a minimum, 1 trillion, not million, not billion, trillion each year. That's why everybody markets to us, because we have developed the mentality as a whole to be the consumers and not the producers. And it's not because we don't have the skill, it's because it's a disconnect. And so individuals like Judah and other individuals that come together to try to teach us how to be able to do this, so that we can start keeping more of the income within our communities, and then it can start outsourcing and doing stuff with other people. We don't have that. As soon as we get the money in our hand, it's going out. And so this is going to take some work. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some leaders and people that's coming forward. And you need to get yourself in his mentorship. You need to get yourself in his classes, because he can actually help us with this, along with other people that are doing this. So this is something that will make you kickstart all of you to start thinking differently. All of us, and that includes me too. I'm not exempt. So including all of us to think differently and know that we can. Okay, we can do it. So in regards to building a business, how do you feel? How can I say this? Can you give us maybe a couple tips on how we can build a team?
So when it comes to building a team, you don't want to just hire people just to hire people. You hire people in positions that you need the most at that time. So I'll give you an example. When you first start your business, let's just say you're, I don't know, making $5,000-6,000 a month, maybe, so you're still struggling. You still probably got to have a job, because though you make $5,000-6,000 a month in your business, you got to spend it on business expenses, a lot of it. So you're not, really profiting a lot. And so, so your business is still almost like a side hustle at that point. So what you have to start doing is trading, your money for other people's time. So you got to ask yourself, okay, what are some things that I need to get done, even though I got to clock in still right now? I can't be physically at my business doing these things. So, sales is an important part of your business. So somebody could be selling while you're at work. They'll be very helpful.
Yeah.
Because things that increase your revenue. Marketing would be a very important hire. So I would say probably two of your first 3 hires would be marketing and sales. Somebody that can market your company, somebody that can help you increase your sales. And if they're not doing a good job, then fire them quick. You need to be slow to hire and quick to fire. Right? So it's the same thing in relationships too. You get with a guy, he ain't no good. You need to figure that out quick. Like, be slow to get him your digits, slow to be able to do anything with him, and quick to get rid of him. Like, look for them red flags quick. You see a red flag, bye. The red flags can be showing up on the first date. The first 2 y'all talking like, get rid of them quick while you before you fall in love. But the same with the business, before you start like getting attached to the people that working for you. If they're not producing, hey, y'all on the internship. That's why interns are for. You're on internship. You're on a trial basis. And another thing, speaking of interns, you can go to your local colleges. You have your LLC, different things like that. Maybe you can't afford employees right now. Go to the local college, get them an internship. They're going to get a grade for working for you. So you can get somebody to work for you part-time, 20 hours a week, 25 hours a week. And if you got a fun job, they probably going to actually like doing it, right? And so, you you need some marketing, go to the local college and find a marketing major, right? And now they're coming to you instead of going to class, and they're able to work and apply their marketing skills. Go and find a business major to be your salesperson. And now they're working for you. And then you tell them, hey, this could turn into a job. You're good at it. I'm going to give you a percentage of commissions, whatever, right? And so, so they're getting the grade and working for you, and you're able to get free labor out of that. And so, you can go start out building your workforce with, paid interns. I still like to give them a little something, but you ain't got to do much. It's an internship. And but the biggest thing is, like, as you start to build your business, start thinking about the things that you hate doing the most. Because it's draining your energy, right?
Yes.
So, like, ask yourself, be like, man, what are some things, like, if I would just have so much more mental clarity if I wasn't doing this particular thing right here. Like, there'll be another hire. Take somebody to take that thing out. It might be responding to emails. It may be posting on social media. It be anything. That thing for you is just like, oh my God, it just drags your day. And if you can get rid of that thing, now you got you're more uplifted. Your spirit is higher. And like give your team KPIs. I don't know if I have it right here at my desk, but if I do, I'll show it to you. If not, I'll tell you about it. Yeah, I don't see them right here on my desk. So what KPIs are key performance indicators. So whenever I hire someone, one, I put them through 3 interviews. Before they get they go to 2 interviews before they get to meet at all. But, so you pick out the weeds. But when they finally get hired and I finally bring them on, they're on a probationary period. They're on probation. They can get fired any day. All right. And so I give them key performance indicators. These are the things that I want you to accomplish, right? So say if it's sales, I need you to close at a 70% close rate. And I can tell them that because I personally close at 88%. If I'm on a phone call with you, you got an 88% chance of buying something from me today. You better buy, that, right? And so I don't ask my people to do 88%. I ask them to do 70, right? And so, and I'm like, hey, because I get on the phone and I close some of the deals they couldn't close. So I'm like, and I don't want to be better at my team. I want somebody to be closing at 95% and just put me to shame. I ain't been able to find it. Sometimes you're better at selling your own stuff because people know you. But I give them key performance indicators so they know what to expect. You can't expect people to read your mind. You know, so they know if they ain't closing at this rate, or they're not posting this many times on social media, or the social media is not getting this many likes or shares or DMs or whatever your things that you want, they should know exactly what they're trying to accomplish. You know, how many customers they got to speak to, how many flyers they got to hand out, whatever your business do, how many shirts they got to sew and stitch together. Because they're not going to know, how can I determine my success or failure? You know, and so as long as you got those KPIs in order, as long as they're doing it, they're doing a good job, and they do above that. So I have exceptional, meaning that they do above and beyond. I have like the minimum, and then anything below you're a danger to get fired.
Well, listen, you guys, he just broke down how to structure your team, and again, it went right on back to the structure, writing things out, getting it out of your head and writing it down so individuals know what's required of them and what you expect. You can't expect anyone to read your mind. You need to have these KPIs in place so that they can have something tangible they can pull from, and also you, because at the end of the day, no matter what kind of business you're in, you need the data, you need the analytics, you need something tangible, because if you're getting sponsorships, you're getting brand partnerships, or whatever the case may be, affiliation with other businesses, that's important. That's important. Okay. Like I tell my people, data equals dollars, point blank, because people want to know what they're getting. And then when it goes further than that, you want to know what's expected of you, so it won't be a breakdown of communication. And so that's part of that communication that needs to be had. We have some comments from the virtual studio audience. She said, "We love Coach Judah." And Connie Green, Dr. Connie said, "Hello, Dr. Hey, how you doing? Thank you for tuning in." And so that was powerful in itself, and why it's important. And it went all the way back to the sales and marketing. He also just dropped it down, just in case you missed it. I'm going to reiterate, for those of you who need a team, but right now you may not be able to afford a team, you can also reach out to local colleges, because if you are a legal entity, LLC, we ain't talking about you saying you a business and selling stuff out your trunk of your car. Now, I ain't shading y'all, but we talking about legal stuff. So when you go to the college, you'll be able to get interns in marketing, whatever it is that you're looking for. You look in that particular major to find that person, because they can actually get credit for working for you, and it can be free, or in most cases, if somebody giving you something, you can give the college student a little bit of money, because you know they need to buy their little ramen noodles, their little snacks and stuff like that. So you don't want to just not give them, especially if they performing good. You want to show them that you appreciate them, even though you get them for free, but you want to show them how much you appreciate them, and they could eventually work for you according to their performance or whatever you decide to do. So it would be remiss if I did not bring this up. So for those of you who are for individuals or entrepreneurs that's interested in funding, and what is the basic credit score that a person needs to have in order to obtain funding?
A 680 credit score or higher, and they want to have a decent credit profile, meaning they ain't got no back child support, that they ain't paid in 15 years, and you know they ain't got no foreclosure, anything like that crazy going on the credit profile. So 680 and a good profile.
Okay. So for those of you who are looking for that, you need to have a minimum of 680, and you don't need to have all that other stuff on your report. Okay. But say, for example, some people do have a foreclosure, or they have, some of that things. Is there something that you can do in order to help them clean it up, and then they can apply?
And then I can do, because I don't clean credit. But there are credit repair companies out there. 25 credit repair is good. Credit Respect with a K. They're real. They're awesome. 25 credit repair. They're based out of Texas. There's another one, a CTR Financial. I'm actually in I'm not meeting with them, but they're going to the same conference I'm going to tomorrow, and everything like that. So I seen them on there. They're real good. So if you look up like Lex, the CEO, LEX, the CEO on Instagram, or 25 Credit Repair on Instagram, and then one of my favorite guys is Pardon My Truth. Like, just pardon me, pardon my truth. Those companies right there, they do great credit repair and everything like that, and they got different price ranges.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing that and giving some recommendations so you guys have a little homework to go figure out which one you want to do after you do your own due diligence on after you read reviews and all that, and you decide which company you want to go with. Multifarious said fire information. Also, I want to know this. You have been coaching and helping business owners obtain funding, and also just like you said, building a strategy behind it so that they can truly be an entrepreneur. Okay. So how many millionaires have you made or
I would
created?
say made. I think
Created.
sales, but I worked with. I said like that.
Okay.
I've worked with about 4 at this point. Or whatever. I won't say made.
Or well, I can say assist or help.
I assisted
Yeah,
about 4 at this point. And different things like that. For the longest, I only worked with people who are already wealthy, and I helped them get more wealthy. And I felt unfulfilled. I said like that, doing that. And so just like right before the pandemic, one of my employees was like, Judah, you be giving so much game. You go to the college, you mentor students, and nobody ever gets to see this stuff. And like literally one of my employees that I helped her build it. She built a 6-figure business while working for me, right?
Wow.
Yeah. So she was like, you need this. People need to see this. And I was like, well, what? How? You know what you want me to do? She was like, you need to get on social media. I was like, nah. I'm like, nah, I ain't doing it. But she said she wanted me to try it, so I tried out Facebook first. It was cool. But they on the personal page they stop your growth at like 5,000. So 5,000 so fast. And then but I was trying to learn how to do it on the business page, and it was all weird. And I was like, I don't like that. And so I got on YouTube or whatever, and just trying to learn the algorithm and the quality that you got to put out as far as production. It took a lot of work or whatever, and it's a long-term thing. So then I tried Instagram, and Instagram just shot up instantly. I was like, okay, this might be the one I might ride with for a little while. Now I circle back, on the other one. And so like a lot of people have been like really, really growing. I mentor right now, I don't know, maybe about 7 or 8 millionaires or whatever. And they're young millionaires too, which I like 32 and below. And so I'm constantly working with them, helping them scale up. And hopefully I get some people that go from 7 figures to 8.
Wow, you will. So the question probably in everybody's head, so do he work with ones who not millionaires, or can he help someone scale up to 6 figures if they put in the work?
Yes. But because of what happened with IG growing so fast, I learned that I tried to mentor everyone. And it just didn't work out because I couldn't hold anyone accountable the right way. Yeah. So the system that I put in place now, I'm basically duplicating myself. So I pick different industries, and I find at least a minimum 6 figures, but I look for at least 7 figures, but at a minimum 6 figures. I would much prefer 7-figure entrepreneur. But basically I start working with them and I get to know them. It's all about the spirit first for me, and then the income second. And so basically I work with different entrepreneurs in different realms. We're talking about Airbnb, flipping homes, because I've been doing business development for so long. So car dealerships, trucking companies, like just all kind of stuff, right? And credit repair companies. And now what I'm doing, I'm helping them put together coaching programs under the Business Course Academy umbrella. And so now they're able to mentor you on that specific thing. Because when I did general mentorship.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests.
What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
Hi, my name is Brittany D, also known as Dr. Fashion. I am the CEO and founder of Creator Life. We are an all-in-one creative marketing agency. We manage influencers. We have content.
We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and I want to personally invite you to be a featured guest on our show. Our show is all about motivating you, sharing knowledge, having uplifting conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We introduce you to some of the most amazing standout entrepreneurs and influencers that are truly making a positive impact in the world. It is your time to shine, and we are helping you do that. So what I want you to do is just click the link in the description below so that you can be a featured guest on our show. Because guess what? It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow, but on the Tina Ramsey Show. CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows where we're booking right now? So go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.
Just to see a brighter side, 'cause I've been working all my life just to make it.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Happy Black History Month, everybody. I hope that you're learning something out of the norm when it comes down to this month. And just remember, it's not only a month, this is 365. I know that I'm just taking time to pay homage to my family because they made me who I am. So just being grateful and thankful that I come from Black, strong persons. And again, I can be that Black, strong person in society today. So again, 365 celebration over here in this corner. All right. Y'all, this platform just ceased to amaze me. I just am just in giddiness and awness all the time when I talk about this platform on the Michael Finkley Show. It has been truly a blessing these almost 2 years that I've been doing this, and just meeting new people and hearing their stories and just listening to your comments, reading your comments, and taking the show to level after level after level. It's just been amazing. And when I reached out to this individual to have them on, and they said yes, my heart fell into my drawers again because they saw something in me and the platform that we do here, and they wanted to talk with us. So I'm so glad that they decided to do that. I'm talking about funny man, comedian, Grammy-nominated comedian and actor, Lavelle Crawford. It was an honor just to chat with him and see what he has been through, what he went through to get to the point where he is now, and now can add a title to his name forever, Grammy nominated, and hopefully Grammy winner when that time comes. So again, he just lays it all down on the line. I see him more now as a three-dimensional figure. Because you see him on television, you only see one side of them, but when you sit down and have a conversation with them, that makes the difference. So I hope you enjoyed this interview because I know I did. I laughed and I thought, and again, just inspirational and also life-changing for me as well. But I'll tell you all that later, okay? Enjoy the interview. Lavelle Crawford, everyone. We'll be right back. Coming up, funny man himself is here, Lavelle Crawford. Don't you go away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Utebu. I'm a Nigerian actor, popularly known as the industry in Nollywood. And you are watching Michael Finkley Show.
Are you ready for hip hop and soul? Introducing the hip hop and soul duo, MC Squared. They chat with us about how they got started, their album release, and so much more. It's a show you don't want to miss. Next Finkley. Finkley Friday. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, my next guest, y'all, he is a comedian and an actor. Y'all know who he is. He is Lavelle Crawford. Lavelle, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for having me, man. I'm glad my Zoom working out. 'Cause my wife, she real against technology. So our Wi-Fi, we don't turn it on in the house. They put in electromagnetic waves. So I got you on this little cord, and it would take it all day for this sucker to warm up. It warm up like an old Chrysler. Take all day for it to kick in. And I'm like, my computer, it wanted to act like a Commodore 64. I was like, Lord have mercy. This man said it's like gonna take all the way. That's why I got in here early trying to get the Zoom together. My computer got Alzheimer's. Did you say
Alzheimer's?
Yeah, it's like, did you say Zoom or Zoom? You know, dumbass computer. How you a computer? I'm gotta help you out. Got 14 half a bits of memory. That's it. I said, man, I gotta get my shit together. How long I'm gonna nominate for a Grammy, but I ain't got quality computer.
But bro, that's the thing though. You here though. You are here.
Yeah.
We chat.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk it up. We're gonna chat up. We're gonna have some fun too. So I gotta ask the major question that's on everybody's mind. Like, when did you know that you were funny?
Oh man, I guess when I kept on telling people my problems and they were laughing at them, you know, I was just trying to explain stuff to them, you know, trying to be serious. And so it's like I can't be. They be thinking I'll be playing, and I guess it's the way I say it, and people just start laughing. I be telling them, you know, I got a black toenail. I need some help. And they like, let me see, what you doing with a black toenail? You spill chocolate on it, I think something wrong with it. I need some help, And and that's a nightmare, because like Red Fox, he played so much. When he had a heart attack, they thought he was playing, and I was like, Lord, I hope that don't happen to me. I mean, I want to go out in my deathbed, but I won't be 80 years old. But if I ain't dead yet, I'll be playing. If I'm asleep, he playing. His ass, yeah. Like, wait a minute, ain't no put cover on me. I can't move.
You go for real. No, you go for real. How old were you when you realized that, like, I can make people laugh for real?
I don't know. I think I was like about 13, man, because I started making people laugh, so I wouldn't get my ass whooped. I could fight all right, but your mama put you. My mama was the only woman in the neighborhood had a job. Everybody else got them food stamps, so they hated on her. And she's out there, that real independent woman because she was raised that way, So they, I come on with an Oxford with a little polo on it, a little chunky cat too. They trying to whip my ass. Yeah, like, hey, where'd you get that from? And then they, and I was more of a friendly guy. I was the happy, nice little chunky. The kids they would draw for Sesame Street or something. I was humble, and I thought I watched good things like Mickey Mouse Club. So you see Spider-Man, you want to be a superhero, but I wasn't no violent kid. Some of these kids lived the street. They saw their mom get whooped by they not real daddy. You know what I'm saying? They went through some stuff. So, I tried to be funny. It was tough ass gals and tough ass dudes. So I would get my ass whooped on both sides. So I had to become hilarious, And then I wound up knew that I was strong when I could fight. Then when I went, I got my size on, then I started whooping ass. Before that, I would tell a joke, trying to keep, I'm making people laugh, whatever stupid ass shit I could get away with, I think that's when I started just being funny, just finding ways of twisting things. I made my mom, when I got out of ass whooping for a progress report because I made her laugh, I said, oh man, I got something.
I can do this.
Yeah, I thank you, Lord. I said, hey, man, I got an F, but check this joke out.
When you said that at some point in your life, you're like, comedy is where it's at. How was the support for you? Were people on board with it? Where they were like, no, you can do something else?
No, I'm black, man. Ain't nobody on board. People are more supportive to somebody who ain't talented. You know what I'm saying?
True. That's true.
Yeah. Somebody who suck, that kid that can't play a lick of basketball, can't hit a home run, can't do his Easter speech, he's studying all through his spitting on shit. He gone, baby. You gonna do it, baby. But here's somebody come up and you do real well. Yeah, you better have. You know, you better have. But this badass don't do everything right. He still got a D in math. D, damn, this hit a home run. You know, hell with all that. But people support. They want to, especially black folk. We want to support the underdog. You know, not if that underdog start being a winner or a big dog, we start hating. You know, so I had a lot of. My mom supported me, but she didn't come until I got funny. And then when she came, she said she was cringing because she didn't want me to get booed. You know, she thought that people were gonna boo me. But when she seen me go up there being funny, she was like, "Damn, I didn't even know you had it in you like that." And, you know, and that was a moniker for my seal of approval, confirmation.
Right.
That, you know, maybe I got something. You know, so I think, you know, and after that, you know, I think when I first started, it was my uncle, like, he just don't want to work. He don't know. And then they, you know, black folks ain't never got to do nothing to know about it. Black people know about sharks. Yeah, you better not get in that water with them sharks. They gonna eat your ass up. Have you been bit by a shark? No, I don't go by the water. But I watch it on the news, you know. And black folks like, yeah, you get in that comedy, they get on drugs, they be out there, be on the street, they be homeless, they on there, that Hollywood bit. I said, you been an actor? No, but I've seen movies. You know, but they'll get you scared, but they'll never give you encouragement. But I had one cousin, my cousin Lamorne, God rest his soul. He was my you know, my gay cousin, you know, but he was my cousin, he was my boy. And I left him. I ain't care if he was gay or not, because he was good looking. So he always got the girls to come over to the car. And you know, once they get in that car, I had the mouthpiece. He had the looks, and I had the mouthpiece. So I talk him in the backseat while he eating on the popcorn up and watching the movie. He didn't care about it too much. So I think he used to come to all my shows at open mic. And he would bring all his crew with him. It would be a bunch of gay dudes. They thought I was gay. I wasn't gay, but my cousin is. But he loved me, you know. And they be dressed to the nines. Be up there. That's my boy. They be laughing hard. They be looking at me crazy. I said, shit, I don't care. He was family, you know. And he came to all my shows. And then after that, once people found out about my family started hearing about me. Then everybody wanted to, you know. My mama supported me, my cousin supported me first, but then, you know, everybody kind of, you know, after they see me win a contest, oh shit, he might be doing all right.
Yeah. And you're doing better than all right.
Yeah, I'm blessed now, you know, that was like 40 years ago, you know, but you know, now, you know, it's all, yeah, my nephew or my cousin.
Right.
Yeah, you know, the vehicle. And then my sister will try to downplay it. I mean, he got his life, we got our life. But they don't tell the truth. They be flying the shows and coming out there, you know, and I put them on payroll so they can sell a t-shirt so they can be part of the thing, just want to come out and kick it, you know. But you know how it is.
Yeah. I get you. I get you. People just come out of woodworks too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But them to come out of woodwork, they don't get no love, you know.
Oh man, but as we see that you've been doing this for a long time, and also too when it comes down to your health, you decided to get better, get healthier. What caused that? What triggered that?
Oh man, I mean life, you know, I mean, I got a beautiful wife. I mean, and, you know, I really, you know, I guess, you know, I could have God in it all day. You know, Jesus is my savior. You know, our cousin talk like men. When it comes down to God, I whoop your ass on, you know. But my wife, you know, and the Bible say you find a wife, you find a good thing. And, you know, and with my wife, I got blessed with her. She got me more in the church than I was. I was already going to church, but, you know, I found out, you know, I was out there living this sin, and I got married. And then I was blessed with my little boy. And, you know, and I thought once you get married, you ain't got to be on that track to have to be attractive. But then you think about, damn, man, I'm going to die from a heart attack, and I'm going to leave this woman who gave her life to me to take care of her and love her, and she loved me back. Blessed with a child. I'm gonna leave her hanging, and then I said, damn, I love myself too much. I mean, because people call you all kind of names, you chunky, always got some kind of think the fat people are so unhealthy, and I said, I have to do something because I got this beautiful boy. I have to be in his life and give him the treasures, the gems that I can give him. If I can't, I'm gonna give him generational wealth, but also I'm gonna give him generational mental wealth, and give him every insight I can, and I got to be around to do that, and then he want to play basketball and stuff like that. And, daddy guys, I was a chunky dude, but I moved, and I still, people could always doubt big brothers, and I was not one of the ones you better doubt. And I've always been, right, you know what I'm saying? But they think we slow or we can't do it. We carry this weight around, but like leg weight. We know, right? Yes. I mean, we like to eat, nigga, but we can get down. You wouldn't have no Super Bowl if it wasn't for big brothers on the team. So, yeah. But so in that mentality scheme, I said, man, let me get some. Take care. My baby sister actually was one that inspired me because I wanted to do weight loss surgery, but when I found out this one cat, he was an actor. You see him on Martin. He was a big dude, and I think his name was Chris. I'm trying to think, but he went and had the weight loss surgery because he just wanted to try to do his own weight. But back then, I guess the medical field wasn't ready for it, and the brother wound up dying on the table. I was like, oh shit! I said I go the other way. I cleansed. I went on like 24, 25 days without eating like 3 times. I did exercise, did the boot camps, I did everything, and I'm trying to find my way. And then my baby sister, she said, I'm gonna have weight loss surgery. My high blood pressure, I'm almost diabetic, boom. And I was diabetic. I was having some bad moments with diabetes because I wouldn't give up some sweets and stuff. And then her ass went and had it, and I just seen her looking great. And I asked her a million questions. And then the DJ Big Boy had it also. But I didn't want to go that hard. And then they had an alternative with the gastric sleeve. And I said, maybe that one, and I looked into it. I researched because I think people always should do research. I always research everything. People don't never they want to just jump into something. Oh, because and it's not, and like the doctor said, it wasn't no silver bullet. I wasn't gonna kill it, but what it did for me is I was already on a healthy track. I was always athletic. I've been doing jiu-jitsu for 9 years. I've been in boxing. I was an athlete. I played football. We did it all. So I knew how to stay on a path. I just had to watch my diet because you can go back. And once I lost the weight and I started moving better, I felt better. And, I looked better. I ain't really do it for, aesthetics. I just did it because, I felt better. And once you feel better, you do better. You know what you can do. You move different. You also change the mode of operations, how you deal with people. You don't always lose weight just with your weight and poundage and inches. You lose weight with people who you deal with. Your surroundings even get smaller. You get thinner. It's like the road manager I had, he was like a brother to me, but we wound up falling out when I lost weight because he used to do devious stuff. And since I, go get something to eat, go to sleep, go tell my jokes, just go get something to eat, hear what I'll be mad, but I let it slide. But once the food wasn't the obstacle or the substitute, I eat a little bit now, I eat some good food, but I don't, I could go a whole day without eating, but once I get hungry, I eat a little bit. And it's enough. I don't sit up and let's go to Burger King. Shit, let me get 4 Whoppers. Let me go to Cracker Barrel. Give me that, that hash brown casserole, double French fries, and 5 pieces of that catfish. Give me double jelly on that something, bitch. That's how I used to be. Give me, man, I ain't got no cheese on my eggs. I need a little more cheese. And what my sweet tea? That's sweet. Better get pretty sugar over here. Let me do my own. And once you took that out, you look and say, man, it ain't like people always say you changed. most of the time it don't be you. And that's the truest fact I ever heard. The people around you change. Everybody changed. You know, my family, we all eat healthy. Our house look like Whole Foods. They juice. They do more than me. Some of the I be like, man, we ain't got to do all that shit today, But it helped people around me. I inspired a lot of people that I didn't even know that I was inspiring. My boy wound up having it, Roman Merritt, and he looked great. I mean, he dropped the weight off, and it was a competition thing. He didn't want me to get smaller than him, and he's still looking big, and then everybody, But whatever, I don't do it right. I don't do nothing for nobody but to make myself better. But if I inspire people, even when I talk to them, I said I don't do it for prestige. I don't help people out for prestige. I didn't gave away thousands of dollars. Your ass will never know who I gave it to, because I don't want these Negroes to be on videos taping shit that I do. I don't care about that, because God gave it to me. I thank God I am the lender instead of the borrower. And that's a blessing. My wife give me that. We look at that, and we look at our life, and our life has been blessed every day from that. So, that's when I went on that weight loss journey. That journey, was needed. And my one thing my road manager that I fired said was real. Nobody can really sit up here and say they live two different lives. The bigger guy from there, because like I tell people, being a comedian, strange enough, on stage, I was confident as a lion. I was a tiger on stage, and I still am. But off stage, I would go into that little insecure, fat shell. Like, now that I'm off that stage, everybody looking at me a different way. They coming up to me, oh, you want to eat? Now I got to get defense. Like, fuck you, I ain't hungry. So now it's almost like I go into the shell. Before I got married, I look at the girls, and I know they didn't want to be with me, but I still, once I get my confidence, I would walk up. I ain't afraid. But for a minute though, that part of me was crazy, man. It was like, now, I didn't became a man that I am now from the weight loss. I didn't stepped into the real man. That shell then came off, and now you got a man, fearless to the nines.
Fearless to the nine. I love it.
I call all day long, and they know my family first, and nothing that this world could do to me, because I got a guy behind me. I got the creator behind me. I am fearless. There's nothing I'm afraid of.
That's it, Lavelle, right there. Transitions, and that has been a great transition for you, because it's affected all of your being, and that's the way it's supposed to do to make you better, right?
Next, Lavelle tells us what he wants to do after comedy. Don't you miss it. Back in a moment.
This is Michelle Ryder from The Circle Season 3, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Colors. What the? Oh, God. Yeah, right, Marine. So I guess we don't stand for colors, huh? I'm sorry. I was starving. What was you eating on anyway? Let me put you on. This that Lucy's hoopie pie. Okay. Hey, but before you go, Marine, what can I get me one of those? Oh, at all the Super Target locations, Sergeant. Okay. And where can you get your chart sheet at in the morning? On your desk. As long as we track it.
And you think about how we live today. They can make up something, and you looking outside now. This is how black we are now. We can see. We got TVs, we got video, we got these fucking phones that tape all the shit. But those same people still be like, oh, well, and it's almost like people are blind with their eyes wide open. And the thing about it is, it scares me. That's why, because when I seen churches close down, I thank God for my preacher. My pastor, he owned his church because some of the cats bought and paid for it. And then, when you gonna close down, so you think these people gonna really trust God when you close? They think it's all over.
Yeah.
Some of these people follow the preacher. And it got scary out here, man. And I just turned to God, man, and God been delivering me. And this is when you should be really strong in your faith. And then I don't judge nobody. You do what you want to do. You choose to serve God the way you serve. The thing about it is, man, I got closer to him. And I had wrote on my vision board, I said, let me get closer to you. And he told me how to get closer. And that lockdown, I got super close to him more and more because he had to come and talk to me, and he be talking to me on so many different levels to the point like I said, I know we did, you interview me, I talk a lot, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. This is some good stuff. Go on, bro.
But listen, like they right, like 2020 was a rough year for everybody. But when them doors opened up for them comedy clubs, I got in my car and I drove to every city I could, doing all of it. During the pandemic, I said, hell yeah. And then we set up to shoot a special. God was so good, he made the special happen during the pandemic, during the thick of it, And this one that's nominated for a Grammy. Thank God for Comedy Dynamics and Brian Volkwise and the CAA and all those guys. And we went and shot it in Tempe, Arizona. I wanted to shoot it in Houston, where we were down here in Texas. They was the club was open, Jack. We were fearless here. Bring COVID in here, goddamn it! I got a 45. I'll take on that goddamn COVID, And I was hoping we could come down here and do it because that'd have been just on another level. But where we did it was great. My son introduced me. It was a beautiful setting.
Wow.
Huh?
I said, oh, wow.
Yeah. If you watch it, my little boy my 11-year-old comes out who wants to be an actor and all that. And he came out and introduced me. It was a wonderful moment. The special was fantastic. And then it got nominated. And I think it got nominated because I kept my honest feelings. I didn't come out trying to be afraid. I didn't come out trying to work for a company that ain't giving me a damn check. I didn't come out to do that. I didn't come out to start anything. I came out as Lavelle Crawford.
Right.
Because that's how Lavelle Crawford is. Lavelle Crawford got in trouble in elementary school because I ain't believe the teacher. I ain't listen to her ass because I knew she didn't have my back. I got in trouble, and I didn't know if my mom was going to come and help me out. I got my ass paddled because my mouth going to run. I got my ass threw off the church bus. I've been a person who, and those people who God always picked up, if you look at them disciples, and one of God's disciples was a shit disturber. For real, all of them was shit disturbed. Paul, he had to knock Paul off the mule. Yeah, man, why you persecuting me, Paul? Paul was a gangster. So you think about everything you look at, because God's children are rebels. And then sometimes you have to be there, and he'll protect you. Because you always knows about that bad kid, that kid that get in trouble. His mama was like, you going to stay with me. I'm going to make sure you all right, because I know your ass. Y'all what? No, you going with me. And I used to get in trouble. My mama used to make me go with her. I used to get to go do some fun shit because she didn't want me to make her embarrassed. You ain't gonna be embarrassed. No, you just go with me to the restaurant. Ooh, I wanted to go to the restaurant anyway. So I look at that as the aspect of, you gotta always stay on that faithful journey with this. And people ask about that whole whoever talked to me about the Grammy that's one of the reasons why I think I got it. A lot of people was afraid, so it wasn't nobody out there. So when ain't nobody the way, cream rises to the top. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this question, Lavelle. Do you feel that you've been blessed thus far because you stayed in your lane and minding your business?
I think I only place I stayed in my lane is, I didn't waste my time on outlets that wasn't beneficial to me. I see people making money with it, but I didn't know how they was making the money. And I don't think that was nothing on my success. I put all my success in Lord Jesus Christ. I put it in Him. It ain't have shit to do with me being in my lane. God, because I would have fucked this up a long time ago. Trust me. I don't think God had everything to do with my success. I mean, if if a man asked me, me stay in my lane, no, because I haven't. I haven't stayed in my lane. You guys me on stage, I don't be in my lane. I'll be all over the damn place. And I say what's on my mind and my heart. And I think that's what makes me funny is because I talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. Sometimes it's not going to be the prettiest. It's not going to be the safest. I talk about what I want to. I'm not over deadly and nasty and raunchy, but I talk about the real of the things that y'all trying to glamorize.
Right.
I mean, some things that y'all try to glamorize is and I'm talking about everybody, not just black folks, just everybody who try to glamorize stupidity. I'll talk about it. I mean, for a minute, that crate challenge and shit. Y'all was advertising shit out of it. Now I'm just gone. You had enough people died from it, from some bitch falling off a damn crate. First of all, steps are made, and they're made from an architect, someone and a builder and a contractor who knows how to lay that shit down right with a foundation so somebody won't fall and sue his dumb ass or sue the place that they're walking in. But your special ass gonna go, yeah, I'm gonna walk up this thing, and get taped. And then, and it's fun if y'all just having fun. But when y'all put it on thing and calling it a challenge and you advertise it, glamorize it, it's pure stupidity. It's more stupid people with smartphones, and I don't want to get in trouble for that, but it's more stupid people with smartphones than smart people with smartphones. And they seem like the smartphone gets smart because it ain't doing what you're doing, but it's taping how stupid your ass is. I'm saying I ain't even smart enough for no smartphone. I said, I don't even like it because that some bitch come up, he all in your business. You ain't even talking to him. That phone just light up. Did you say, no, I did not. Not your damn business, phone. Siri gone. You should be on break.
Siri never on break.
Man, I got this app, and these apps are some bitch like this True Bill. I put that shit on my app. You got a unauthorized large sum of money you spend. I said, man, your business, True Bill. I ain't asking you to keep talking about what I'm buying. Shit. Did you buy a bag of weed? Man, look here. It got too much in your business. I'd be damned if I deal with them damn robots. Them robots will fuck my life up. And I got your form, you looked at Pornhub now. No, I did not. You're a lie. My screen was frozen for almost 5.5 hours. Let me turn this off. Let me tell where that safe switch that turn your ass off. You gonna get everybody in trouble.
Everybody.
Man.
Oh, dang, Lavelle. Well, let's go.
Standing in lane, man. I just think, God directed my path. Because I look at my success as a blessed success. I look at, and I don't judge nobody else's success. Because mine, the things that I've gotten, I had to go down some long roads. I didn't get to the shortcuts fast. I didn't get I did Comic View back when it was hot, but none of this stuff blew me up. And I could have let life be bitter, but God, that's when I realized I got closer to God, because when I started getting bitter to a point of, man, like, why I ain't got what I want, bit, God was made it so that didn't even really matter no more. And God started letting this eye closed up, because sometimes this might be the jealous eye. And this eye is the eye that sees what it needs to be. It's on the left-hand side, but it's by my heart. and it really sees what's really going on. Because you look at somebody making it, you think, oh man, they doing this, they got this show. Because social media make a motherfucker look like he balling out of control.
Yep.
But you find out that nigga got one plastic cup, nigga don't got no plumbing in the house. His car on E. He driving a G-Wagon, but that sucker he ain't never been on G or F, but it's on E every day. That nigga flying on a jet, and then motherfucker snuck on. You know, you look at, you know, and then you don't realize how much they got to pander too. They can't be free. I feel that I'm very free because I'm doing it how I like Frank Sinatra said, I did it my way. I ain't do it the way where the enemy or the devil can come in. Yeah, you know, you want it, you better go on it. No, I don't need yours. The way God gives, I mean, I'm getting all the stuff because he looked at it, like you say, the nominated for a Grammy. That came out of nowhere. I didn't have nothing to do with it. Yeah, man, I mean, I wouldn't even do. I was in Ontario, California. And my family, my wife and son, we live in California. That's where he was born at.
Mm-hmm.
And we just hanging out. Went to this vegan spot, and we was hanging out. And we was in there, and my agent hit me up. I ain't have my phone with me. I get back in the car. He said, Grammy nominated comedian. I was like, huh? I thought he was just playing with me. So then I called. I said, what you talking about, man? He said, what you talking about, man? I said, he gonna say, you ain't get my message? And he showed me he had the clip from Variety. And I looked at it, like, what the hell? And one of my buddies has said, this is gonna be your biggest special ever. That's what he said. He spoke that in existence. That was a blessing, you know, coming from him. It was weird, but he said it, and I was just like, you know. And the strange thing about it was a blessing of the body of work, because I have other specials that I think were great, but that one was just, I got to do it. You know what I'm saying? You know, it was like I just got to go up and talk about all this stuff that God gave me the muse to talk about. So that was the cool thing about it. But but like I said, 2021. God gave me my stuff back so fast. And God said, I'm going to bless you in 22 with big ass things. You probably get a mega thing where you ain't got no room for it. And I thank God for it. But 2021, I was on the tour with Mike Epps. I did Better Call Saul. They final season, I'm on Better Call Saul. Then I walked right into a movie with my friend Adam Sandler. He's always blessed me with a movie that's my third installment, you know, from Ridiculous Six to Hubie Halloween. Then we jumped in right into this one. Home Team that's #1 on Netflix right now, a wonderful family movie. And then walk right out of that. This is how God blessings work. Walk right out of that. Right onto a little horror comedy thing where I played a vampire on Shudder, produced by AMC, also affiliated with Breaking Bad, where I played a vampire who was stuck in a time warp, you know, and it was funny. You know, walk right out of one movie right into a TV show where I had a star role in, right into tours and everything going on from the dates, and did not stop working at all. All the way up to the new year where I got nominated for a Grammy. And I mean, you know, and I mean, like, just being me, you know what I'm saying? Through all of this. And I said, it's been a wonderful moment, you know? And I said, you can't never look at 2020, you know, because I was looking at Instagram. 2020 was horrible. I said 2021 was horrible. I was like, I don't know about all that. I can't sit up and say, you ever have where your shit going good and your friends, they out here talking bad, so you can't even brag on your good shit? You ever be in that position?
Yep.
Yeah. Where you sitting up there, you like,
yes, sir.
Man, all that broke down. I finna get on my nerves. I'm about to leave her. About to cut my lights off. You sitting over there. You got a spot of money in your pocket. You just bought your new car. You can't brag on that. You can't brag on that. You're like, damn, man. God got you, though. God got you.
Always, always, sir. Always. You think this Grammy's gonna change you in a positive way?
I got a SAG award. I got a SAG award from being on Breaking Bad. I won an Actors Award. I ain't even consider myself no thespian, you know what I'm saying? I got an actor award for being on Breaking Bad. Walked right past Oprah. John, what's his name? What's his brother with the eye? Forrest Whitaker. Walked past Forrest Whitaker. All them, they were still sitting in their seat. They thought they were gonna walk up and get the award. I walked up and got me a SAG award right past all of them. You understand what I'm saying? But it didn't change me because, I'm just humble, man. I love the ride, brother. Little fat boy from St. Louis getting straight C's and D's in school, getting my ass whooped, throwing off church buses to come in one of the well-known comedians around the country.
Yes, sir.
Still doing it, still building audiences, still building brands in the company of a lot of people who are very successful. All on the path of God. Grammy ain't gonna do shit for me, but I'll be just thankful. And I'll take it and I just put it over there with the other shit. And I might take a few pictures with it. Yeah, on to the next.
I look at you, I've been watching you for years, you make you laugh, but you don't see the other side. So this side really makes you three-dimensional now, right?
You met the grown-up 53-year-old there, that's all. Hey, you met the one that had a celery juice earlier today. Back in the day when I was sitting up here having a big old gallon of fruit punch. I might say something to Brooke. He like, man, this nigga ain't thinking about nothing right. Now I done feel my third eye a little bit. That forehead, that's that third. That's why I got that point up there. That's that third eye up there.
I can't with you. But I always ask this question, right? You have accomplished so much. And you've acting, comedian, you've been in movies, you've been in series, you won many awards, Grammy nominated, sir, right? So what is that next biggest thing for you?
The biggest thing for me right now is to just make sure that my family is left well. If I leave them before we leave together, generational wealth. But the main thing is my goal is to produce like, that's why I say Adam Sandler was one of my heroes. I want to put on some of the young comics that I've seen and some of my friends that need to get that moment. I wanted to get famous enough where I can call the shots, where I can, and produce a few movies where they can eat and make that bread. And everybody go, oh my God, like Kevin Hart, that's beautiful. He took his team. And them guys, and I was listening on the radio. They got the radio, Sirius Radio. And one dude said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. And I was just like, man, I was highly impressed. Because I'm thinking to myself, this dude ain't that famous. I don't even know him, but that's just because of Kevin Hart. And no strike against him. It's just the point of he said he bought his wife a $40,000 ring. That's powerful. So he didn't set his buddies up to the point where they can live the life that they that they think that they want to live. And I think that's gracious. And I just want to, I got a few friends that I'm going to put there, put them there to get that life. Whatever they do with it, they do with it, But it's like, man, we gotta get it. We that's gonna make, I'm gonna make magic. I'm 53. I got about 12 more years, and I gotta go preach the word for the rest of my life. And I don't care if I just save one soul. I'm gonna be a preacher.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm gonna preach. I'm gonna be 65, and I'm walking in the church. I'm walking right away from this, and I'm going right into theology, whatever. I'm gonna read my first sermon. I'm gonna have me a little church. I'm gonna pay for, and I'm gonna save one soul. If I just save one, that's all I want to do. You know, one soul to heaven. If I could do anything else, and I told my wife that. I said, man, you know, I said we don't, you know, I live a blessed life. If I want to try to act like if I look over the fence and see they got a swimming pool, I said, man, I need a swimming pool. But then I get a swimming pool, I say, damn, I gotta clean this swimming pool. I gotta keep the swimming pool up. I gotta pay for this and put water in it. My water bill all high now. So you gotta look at how he blesses you. He blesses you. If he wants you at that pool.
Good evening, and welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast. I am your host, Constance Willard, and I welcome you this evening. We have an amazing guest in the studio audience this evening, Daniel J. Williams, motivational speaker, mindset transition coach. And he's going to come to us this evening and chat and share some useful tools and information. And so without further ado, I am going to bring Daniel on into the studio. Good evening, Daniel, and welcome. How are you?
Great evening. I'm fantastic this evening. Glad to be here.
Great. So tell the studio audience a little bit about you, who you are.
Well, thank you for having me on. Once again, like you said, my name is Daniel J. Williams. I'm a mindset coach, author, speaker, and I really just enjoy me myself. I never thought that I'd be doing something like this. Actually, earlier in life, I thought I would actually be like a lawyer. I wanted to be a lawyer just because. Yeah, I love the way that lawyers use their words and they were able to influence people and winning people over to their way of thinking. So it kind of ended up being a fit because, I mean, I've experienced a lot through life. I've always been a student of life, and I like to see people win. I like to see people come from where they are and actually end up being their best self, truly.
Wow. So Daniel, I'm looking at your t-shirt and I've noticed that's your handle on Instagram, Act Accordingly. So tell us about the Act Accordingly and, you know, what is that? What does it represent? What place and space were you in when you came up with Act Accordingly?
Oh man. So yeah, the act accordingly. It really came to me maybe about in 2015, 16. I was a fitness coach then, and I had a fitness facility, and the act accordingly it came to me. I actually was watching a movie, and there was something that sparked it, as in the gentleman was saying something to the lady in regards to something that she should know that she should do. And then behind that, he was like, now act accordingly. And it just hit me. It was like, yeah, when you know a thing, when you've been given the information, you've been given the strategy, you've been given the blueprint of the system for something, now you no longer can say you don't know. Now you have to act accordingly, which means now you have to go forth in what has been given to you. And it just stuck with me. And up until this point, it's like, it really spreads among people whenever I speak it. And it's like, oh, they're just like, act accordingly. Now that you said that, I know better. I know I have to act accordingly. So it really just stuck. And I pictured it as God, when God really gave it to me, he showed it to me as it really being a movement and not just a phrase, because it's not a phrase. It's a statement. It's a movement, because act accordingly is an action verb. It's an action verb. It's a verb. So it means go, move now.
All right. I like that. You know, I noticed that was your handle on Instagram. And I'm like, act accordingly. And then I saw your T-shirt this afternoon. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have a chat about the act accordingly. I like that. I like that. So let's talk about mindset. You know, and it's like now mindset transformation. Mindset is the buzz right now. But you know, it's nothing new because scripture teaches us about mindset. It does.
Mm-hmm.
Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. So mindset transformation has been there since the beginning of time. But it's like now it's the buzzword. And mindset means everything. So let's talk about mindset. So just give us your philosophy on mindset and how it affects who we are and what we do.
Well, I mean, mindset, it really does make who we are, because it's a collection of, like I've learned, it's a collection of our experiences through life and the way that we view things. It builds our belief system. So our mindset, it sets the plane, the atmosphere for how we're going to accept things, respond to things. It's gonna be our behavior. And like you said, it's something that's biblical. And the most important thing is our mind and our mindset. And in order for us to go and be into the places that we need to be, in order for us to believe that we're the person that we should be, it requires our mind to be set. And that's why God is always, throughout the Bible, from Genesis until the end, he's always speaking of our mind being renewed in your mind, that everything starts and happens in the mind, from the mind. As a man thinketh, so is he. So until you can really have how should I say it, a grip on how you think, and you're thinking on your thoughts. That's like, in matter of fact, that's the title of my new book, Think on Your Thoughts. You can't actually really know how you want. You can't know where you really want to be, where you should be, until you get your thoughts straight. So if your mindset is everywhere because it's been groomed by someone else, then you're pretty much going to be at a loss. You're going to always wonder why I'm not getting my best, because you're not controlling that.
Wow. So tell us about your book. What inspired you to write your book?
Oh, it was actually when I had my fitness facility. I would come on early in the mornings after my 5 a.m. group, and I'd give like a 60-second inspirational or motivational or encouragement talk to the people. And I always would end it with the phrase, with my statement, act accordingly. And then I continued to do that. And then I started writing it down. And what I would give encouragement on, I actually would find a scripture to go along with that. And someone just suggested, like, hey, you ought to make like a 30-day devotional out of that, write a book. And that's where I came with it from. So I had the book. The book is out now, Think on Your Thoughts.
Okay.
And you could get it at www.theactaccordinglyseries.com. It's like I said, it's a 30-day devotional. It has a Danielwism, and then it has a scripture that goes along with it. And then there's like a brief story or synopsis that goes along with using something from the biblical standpoint, and then real life application at the same time. So it's something for everyone to relate to, and it makes you think on your behavior, your patterns, why you think the way that you think that has gotten you to this point. And if I want to go to the next place, what should I reevaluate, and what do I need to recalibrate in my thought process, in the way that I think, what I believe in order to change certain things about me, in order for me to move to the better version of me.
Wow. Wow. So the book that can be purchased is called Think on Your Thoughts by Daniel J. Williams, and it can be purchased at www.actaccordinglyseries.com. Am I correct?
The Act Accordingly series.
Yes, and I have that in the chat so that the listening audience and viewing audience can purchase the book if they would like. Is it also available by chance on Amazon?
It's not available on Amazon just yet. As of now, it's just through this link.
Okay. Okay, great, great. So go out today or tomorrow, go online, purchase the book, read it, get something from it, get your mind right. Get your mind right. So tell us, Daniel, if there's someone out there right now listening to us and they are in a place of stuck, what advice or guidance do you have for them to assist them to move forward?
Well, first of all, I'd have to say, take inventory and realize that it's not you. To realize that where you are, it's because of you. At a certain point in life, as children, we can't help where we are. But once you reach a certain point in life, you have to take inventory and say, okay, you know what? Where I am, it's because of me. What have I been doing that has gotten me to this place? Or what have I not been doing that has gotten me to this place? Once you can be honest with yourself in that, and you see why you're sitting in the place you're there, whether it's something you did or something you were not doing, then you can say, okay, now I know I need to do this. I need to start implementing this. I need to change this behavior. I need to change these places. I need to change these circles of friends, of relationships, in order for me to be able to pick myself up and start going in the direction that's going to really be for my best version of myself.
Okay. Now, Daniel, I detect a little gullah flair there. So where are you from?
Actually, I was born in South Carolina. I was raised in Connecticut.
Okay, okay. I can hear that little gullah twang there every now and then. I have family in South. My dad was from South Carolina, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. South Carolina State grad and everything. Okay, so Daniel, you're also a motivational speaker. Okay, so your topics, what do your topics address? And do you have any speaking engagements coming up in the near future?
Well, my topics, I love to engage everyone, youth, but specifically I have my passion for men. My passion has been for men simply because, as me myself, is from being a man that has brought myself up from homelessness and struggle with alcoholism and drugs. Men really don't have a place to where they can go and really open up and just release themselves, and it's okay to do that without being looked at as being weak or looked down on. And then at the same time, we've been conditioned and brought up that we're supposed to be able to just take the punches of life and just roll with them, and we're not supposed to exhibit the emotions that God gave us. We're not supposed to say that it hurts. We're confused. So I really go at men, but young men, older men, men my age, and but I love for everyone to win. But I believe that me being specifically targeting men, and once men can kind of get their mindset straight, we get our mindset straight, we can kind of come back to the position of what a man really looks like and how a man is supposed to perform in the home first, having his responsibility and how he's supposed to perform in his home first, and then it can go out to everything else. Because if we get back into our homes and operate in our homes the way we're supposed to, then it'll change communities and neighborhoods and in the schools and cities, the state, like that. Once the family is back together as it's really supposed to be, because the men are back in order, we know how to express ourselves or how to not express ourselves, not suppressing anything, but just how to have self-control and how to articulate things and how to do it in an order and in a way to where we still have respect and not lose it. So I want men to really kind of get back to having some self-control. And then once you get some self-control and mastery of yourself, then we can actually turn back into being the leaders.
And I'm glad you said that about men, because men tend to hide things. They don't open up and they don't talk about things. And you're right, because they've been raised. Oh, come on now, be a big man when you're a little boy. Don't cry. Don't cry. That didn't hurt you. Well, yes, it did hurt. That's why you cried. And it's okay for men to cry. If God didn't want you to cry, he would not have given you that emotion.
Exactly.
He would not. And so I'm so glad that you said that, because so many times men operate in silence. And I think that that's the detriment and the cause of the downfall of so many of their relationships and their interaction, because they hide things, they hurt in silence, they're invisible. And I think that is the downfall of the male character and why men struggle so much. So I'm so glad that you said that. I'm so glad that you said that. So I commend you on working with men and encouraging them to talk and to open up and to give them a safe space to do that, because they do need that. They really do. I thank you so much for that. And so do you have like local groups or that you work with men, or do you go out into the prison system? How do you reach the men?
Well, actually, you know what? I'm reaching out to different organizations and teams now, because what I want to start is a men's community. I don't want to start as far as what men we've been having traditionally is like having our clubs, our motorcycle clubs, or the something related to sports or something like that, and that's all good. But it's not a camaraderie and a place for talking about feelings and emotions and sharing things to really make it more normalized, to say, you know what, hey, it's all right if you feel like that. This is how I handled it. So it's not a thing about sharing business ideas or talking about stats or anything. It's talking about, okay, this is what I did when I was in that place, when I was going through divorce and my kids were feeling a certain way and I was feeling like I failed them, to help men get that kind of stuff off of them, off their shoulders, and not walk around with that weight, because what affects us, tell men all the time, what affects us personally, it affects your family also. Because when you're heavy and you're burdened and you're suppressing things and you're trying to hide it because you just feel embarrassed, because we're taught we're supposed to have it all together. We're supposed to have all the answers to the problems. But it's okay to say, I don't have the answer now, but we're gonna make it through. There's gonna be a solution. I may not have it now, but it will come. And to have a community to where we just speak amongst different topics, such as those things like, men dealing with going through the family court system and feeling alone and feeling like everything is against them, because there's no support or structure in place for them to get help, even when they're wanting to be the best dad, and it's just a vindictive partner that they have to co-parent with, and it puts something on them that everybody makes them seem as though they're the issue and they're the problem when they're trying to do, but more is put on them than they can actually handle. So who do they have to talk to? And that's the point of the men's community. I don't call it allow me to reintroduce myself, because in that mindset that mindset's going to be changed, and we're going to go from a place of, well, I can't talk about it, all of the odds against me, to nah, you know what? I know how to stand, and I have a reservoir of men with experience in certain things that I can draw from, and I can overcome this. We have to get back to putting things back together and in a place to saying, you know what, God put me in a place, in a position that as long as I consult with him, then I can be the influence that you can follow. You can trust my decision making. You can trust me and follow me, family. You can follow me, wife. You can follow me. Whoever it is that's under their influence. So that's what that community is all about. I'm kind of growing it. I started it on social media, on my Instagram and Facebook, but I think I'm gaining better traction with actually meeting men face to face to kind of grow it, because the more we relate in a face-to-face interaction, it seems to work better for guys, because we're kind of we like to guard our manhood a lot. So social media will kind of look like we're putting ourselves out there. So men don't like that. So I'm learning that the face-to-face interaction is really more beneficial in growing this community.
It's nothing like that human and that personal touch.
Always.
Like it. So you said earlier in the show that you brought yourself up from being homeless and dealing with addiction. So for that young man that's out there on the street right now who's battling those things, and they really want to go back home, or they really just want to remove themselves from that type of situation, what do you have for them today as far as guidance? What do you have to say to that person today?
Well, this is what I would have for you. If whatever the addiction is, whether it's substance, whether it's alcoholism, whatever that addiction is, and you're tired of it, are you really tired of it? And if you're really tired of it, then you know what? First, I'm gonna say, and it sounds cliche, but it's a powerful thing. You know what? First, go ahead and say, give it to God. Pray on it. Let him know that you're tired. Please, I don't want it anymore. It's a burden to me now, because it wasn't always a burden. When I first started drinking, when I first started doing drugs, it was out of fascination. It was excitement. And then it started growing into being the thing that I did. And then it became a routine. Then it became a habit. Then it ended up being a burden, because it was like, I don't know why I'm doing it anymore, but I'm just doing it. Now I'm stuck in doing it, and I no longer have control. It's taking over me. Now I'm doing it because it feels as though I'm forced to do it. So now that you're in that place and you feel like you can't stop, you can stop. You can stop just as easily as you began, because you know what? I know you're tired of it. Once I was tired and I sat and I cried, I had that last bag in my hand and I had that bottle, but I just didn't want to do it anymore. So once you get to that place, you just don't want to do it anymore. Just don't do it. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody on why you want to quit. You don't have to explain to anybody, because you're doing it for you. You're doing it for your state of mind. You're doing it for your health. You're doing it for that better version of you, that future version of you that's waiting on you to say, you know what? I had enough. I'm not going to sabotage you anymore. So this is what we're going to do. Wow. And then there's different avenues for you to, once you do that, then you know what? There's someone trusting that you can talk to. And usually, you know what? It's not someone that's close to you. It's going to be somebody that you're going to feel uncomfortable talking to, because they're a little bit ahead of you. You don't want to talk with somebody who's right there with you, because they're probably not going to be a beneficial help. You need someone that's ahead of you, that's not doing what you're doing, that's overcame that already, and they can help you to stay away from that once you walk away from it. So what I tell you is that be honest with yourself, let it go, pray, just give it to God and just say, hey, you're doing this, I'm doing this for me. I'm not doing it to satisfy anybody else. I'm not doing it because everybody's on my back nagging me, telling me you shouldn't do it, because you're going to return to it if you do it for anybody else. Do it because you're tired.
Wow. That's amazing. Wow. And so if someone in the listening audience wanted to reach out to you, how can they find you?
Well, you can find me, my social media handles. You can find me on Facebook, 2 different locations. You can find me by my name, Daniel J. Williams, on Facebook. And again, you can find my other page, Act Accordingly LLC Men's Power Coaching. You could find me there. Also on Instagram, you could find me at the number 2 Act Accordingly. On Instagram, I'll be at the number 2 Act Accordingly. And you can reach out to me there. If you wanted to get in touch with me through email, it would also be the number 2 Act Accordingly at gmail.com.
Okay, I'm putting all this in the chat. And you also
Thank you.
said about the Men's Power Group on Facebook.
Yes, Act Accordingly LLC, Men's Power Coaching.
Okay. So
And as of now, I'm working on some things to actually have this community. I like the idea of, I didn't want to start another Facebook group. I know not every man is on Facebook or Instagram, but I'm going to reach many of you from there. But in this community, I'm going to start it as, it's going to be very personal. So it's going to be first through email, and then we're going to actually send text messages. Do text messages and send videos and messages through text. So it'll be a text where you can respond back to me personally. I can respond back to those in the group personally. I wanted it to be a really interactive thing and not just a matter of just posting videos into a group and hoping that you see it on your feed at some time, because that's not going to help. I really want something that's going to be interactive, and we actually have interface with each other. And I'll be doing weekly Zooms with the men with different topics. It'll be roundtable discussions. It'll be just me doing a master class on certain things, like first of all, identity, with us identifying who we are, because right now, as far as our home life goes, as far as our jobs and careers goes, as far as what society and culture says, there's a different requirement that they say there is for being a man in all of these different places. And if we're not sure of who exactly we are and what they need to meet for us, then we'll continue to just be drawn in different directions, running after what someone else says a requirement of a man is, and we not know ourselves. We need to first know what we stand for, what we believe in, and what's the standard that God gave us to walk in. First of all, what's the standard that God gave me to walk in? What is the gift that he has instilled in me that will go out and touch somebody else and pull someone else in? What is it about me that influences in a positive light? What about me makes me a pillar? What about me makes me stand out, that I have a voice that needs to be heard?
Wow. Now, here are some comments from some of our listeners. They said, great face-to-face interaction is the best. Sick and tired of being sick and tired. Wow. And then someone asked, did you have a sponsor or did you kick your habits alone?
It was alone. Like I said, it was a matter of, it became a burden. It became a burden, and it wasn't a thing about me being a man and I just had to toughen up. It was just the fact that I thought about how it was affecting my family. I thought about how it was affecting my kids. I really saw. So it was like an experience of, I was outside of myself and I could see how I was two different people. That when I would go in the shadows, I would be this person. And then I tried to put on a face I tried to put on a professional face for those that I work with. I tried to put a face on for those that I respected, and I wanted to maintain their respect. But then it's so much so, it wasn't even so much the drugs or the drinking, but the trying to weigh out and live the two lives and trying to be two different people. it became so burdensome that I either had to be one or I had to be the other. So you have to choose, which one do you want to be? Do you want to be the best of you, or do you want to be the you that is always hiding and being in the shadows and embarrassed about what you do? If you're embarrassed about what you do, you probably shouldn't be doing it.
Amen to that. Amen to that. And Daniel, I can see the passion and I can hear the passion as you discuss this and you talk about this. And that's what we need. So many people with a true and a real passion to reach out and help those that are in darkness and need help. So I commend you, my brother. I thank you so much for what you're doing. We met on another platform back in June, I think. And I didn't participate because I was sick. But anyway, I started following you at that point. And I'm like, okay, I have got to get him on the podcast because I like what he's talking about. I watch your reels every day on Instagram. They're amazing. So again, I commend you on what you're doing. I want you to keep up the good work. I want you to stay strong so that you can remain a full vessel to continue to pour into others. And so thank you so much, Daniel, for joining us today here at the Speakeasy Podcast. And until next week, I want to thank all of my listeners and viewers today. This will be available on Spotify, Amazon, and Audible. And until next week, may God bless you today, tomorrow, and always. Take care.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Queen Candy Podcast. And we want to thank everyone that's coming through to check out our show. So we just go ahead and get right into it, y'all. We have a special guest we're about to bring on the show. She is a sister of ours, also on the same network, which is the CTR Media Network. And y'all, she born in our state of Georgia, y'all. This lady is a best-selling author. She is a podcast host, certified transformation coach, family mediator, classroom management advocate, trainer, speaker, poet. She's working with the kids, the parents, the schools, organizations, companies, and churches, and many others, y'all. So what we gotta talk to her. She has a long resume. We impressed her, for real. So what we're going to do is bring our sis on, Miss Vera Thomas. How are you doing?
I am great. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Well, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
No problem. So you have a long resume. Tell us all your accolades. Where you from? Like, you from our city, so we already love you. You're from Georgia. That's where we were born, in Livonia.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't born in Georgia, but I live here now.
Okay, hey,
yeah,
that's good enough.
And it's like home, because I'm telling you, I've lived in Ohio, Kentucky, Los Angeles, and I have never felt the kind of connection that I feel here in Georgia. I mean, I really feel like I belong here. I love it here. I love it here.
Yeah, it's a different kind of connection, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. It's almost like you home.
For real.
Yes.
It really is. It really is.
It is. So tell everybody, we're going to let you have the floor. We're going to put you on the screen solo. So everybody, we're going to let Miss Vera give us this long list of accolades she got going on, how long she been in the game, where she from, family. So Miss Vera, we're going to let you have the floor. Go ahead, sis.
Well, thank you so much. I am so excited to be here. I have been on my journey doing what I do for 40 years. Yes, 40 years. I have worked with companies, organizations, schools, churches, youth, adults, and senior citizens. And I'm just so excited that the Lord has enabled me to be able to help transform lives. And because I'm a poet, I do want to start with a poem, of course.
Okay.
So if I were to say to you, close your eyes and tell me how many windows you have in your living room. With your eyes open, you can see those windows, right? Well,
yeah.
If you can see your windows, you can see your life. See the windows in any room with eyes open wide or shut tight. See the quality of your living by what you do or say. Do you see happiness or gloom in the life you live today? Are the clouds of despair the only thing you see? Do you wonder who cares to come and rescue me? If you can see your windows, you can see your life. You can change clouds to sunshine by doing what you feel is right. See the rainbows in your life, fleeting moments in your day. See the beauty you can find in what you do or say. We are what we think about every day. We live by faith, fear, or doubt, believing life is but one way. We can think ourselves into happiness, misery, or pain by seeing what we stand to lose or seeing what we stand to gain. If you can see your windows, you can see your life. Awareness is the key. You have the control. You can see your life bright. I wrote that poem at a time when I was kind of down. And so that poem helped me to uplift myself, recognizing that thoughts are things and we are what we think about all day long. We could sit here right now and put our hands to our heads and start saying, I have a headache. And if we say it long enough, guess what? You're going to have a headache. That's how powerful our words are. And so with me, one of the things that I do, I work with, like I said, parents, children, teachers, companies, and I want people to understand, in particularly children and parents. A lot of times parents are bringing into parenting their own unresolved issues. And as a result of that, they're transferring it on to their children. And I'm looking at the comments and someone says, our words are powerful. Yes, they are. And thank you for saying that's a powerful poem. Because if you can see your windows, think about it. Think about it. If you could visualize those windows, then think about it. You can visualize your life. And things don't always happen as quickly as we want them to. They may not happen exactly like we want them to, but we got to keep the faith. And we got to keep the persistence. And we got to keep the will to keep going, no matter what, no matter who, no matter how. And so working with kids, I don't want any child to ever feel like I felt growing up when I was told things like, you're stupid, you're dumb, you're fat, you're ugly, you're nothing, you'll never be anything. I don't want any child to ever feel like I felt when I heard those things. And then recognizing what Eleanor Roosevelt said when she said, no one can make you feel inferior without your permission. When I understood that, then I also understood it didn't matter what other people said. It didn't matter what other people thought. All that mattered was what I say to myself and what I think about myself. And when we have that strong constitution of knowing who we are and whose we are, then we can just kind of blow off whatever other people are saying. But on the other hand, if you hear the same thing over and over and over again by different people about some things that you might need to change, then we need to take heed to that. But just being called names and being bullied and all that stuff, we don't have to succumb to that stuff. And so my work is with parents and with children, with teachers, because so oftentimes teachers don't recognize the impact that they have on children as well. I remember one day I was substitute teaching, and I always, no matter what age I am substituting with, I always start with the poem, That's My Greatness. And I had just done that with the kids, and a teacher stuck her head in the door and said, you knuckleheads better behave for her. I couldn't believe it. So oftentimes teachers don't even recognize the impact that they may have on their children and on their students, and not understand why they may be behaving the way that they are. It could be because of how they're being treated in the classroom. I'm going to shut up now because I could take up the whole 30 minutes, but I won't do that. I'll wait.
No, you're good. We was over here listening, and we love the poem. So first off, we're gonna do this real fast.
Thank you.
That was a very beautiful poem. What got
Thank
you
you.
into doing poetry?
Well, you know what? Like I said, I grew up with no confidence, no self-esteem, and so writing was my way of expressing. But it was also my way of encouraging myself. I think Mary, they have a song out that says sometimes we have to encourage ourselves, especially if it's not there coming from family or from friends. And if it's not coming from friends, then maybe we need to think about the friends that we have. But that's why I started writing. And then whatever thoughts come, whatever attitudes, thoughts, or behaviors, or even things that's happening in society, I've been able to just put it to pen and paper.
Yeah, and you know what? This society and this whole world programs us and teaches us how to hate ourselves.
Yeah.
And a lot of us don't really realize it until, unfortunately, the damage has already been done. And, you know, I went through that as well. And I actually write poetry as well.
Oh,
So,
do you?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, share something. Share something. Let me hear something.
Let's see. There's a song, one of our favorites is called Selfish. We'll do a little bit of that really fast. So it's I gave so much to you. I took it away from myself. Could only see the good in you. I was so gone. Everything that I had, it was all in you. I loved you so much. I would have did anything for you. I cried, begged, and pleaded to get nothing from you. Fighting and fussing for so long, I was in so deep, I was so into you, I started losing me. The woman I was and the woman I could be. My mind, body, and soul, it was all for you. My life, my world was wrapped all around you. Can't do this mess no more. I had to leave you. No more loving you. Through taking care of you. Would have lost all I was had I stayed with you. But I'm doing me now. I'm being selfish.
Woo! That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was
with real music.
And you know what? I want to go back to that because oftentimes we don't realize when we're in abusive environments, abusive relationships, be it verbal, mental, emotional, and or physical. When we are in those environments, we lose ourselves. It took me years to gain my confidence and my self-esteem. And within 3 years of a marriage that was abusive, physically, mentally, emotionally, I lost it all. I lost it all because within those environments, you're being torn down. So it makes it really hard to maintain that positive attitude and that sense of self when you're constantly being knocked down. And so your poem
That's where it comes
identifies,
from.
yes, I know, I could sense it, I could feel it.
Yeah.
And so
And it was actually with an ex, our youngest daughter's father. We wouldn't be doing none of this we're doing today had we let him stop us. And he tried as hard as he could. And that's not to put anybody on blast or anything. That's just what we went through. And we had to realize it back to back relationships just being stupid.
But you know what? But the thing is, don't call yourself stupid. Don't do that. Okay? Don't do that. But what we have to recognize, once we've gotten out of that type of relationship, before jumping into another, as a matter of fact, I wrote a poem about that. I don't have it memorized, but I could pull it up. But in terms of relationships, I do not encourage anyone to jump back into another relationship when you're trying to heal from an abusive one. Because what's going to happen is you're going to end up in a revolving circle going through that stuff again because you haven't taken the time to assess, who am I? What do I want in my life? What type of relationship do I want? What do I need to do? How do I need to be in order to attract the kind of relationship that I really want? And so it takes time to get, it took me 3 years. I was married for 3 years, only 3 years. I left my husband when my son was 6 months because he attacked me in front of my son when my son was 3 months old. And I knew then that I was not going to raise a child in that environment. But within that 3 years that I was married and having lost all of my sense of self and my confidence, it took me 3 years to get back to me. And so to try to jump into a relationship when I'm trying to find out who I am and what's important to me, I just recognize that, we can't just jump right into other relationships. Take time for yourself. Start loving yourself all over again because you lose it.
Yep. And that's something we used to do all the time. And that's why we said we were stupid because, we didn't know any better. You know, when you don't have the proper role model or the proper people showing you, the right way, it can tend to lead you down the right path. And women, we tend to see a lot of warning signs, and we ignore them because we try to see the best in people. We naturally like to nurture and love and be there for anyone that we care about. But we in full agreement of that. Take your time, y'all. You don't have to rush. Just had oldest daughter turn 18, so now we got to give her, wow. We got to give her our wisdom and advice,
Yes.
if you will.
If they will listen.
That's
Sometimes,
right.
sometimes our kids and our grown, and especially when they reach 18 and 19 and 20 years old, they know everything. And so sometimes they have to learn on their own, even if you know better, you know what's best for them. But sometimes you got to just let them go through it themselves
Yeah.
and just pray to God, that they're protected, they're covered, and that they will acquire the wisdom that is needed to move throughout life, and just
Yeah,
wish
one thing
them the best.
we can say, she does have a job. She actually just got her first car. So she's getting ready to graduate from high school. So we think something we said,
yes,
give up off on her. Of course, she is dating, of course, but she has a good head on her shoulders. She's real mature, for her age. So we think she's gonna be okay. We just hope, as a mother, you don't want your daughter to go through what you went through, and we've
No,
been
you
through it.
don't. And as a parent, you don't want either your daughter or your son to go through stuff when if you could just listen. And I used to tell my son all the time, there's a scripture that says, a wise man follows the advice of counsel. A fool goes his own way. But sometimes our kids, they want to go their own way. And so you just got to let them do it. But it sounds to me like there are 4 basic parental styles. And it sounds like you have implemented one of the most valuable, viable styles to enable your daughter to be empowered and to come into her own and recognize who she is. Do you want to know what those 4 styles are?
Yeah, please tell us.
Okay. The first one, see, this is the work that I do. And you talked about people not having people to help lead them and guide them and give them direction. Well, that's what I do. That's what I do. But anyway, there are 4 basic parental styles. The first one is permissive. And that's where the parent wants to be their child's best friend. They don't ever want to say no to their children. And they want to make sure that their child is happy. Therefore, they're going to kind of allow their children to make the decisions and they go along with it. Permissive parents, they do not adhere to or stick to boundaries and guidelines. And as a result of that, their children grow up to not have a lot of self-discipline, nor do they do well with boundaries. So that's the permissive parent. The authoritative parent, and it sounds a lot like that's what you were with your daughter. The authoritative parent is that parent that is encouraging, nurturing, supports their children, listens to their children. They have boundaries that are non-negotiable and guidelines that are flexible, and they stick to them no matter what. Authoritative parents are the type of parents that their child is going to come and talk to them about anything and everything because they know that their parent is not going to criticize, judge, be critical or demeaning to them because they know they're going to listen. Now, the parent is going to make the final decision, but their children are going to feel special because you listen. Listening is so important. Even if you, as the adult, make the final decision, it's so important. And authoritative parents also look and recognize and identify the gifts, the talents, the strengths that their children have. And as a result, they put them into programs and resources and things that are going to amplify that. One of the other things that authoritative parents do, if there are more than one or two children in the house, if there's more than one in the house, authoritative parents take time to spend with each one of their children individually as well as collectively. But it makes that child feel so special when you've given them, this is your day, this is your time. And it may not be a full day. It may only be going to the store, or going shopping, or going to eat, or going to a movie, or going and being entertained with the things that they want to be entertained with. And so that's the authoritative parent. Then you got the neglectful parent. Now, this is the parent that may well be in the house, but they're so concerned and consumed with themselves and what it is that they're doing that their children are fending for themselves. Neglectful parents raise children that have social attitudes and behavior problems. They may not feel that secure within themselves because they were never raised to feel that way. They've had to fend for themselves. And then you got the authoritarian parent. This is the parent that may yell at their kids, criticize their kids, ridicule their kids, be judgmental with their kids. The authoritarian parent is the parent that if a child says, Mom, why? Dad, why? The parent is going to say, because I said so. And they're not really going to give their child an opportunity to express or to talk. And with authoritarian parents, children are more likely to go talk to other people that are going to be supportive and encouraging of them before they come talk to their own parents. So in a nutshell, those are the 4 parental styles.
Yeah, you had that right. We was always the type of parent that never judged and always wanted to hear our kids out because, we knew what it was like, whatever they wanted to do. And like I said, we was always honest and kept it real with them, whole 9 yards, especially with our daughters.
Yeah.
But yeah, we was always honest with them, whatever they wanted to do, even till this day. They are in Florida right now, with family. But yeah, we still talk, even if it's not every day. We still talk
Right.
every day. We keep up with what's going on, and like you said, and it's hard, y'all. It's hard, but you have to let them go and let them grow. They're not gonna be your babies forever,
That's right.
unfortunately.
But
But
the assurance is knowing that you instilled in them
right,
what they needed in order to be productive adults.
yes,
And you've
yes,
taught them responsibility and
yep,
you've shown them the way to go. And
right,
and without doubt, you've probably instilled some spirituality into them as well. I
yeah,
think that's what's lacking in homes today. We are focusing in so much on the physical and the mental and the brain and all that stuff, but we're missing that spiritual piece, And
yep,
so if you're missing that spiritual piece, then you're also missing the values and the morals that go along with that. And a lot of times our young people, they don't have that spiritual
yep,
connection because they haven't got it in the home.
yep. And then a lot of us don't have the right one. And teach his own to what everyone believes in. Everyone believes that their religion is the correct one, so on and so forth. But that is a good foundation is for us to
Yes,
really learn, who we are and where we really come from. And a lot of
absolutely.
us, honestly, we don't really know. So yeah, we just trust that we raise them the best we can,
Yes,
and
and pray
they'll come
over
to us.
them,
Yep, they'll come
and
to us
just
when they need us, and
yes, yes,
whole 9 yards. So
yes,
tell us about
absolutely.
these many, many books that you have. How many did you say you had out?
Okay, well, right now I have 13 books that I have co-authored on Amazon's bestsellers list. One is called Parenting with Uncommon Courage. And I'm a co-author. Tiffany Bell, she's the visionary for that. And then Trailblazers That Lead, that's Kern Cherry. She's the visionary for that. And then there's a 13-book series based on Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. And we are writing a book to represent each one of those principles. And at this point, we've written 9 of them so far, and they're coming out every other month. So by the end of this year, I would have co-authored around 20 or 22 books. And I'm excited about that because I actually didn't start writing and authoring books until last July. So I'm pretty proud of that accomplishment.
You said last July? Wow.
Yes.
So you just started writing.
Yes, I just started.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
I've been
so
writing, and I do have a book of poetry that's forthcoming, coming soon. That
Okay.
the poem that I recited, "See Your Windows and See Your Life," that's actually a book by itself. And it has a workbook that goes with it because I want people to really think about, well, if I can see it in my mind's eye, then it can become a reality. And also vision boards is another way to be able to see what it is that you want in your life.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. So what got you into writing? The same thing that got you into poetry?
Well, it's interesting. When I came to Atlanta, I did a vision board. And I put on my vision board author. Okay. Now I had no idea how that was going to happen, but I already had, I'm a speaker, a trainer, a poet, and I already had those things on my vision board as well.
Yeah.
But I put author on my board, and then the opportunity came for me to be a part of these collaborations. And so here I am.
Wow, that's amazing. That's the same thing with us, because we actually have a book on Amazon too of poetry.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's
Awesome.
yeah, it's called Pain, Purpose, and Survival. So we've been trying to
Oh,
promote that as well.
wow. Awesome.
Yeah. So that came
Awesome.
from a lot of things we went through growing up and lessons we've learned and pain and still surviving, still being here.
Yes.
Still
And
having
writing,
my body.
yes, and writing is such a great outlet.
Yep.
And so I want to encourage people, even if you just start journaling and writing
Yeah.
out your thoughts every day, who knows? That might be your book.
That's how we started doing a diary, journal, whatever you want to call it. And it went over to doing poetry. Then we were doing it without music. Then we went to doing it with music.
Wow,
So we're
that
able
sounds
to do
awesome.
more than one outlet, if you will, when it comes to performing. So yeah, we love it. It's helped us be able to express ourselves because verbally that's something we're still trying to change and work on. So writing, it helps us express ourselves and get whatever
Yes, it really
we
does.
feeling at the time
Yes,
on
yes,
paper.
yes,
And we don't have to
absolutely.
is what's the word? Constructive, something constructive to do with your time.
Yes,
So we would
yes,
suggest anybody, y'all need to get it out right now. And someone
yeah,
gave us some great advice, like whatever emotion you're feeling, take it and put it into your music.
yes,
That's the best way to get it out to
yes,
us.
absolutely,
All
absolutely.
right,
Now,
sis.
one thing I didn't mention was my podcast, which is a part of the
Yes.
CTR Media Network, which I'm so excited and so honored to be a part of.
Tell us
My
about
show,
that.
my show is basically designed to uplift, encourage, motivate, inspire, and educate. So I have guests that come on to do those kinds of things, and no topic is off the scale. Whatever the topic is, it can be life journeys, politics, community stuff, parenting, any of that. Tomorrow, and my show is every Tuesday at 7 p.m. And tomorrow, my guest is going to be talking about spirituality and tapping into the spirituality that exists in our children that may well help them with other areas of their lives. So that's one of the things we're going to be talking about tomorrow. So I'm excited about that as well. My show comes on every Tuesday at 7 o'clock, and it is on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter. It's also a podcast that I download on the Spotify and Anchor and all of the connections that CTR has afforded to us.
Yes, and there has been many platforms out. So shout out to Tina. We saw a couple of her comments.
Yes, I see
earlier.
she's commented. Yes.
So she's been a real big support. So shout out to her as well. Think we over 20 platforms now since joining. What number are you on?
Awesome. You know, I'm not about the same. I'm not. I haven't been keeping up like I need to, but
we still had to go look at certain apps. Like, okay, we're on this one, that one.
That's
It
awesome.
was crazy. It's
a great opportunity.
Definitely. So, anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
I just want to thank you so much. I want to thank you so much for having me. And you can follow me on Instagram, and that's vera.thomas, Instilling Greatness. Subscribe to me on YouTube, and that's vthomas1117. Like me on Facebook, The Vera Thomas Show. So please support us, and we will be supporting you as well. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I really, really appreciate it. And I am just honored to be here, to be with you tonight.
No problem. This is all of her social media, y'all. We're going to run it across the screen one more time. This is her Instagram, Vera Thomas, Instilling Greatness. And of course, y'all can follow on Facebook on the Vera Thomas Show. And we say your name right, Vera?
Yeah, Vera.
Okay, we have to ask because we don't like that name.
Yeah, Vera. And you know what? One of my problems growing up, I couldn't even say my name because I had a speech impediment, you know, and there were certain words that I couldn't say, and my name was one of them. and fruit, you know, I couldn't say words with FR, you know, and so I had to really work on my speech and my diction because it wasn't there. I happened to have a friend, she was so articulate, and I remember going up to her and saying, I want to talk like you, help me, what can I do? And she suggested, the first thing she suggested was start reading the dictionary and start speaking, you know, use the description of how you're supposed to say those words. And then I would choose a word a day to just use throughout the course of conversation. And so that's a way to help build your vocabulary if that is an area that you want to work on.
Yeah, that's something our husband did. Still does, actually, yeah.
Okay.
Reads every word in the dictionary. That's something we need to do. So yeah, it's actually a good idea. But we're going to get on that as soon as possible. But what we're going to do, sis, is we're going to go ahead and get out of here. Thank you so much once again for coming on the show. And we almost forgot, we're going to be on Miss Vera's show.
Yes, but not until December.
Yeah, December 6th. So we're going to get this on her show. So tell us a little bit about that before we get out of here.
Well, all of the podcasters from CTR are invited to come on and let's talk about what you do, talk about your podcast, talk about, and let's just uplift, encourage, motivate, inspire, and educate people through the podcasters that are going to be on my show December 6th.
Yes, y'all. So we will be one of those people. So we're really excited about that. It's going to be 8:30.
It's actually 7 o'clock.
Okay.
EST time, Eastern Standard Time.
So it
would be 6 o'clock your time.
Okay,
but I do ask my guests to come on like at 6:30. So that would be 5:30 your time, just to make sure we don't have any glitches. Make
Gotcha.
sure that everything is running smoothly.
Okay. Well, we definitely looking forward to it, so we will be there.
Well, I'm looking forward to you being there. I really am.
No problem. But thank you again. And make sure y'all go check out Bill. We're going to put up her social media one more time. Y'all ever want to connect with her, be a guest on her show, this is all of her platforms. Y'all can go and follow her on. This is our first time actually speaking, but she is a beautiful, doing a thing. We definitely proud of you. We definitely happy to be on the same network with like-minded
Yes.
people.
Yes. As a
Yeah.
matter of fact, I would like to end with a poem. Okay. All right. Now, this poem was inspired by a quote by Eleanor Roosevelt. Eleanor Roosevelt said, "Small minds discuss people, average minds discuss things, great minds discuss ideals." So I wrote this. Small minds, you know the kind, sit around and gossip all the time. Who's doing what? Did it win? Not the kind I would call my friend. Average minds discussing things, houses, cars, material gain. Great minds move the earth, discussing things of value, of worth, ideologies of past and present, realizing dreams with the mind's consent. Great minds, it takes one to know. These minds help all minds grow. And I think that's what CTR Media Network does, helps all minds grow.
Yes, yes, that was nice. Thank you. Thank you for
You're
sharing
welcome.
that. Thank you.
You're
So we're gonna
welcome.
get out of here, sis.
Well, thank you.
Mom. Thank you once again. We will see you December 6th, and we'll definitely be in contact. We got each
Yes.
other information, so
Yes,
we'll be in
yes.
contact. So thank you. Once
Thank you.
again, we're gonna let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you to Tina and everyone that tuned in and check out the show. We're definitely gonna be sharing it on all our platforms, so y'all keep a lookout for that as well. So we're gonna get out of here, and we'll see y'all
Okay.
again on Thursday.
All right. Talk to you later.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. I am Sandy Sanders. I'm award-winning talk show host and creator of Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. And this afternoon, y'all know we've been on book tour for the past couple of weeks, but today we are super, super excited. We're presenting another book, and I'm telling you, God just knows how. Y'all know how it flows. Listen, God knows how to set some things up. Our guest today, and I'm super, super excited. So you all go ahead and get the word out. These amazing, beautiful, courageous women are going to be a part of a roundtable discussion of an upcoming event that's going to be taking place in Sumter, South Carolina. And we're so, so excited. It is called Pink in the City. And as you can see, some of the theme colors, yes, they have it on. And we are with the amazing, phenomenal, yes, Coach Tamika Hunter Ross. But before we have her on and say hello to the ladies, you guys, you know, Book Talks with Sandy, what is it? It is our platform for authors, anthology book projects. And most of all, I say that it is for you. And why do I say that? Because you just might be looking for a good book to read, right? So I need you to share this out with your community, share it out with your tribe. I always tell you, you're coaches of coaches. You are leaders. You are tribe leaders, and you have communities. I need you to tag at least, since we're going to be on this subject, and what is that? We're right on the brink of breast cancer awareness. I need you to tag at least 5 women. I want you to go ahead and put those names in. I'm going to be doing the same thing. We're going to do our intro one more time while you guys take a moment and do this. But in the meantime, hi, Coach. Hi, Coach Ross. How you doing? Great to meet you.
Hi, Sandy. Good to be here. Nice to meet you today.
Super, super excited to have you here. And so as we begin to share it out, we are going to do that. I need y'all to listen. We're going to do intro one more time, and then we'll be right back with Book Talks with Sandy. And again, we are on Book Talks with Sandy, a Sunday afternoon. You guys know we're just coming out of, we're in week 3. Yes, week 3 of Book Talks with Sandy. I have a story author tour. And God truly knows how to set some stuff up here on our platform. The ladies that are before you are part of an amazing book project. The visionary author, none other than and she's known as Minister T. It is the phenomenal Tamika Hunter Ross. She is the visionary author of an amazing book that we're super excited. I'm looking forward to even purchasing this book myself. It is called High Heels. Y'all know I love the stilettos. High Heels in Low Places. Coach Tamika, Minister T, welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. And you're mute.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, hello and welcome to the table.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am so honored and grateful to have this opportunity.
Yes, indeed. And we're very happy that you are here with us and you brought some of the authors with you. I'd like for these ladies to say hello to us. The phenomenal, yes, contributing author Tamika Marks, if you will, come on and say hi to us. Hi, Tamika. And Kimberly Curtis.
Hi.
Hi, Kim. How are you? Good. And we have the phenomenal, yes, Lady Stacy Hayward.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us on today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ladies, we're going to have an amazing conversation. The subject of breast cancer and the upcoming, soon to be released, your book that is, we're definitely, it's, listen, we're speaking it. We're believing God, #1 bestseller. Absolutely. Yes. Indeed, indeed, indeed. But before we go any further, I just want to lead us in a word of prayer. And then from there, we will go on. Y'all know that that are watching us, that we normally, as y'all know, that Lord kind of gave us some instructions that we are to, yes, acknowledge him, not in the green room, but we're coming forward and giving him all glory and honor on our platform. So those of you that are watching us from our Facebook page on Coffee Conversations with Sandy, and our YouTube channel, come on and join us in a word of prayer. All right. Gracious Heavenly Father, we bless you and we do glorify you. We magnify your name. We acknowledge that you are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. We acknowledge you that, Lord, you are the author and the finisher of our faith. We thank you, oh God, for this day. David declares that this is the day that you made, and we're going to rejoice and be glad in it. Father, I thank you for this platform. I thank you for our guests on today. I thank you, oh God, for what they will be sharing with viewers from all over the world about how you have provided them with the courage to share their story. I want to thank God for the visionary author, that you birthed this vision in her and then you gave her the strength to birth it out. And for that, we thank you. I thank you, oh God, that you will be the center of our conversation. You get the glory, you get the honor, and all of the praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. You all, yes, we are with the amazing, they know her as Minister T, and Tamika Hunter Ross. She is the visionary author of the upcoming book soon to be released called High Heels in Low Places. There are 22 authentic women who have shared their journey and perseverance with breast cancer. Minister T, again, hello and welcome. How did this book come about? I'm going to show your graphics in just a moment, but how did this book come about?
This book came about in 2018 after I was diagnosed a second time with breast cancer. And unfortunately, the second diagnosis was stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. And, it was heartbreaking. It was devastating. But, once I got past my emotions from the diagnosis, I began to just seek God and pray. And it's like, I know this is not about me. This is not for me. This is going to make me a better person. But there was going to be a purpose through the pain that I was experiencing. And lo and behold, the Holy Spirit gave me the vision of doing the book as well as a support group. Everyone that really knows me know that I am a lover of shoes, especially heels. All my life, from college up until my diagnosis, you will always find me every day in a pair of 4-inch to 5-inch stilettos. And being that I'm barely 5 feet tall, those stilettos were needed. And unfortunately, because of the diagnosis and it metastasizes to the bones, I had to retire my stilettos and my love for heels. And I also used to own a shoe boutique when I lived in Greenville. So, one thing about me, when you're doing anything, I tell people you have to do something that will catch people's attention, something that would engage them. And every female loves a good pair of shoes. So it's that concept is basically to how you engage people for the platform to discuss about breast cancer. But yeah, the idea was birthed in 2018 after my first diagnosis. And it just, unfortunately, it took almost 4 years for it to come to pass. But, thanks be to God, everything is in His timing.
Absolutely.
This was perfect divine timing. Happened in His timing, in His will, in His way. And I'm just so excited of what God is doing and what He will do through all of us that are contributing to this book.
Absolutely. And you have some amazing women that have joined. I do want to say hello to our the platform that we are a part of, as well as being one of our sponsors. We're talking about CTR Media Network, marketing and podcasting. Thank you so much for your support and thank you for being out there. I see you. And she is saying, hello, ladies. Yes, indeed. CTR is all in there. And we do certainly appreciate. Also, Kaya Anderson is saying congratulations, especially my mommy. Woo woo, Kimberly. So yeah, you got some supporters out there. Thank you all for tuning in. Well, we're going to go ahead and let our audience meet these phenomenal women and just begin to go ahead and share. Y'all don't want to hear me talk. I want to hear what these amazing women. I want to go ahead and introduce to you Lady Kimberly Curtis. She is a pediatric registered nurse at Children's National Hospital. She is a wife, a mother of two. She's a grandmother of 2, grandmother of 3, and an entrepreneur, baker of Cakes by Kim, LLC. Come on, Kimberly, and say hi to us.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you're on a journey. Did you anticipate on ever becoming a writer?
That was never a thought, never a dream. But now that it's here, I'm very honored. And one thing I like to just kind of highlight is it is a journey. Even though some of us may have completed whatever treatment we had to go through. And as I listen to others that are still going through, it is a daily journey. And I'm just grateful. Tamika mentioned, but I remember thinking, not me, or why me? And after I got over dealing with my emotions, God just let me know, why not me? That he knew I could go through and be able to help somebody else.
Yes, indeed. And you are helping other women as well as men, but we don't hear as much about those. And we'll kind of hit on some statistics and some numbers a little bit later. But absolutely, and thank you for being courageous to share your story and the journey that you are on. At this time, now we're going to go ahead over to Stacy. Stacy Haywood. She is an insurance adjuster, licensed in 26 states. She's an ordained elder, wife, mother of 2, founder of What's Underneath Matters, a nonprofit organization that provides undergarments to low-income at-risk youth. Oh my goodness, y'all are just making my to-do list here. Phenomenal. Come on, say hi to us.
Hello. Again, thank you for having me on this platform today. It's an awesome honor just to be here.
Yeah. Come on and talk to us a little bit about being an author. You are already doing amazing things with working with young girls. I think the service and the nonprofit that you have, so much needed, because $1.50 or $2 may not seem like it's hard to come by to go buy sanitary items, but it's much needed. Come on and share with us a little bit about that.
So years ago, it was prophesied to me that I was going to write a book, and I just kind of blew that off. Like, I don't even like to write. Like, I don't have time. I don't like to write. So, okay, I hear you. And I just kept moving. But one thing that I know for certain is when the Lord speaks a thing, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Once it leaves his mouth, it won't return void. So it will accomplish everything that it is meant to accomplish. But I had no idea, even coming into this project, when I was approached about, hey, are you willing to share your story of what you went through with breast cancer? And I was like, well, yeah, sure. As a 2-time cancer survivor, it was like, well, maybe it can offer hope or inspiration or help someone else. My story was a little different, but not so different, in that my diagnosis was 15 years apart.
I see.
So whereas with the first diagnosis, that was hard enough, but I was living to get to year 5, which, they tell you get through your first 5 years, you're kind of good. When you get to year 10, you're really smooth sailing. You're kind of outside of that window of it coming back. And so to get to year 15 and be in the middle or in the process of holding one of my best friend's hands, walking him through throat cancer, and I go to the doctor routinely and get a diagnosis, I just felt like, wait a minute, is this a joke? Like, this cannot be for real.
This cannot be. Wow. So listen, hang on. We want to put a pin right there. Hold on to that thought, because you're saying something that is so phenomenal, and your story, like you're absolutely correct. It's interesting, yes, that it was diagnosed 15 years earlier. You go through treatment and you're in another place, in another season. God got you over those first 5-year huddle, that first 5-year huddle. So I want to hear more. Absolutely. And now, come on, our next, it is, yes, Miss Tamika Marks. I want to say, do I have that right? Yes, Lady Tamika, come on and say hi to us. I want to share a little bit about who you are. You are originally from Sumter, South Carolina, currently living in Nashville, Tennessee, married to her amazing college sweetheart, Justin, for 20 years. They have 2 kids, 2 children, Kennedy, 17, and Peyton, 14. She works as a program coordinator at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, has a BS degree in sociology from Van Hughes College. Come on and talk to us.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. This is definitely an honor to be here, to be a part of this project. I'm super excited about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for, how did you connect with Lady Tamika?
So actually, we connected through one of her co-workers, co-partners with the project, Jason Mahoney. He contacted me and asked if I wanted to be a part of a project, of people writing a book about breast cancer. And I was like, sure, I guess, And I'd heard you ask the other women, about being an author. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would be an author, because do I write? No. Do I love to talk though? Yeah. So, but yeah, wouldn't have never thought that my story would actually go into a book for someone else to read. So I'm super excited.
Wow. I am so excited and honored to have you all. Well, you all allow Coach Tamika, Minister T, and I to kind of have a little dialogue. Minister T, I want to share with our audience, you're this amazing woman. Your slogan or your motto, strong faith, high standards. You empower people to activate their faith and set their standards high. Again, you talked about the shoe. You talked about your first diagnosis. You do use the shoe, as you said, as a means to bring about a conversation. That what you're doing, you're stepping high. Bring us into where we are. As you said, it took you a couple of years, but bring us in, our audience, into knowing about you and meeting these amazing, phenomenal women.
Yes. So, Tamika, I'm just going to piggyback on what she said, because the key person here is Jason, the motivator Mahoney. Last year, I was receiving an award for a red carpet event with Dr. Kimberly Green. And she said, you come to this event. She said, I have somebody I need you to meet. I think he will be able to take you and your support group to the next level and help you with some of the visions that you have for the support group. And I said, okay. Matter of fact, the Sunday of her event, I was just getting back from chemo in Atlanta. I go to Atlanta every 3 weeks for chemo. With stage 4, it's ongoing treatment. And really that Sunday, I was like toiling all day because my body was tired, my mind was tired. And I probably like text Dr. Kim, 10 times saying, I'm not going to come, but the Holy Spirit kept telling me, go, go, go. And as soon as I walked into the event, here was this guy, this gentleman. And what caught me, I said, oh, wow, somebody that my height. I always get a kick out of the guys that are, short like me. And then he just had this bubbly personality that just is like, Jason is like a magnet. He meets no stranger. And if you have any kind of interaction with Jason, you'll be like, oh my God, there's something special about him. So he interviewed me on the red carpet. And then when I said my name, he said, oh, you're the person Kim want me to meet. And I said, yeah, and you're the person she wanted me to meet. So after the event, Jason and I had the opportunity to talk. I shared with him my heart, my journey, because also with getting this second diagnosis, the first diagnosis, I had just lost my dad and 3 of my dad's brothers. I lost 4 men in our family to cancer back to back within a 9-month period, and then myself get diagnosed with cancer the first time, and then here we go a second time, and then now has metastasized. And of course, science says there is no cure for stage 4, and it requires ongoing treatment. And I just shared with Jason, God has a purpose for all this pain that I'm going through. I'm still grieving the loss of my dad. I'm the only girl. I'm the youngest and only girl of 4. I have 3 older brothers. My dad was my best friend. And, I'm still grieving over that even to this day, 8 years later. I'm just like, God has a plan and a purpose for my life. And breast cancer is just a platform to either remind somebody who he is and what he can do, or I'm introducing somebody to Jesus for the first time. And I shared with Jason that I'm ready to take the support group to another level, as well as I have this book. I said, I know the Holy Spirit told me to write this book. And Jason took it to another level. He was like, I'm with you on that. And he said, I'm going to call you. And sure enough, he called me the next day. And Jason and I probably talked for a couple of hours that day and every day after that. And he pushed me, encouraged me. He said, because initially it was just going to be a story about me and share my journey with the first diagnosis and the second diagnosis. And then I said, you know what? I don't think people understand how serious stage 4 is and how a lot of people live in fear with that type of diagnosis, knowing that there is not a cure. And he was like, let's take it even further. He said, let's make it a compilation book. He said, I think you need to get as many women involved as you can and let everybody share their story, because everybody will have a different journey that is unique. He said, yes, your story will capture those, that are stage 4 and those that have lost family members to cancer and then themselves get. And when Jason first presented that to me, I was like, nah, Jason, I don't think so. I said, okay. I said, we'll do it. Let's do 10 women. And then Jason said, no, we're going to do 12. Then Jason said, no, we're going to do 15. And I said, 22 women. I said, Jason, are you crazy? And he was like, the more we have, he said, the more we can be a voice for the voiceless, the more we can be more impact. He said, if you're trying to be successful and effective, he said, you say it yourself, we're stronger together. So he said, let's be in prayer and let's involve some other women. And we brought, initially, I invited the women from the support group. Some of them agreed and some of them did not want to do. Some people are not ready to share their story. Some people haven't even told immediate family members about their diagnosis. So at the end, I think it ended up with 7 of us. And Jason was like, and I was starting to get a little discouraged. And I was saying, well, maybe this is a sign that he said, no, if you heard from God and God told you to do this, he said, we're going to do this and I'm going to help you. And he began to introduce me to people like Stacy and Tamika and Kim and all the other ladies. And it has been such an honor to say that I'm the only girl, I'm the youngest in all my life. I've just been around boys, my family majority of men. It has been an honor and a privilege to not only meet these ladies, but work with them, hear their stories. It's almost like we have become our own secluded sisterhood and circle. I'm just so blessed and excited about it. And I feel like I got sisters that I never had. And what is so special is that even though I know a lot of people, I have a lot of relationships, I have a lot of associations, but these women can understand and relate exactly what I go through 365 days out of a year. Because as breast cancer survivors, we understand each other, mood swings, our hot flashes, our bipolar moments. And
talk about that. Yes, because a person that has not been diagnosed, that my sister was. My sister, out of 5 girls, I have one sister that was diagnosed, and she did have the double mastectomy. That was the best option for her. But I want us to talk about that, ladies. And I know I haven't I've shared about who you are, but I want to open up a dialogue. Is that bring us into that people may not understand a daily challenge. What is one daily challenge? You're missing about the mood swings and all. Yeah, let's talk about that. Anybody?
I think one. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nick. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
No, so for me, I'm actually coming up on my 5th year anniversary. And so I still deal with anxiety. And hearing, Tamika's story and Stacy's story about, so many years later, that reoccurrence, that's my biggest fear, honestly. I any type of pain, any type of ache, I'm like, what is this? What's going on? Is this coming back? So like she said, dealing with the mood swings, the hot flashes, my family is like, why is it so cold in this house? I'm like, it's hot. So, and one minute I'm happy and the next minute I may be almost in tears, so yeah, but my biggest thing is the anxiety. Like I said, just coming up on my 5th year, like Stacy said, I'm coming up on that 5th year and I'm like, okay, once I get to year 5, I'll be in the clear. But realistically, I have to keep praying. I have to keep pushing. I have to keep living to be healthy. I have to keep, saying, okay, God, I know you got me. You brought me this far, so I know you're going to take me even further. Because
Yeah.
who knows? That's just science. And like they said, she got to her 5th year, and sure enough, 5 year, 10 year, and 15 years, you're like, what is this? So, we have to deal with anxiety. I had a person tell me one time, I don't understand how people have anxiety and you believe in God. I said, really? You may not have really gone through, you know what I mean? Just going through something personal like that. And at first it hurt my feelings. And I was like, how you going to test my faith like that? I believe in God, but at the same time, I have anxiety. I deal with anxiety on a daily basis. So that's my biggest fear.
Okay. And so what do you do? What do you do when what is one thing that you help yourself go through that moment? You feel it coming. What would be a tip maybe for our audience? What has worked for you sometimes?
The biggest thing is definitely to pray. I take a minute and I say, okay, God, you know what I'm going through. I need you to touch me from the crown of my head to the sole of my feet and take this anxiety out of my heart. I take big deep breaths a lot. I try to meditate just on other things, just on I meditate on being grateful that he's brought me thus far. I've when I was diagnosed, I literally right after my 40th birthday, it was my first mammogram, the whole nine. So it was a big slap in the face to me, say, hey, and so I lean on my faith and say, okay, God, I know you brought me this far. I know you can take me further.
So depending on your faith and prayer, I love it. Yes. Kimberly, and I think Coach Stacy, she had a comment to say also. Stacy, when we were talking about what a typical day is like.
So a typical day or one of the challenges is like I cannot go anywhere without water. Without water, I keep an insulated bottle of water 24 hours a day because of just dealing with all of the dry mouth, the dry skin, and I often share with people one thing that I learned about cancer is even past the diagnosis, even once you're done with treatment, your life never goes back to what it was prior to that diagnosis. You just really learn to live in a new normal, whatever that is. You adjust because you never go back to what you were before diagnosis and treatment. So one of the big challenges is just I don't know about the other ladies, but I can't move anywhere without water. So you add that to the hot flashes and the cold sweats and emotions all over the place, but it just everything just leaves you so dry and parched.
Okay.
Like all of the time. So
yeah. So for you, it's the water constantly. Yeah. If anybody say, and you tell yourself, I got to have my water bottle. So having your water bottle sounds like just like we pick up our purse, you pick up your purse plus your water bottle.
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
Absolutely.
Everybody's journey.
And I did want to say now with the diagnosis 15 years apart, because I heard my sister's concern. Now, for me, it was not the cancer coming back out of remission because it was two totally different types of cancer in two different locations, but in the same breast.
Wow. Interesting.
And I was never one, I never said, even from the first diagnosis, because there's so much power in words, I never said the cancer was in remission. Because I always stood on the fact that I was healed from cancer. Yes. Because anything that's in any form, that's a possibility of return.
You're helping us. Yeah.
Healing, I never used the word remission because I canceled out that possibility because I knew that God had already said that I was healed.
Amen. Amen.
And so when the second diagnosis came 15 years later, even the oncologist, everybody was astounded, like, how could this be? But I still in that knew I'm not shaken because this can't be the same as before because that's already gone. And sure enough, it was a different type, different location, just same breast.
Right. Wow. Before Kimberly, you come on, we are with the contributing authors of the upcoming book that we are deeming, yes, going to be a #1 bestseller. We are talking with the visionary author, yes, that many know, she's known as affectionately as Minister T. And who are we talking about? The lady Tamika Hunter Ross, who is the visionary author of the book. The book is called, let me go down to it again. Yes, High Heels in Low Places. And this book is with 22 authentic women who have shared their journey of perseverance with breast cancer. And so the ladies who you are meeting today are the contributing authors of this amazing book, as well as talking about their experience and their journey of being diagnosed with breast cancer. Breast cancer, what is it? It is a broad term. It's a broad term that you can have various classes, but according to the National Breast Cancer Foundation Incorporated, is that breast cancer is a broad term for a class of diseases characterized by an abnormal cell that grow and invade healthy cells in the body. Breast cancer starts in the cells of the breast as a group of cancer cells that can then invade surrounding tissue or spread, metastasize to other areas of the body. Kimberly, if you will, come on. And this is just a little bit of information. And so our source that we're looking at right now, and then these ladies have walked the journey. They're in the journey. And I want them to also share what they have learned as they're about this once they've been diagnosed. Kimberly, come on and share with us. I want to bring your information up as well. Bear with me here 1 second, you all. And I want to say hello to our audience. Mr. Jason apparently is out there. I did see, I think he is this the gentleman? Yeah, Mr. Jason Mahoney, thank you so much for being with us. I recognize it when I put up Crafted to Motivate. Hello, ladies. Amazing. So proud of you. And our one of our ambassadors, Brenda Moultrie. Hi, Brenda. I've been seeing you in the audience, and thank you so much for being out there and watching. And we also have Mavis Creer. Thank you, Mavis, for being in the audience. And Coach Ursula, thank you so much. She says, good evening, ladies. And I believe we're going to wait for Kimberly to come back in just a minute. But what I want to talk about, there's an event that is coming up. The book is about to be released. And Minister T, if you will, kind of bring us in what's about to happen on October the 1st. Couple of things, I know.
October the 1st, Sumter County is about to experience and make history. And again, I owe it all to Jason, the Motivator Mahoney. Now I understand why he has the nickname, the Motivator, because Jason has really motivated me, motivated the ladies throughout this whole process. And he took us to another level. It's not even about the book anymore. Jason was like, listen, we're going to brand you as well. What is it that God has given to you, a purpose for you to do? We're going to make this a 2-in-1 where you're not only going to, launch the book, advertise a book, but let's advertise who Tamika Marks is. Let's advertise who Kimberly Curtis is. Let's advertise who Stacey Haywood is. So, Jason has done a lot of one-on-one consulting with each of us and with each of the authors to help us on this day. We're not only releasing a book, but we're launching and branding ourselves. So not only the world and everybody in Sumter is going to meet 22 ladies and authors that shared their story, they're going to also meet 22 courageous women of strength, knowledge, power, and wisdom entrepreneurs, gifts, and talents. All of that is going to be on display Saturday, October 1st at the Sumter County Civic Center from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Face Strong usually do an annual event every year to raise funds for our nonprofit. And again, you know, here I'm thinking it initially started off to be called a Rod for a Cure. And Jason's like, no, we're going to do something different. And, you know, I kind of hesitated first. I'm just like, Sumter's not ready for that. And I don't think I'm ready for that either. And, you know, we have the biggest facility in Sumter. We are planning for over 500 people. And I believe that it will happen. God has literally blessed us and favored us from beginning up until even now. The resources, people coming forth, realizing, you know, who we are and what we're doing, the impact that we're making, not only in the Sumter community, but just all over. You know, we have breasties all over, as far as California, Virginia. You know, we service women all over as survivors, thrivers, and metavirus. So this is an event for people to not only find out about our nonprofit, they're going to meet the 22 ladies of the book, and they're going to also meet these ladies individually as well as meet us collectively with the book. So we're really excited. If you're in the area, if you don't mind traveling, come on down to Sumter, South Carolina. Meet us at the Civic Center. We probably about sold out of every hotel in Sumter because of this event. And we are really excited and looking forward to what God is going to do on that day.
There's going to be vendors. Is that vendor opportunity still available?
The vendor opportunity is still available only if you're going to give our information. Unfortunately, if you're going to sell anything, that deadline has now passed, being that we had to turn everything in to get everyone's vendor permit. Absolutely. We're still welcome anyone that wants to set up and do a table to give out information, just to market, advertise their business, their ministry, their church. They can email us at info@wearefaithstrong.com and just let us know that, hey, I know I missed the deadline to sell, but I would like to still participate as a vendor to give out information to market, advertise my business.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be coming back and we're going to be talking about the upcoming event again shortly. We're going to have now a contributing author, Kimberly Curtis, who is now going to be sharing with us. Kimberly, let me pull your information back up here. Let's see. Kimberly is a registered nurse at a Children's National Hospital. Let me get the rest of your information here. She is pediatric registered nurse at Children's National Hospital, wife and mother of 2, and grandmother of 3, entrepreneur, as we said earlier, baker. She bakes, y'all. Bakes. Now she's added an author to her bio. Yes, Cakes by Kim. I want to know how good those taste. Come on, Kim, talk to us.
Again, thanks for having me on. And as some of the other ladies shared, I don't actually call it anxiety, but I actually call it fear. I just came up on 8 years this past June. And as Tamika mentioned, you know, you get to 5 and you think you're there. And as I kind of got off the path a little bit with keeping up with the healthy eating and things like that. And just here lately, always concerned. What is the pain? What's this under my arm? I'm lifting up. I'm trying to figure out, you know, do I feel anything? So constantly just trying to figure out what's going on, praying, you know, believing that God also told me that, you know, I was healed. I struggle sometimes with the outer appearance and always trying to figure out dry skin, this, that, what's next, and trying to figure out how to keep myself up and not look like what I've been through or what I may go through daily. I have my daughter as she checked in, and I have my aunt. I not only pray, but I call and talk to them. And for whatever reason, God has given them the exact words that I need to just uplift me out of the place that it seems like I'm going. I'm able to help somebody else, but not always able to help myself to stay above. So I contact them and they're able to listen, but they don't allow me to stay where I'm going at the moment. They just uplift me. And after that, in a prayer, that's how I'm able to keep going.
That's good. I love it. So that support system. So these are the things is that just to recap, we're hearing that yes, in a day can look like this, that I'm fearful. I'm watching, what could possibly be happening to my body. There is levels of anxiety that can occur. And when that does, I hear one of the other ladies as Minister Elder Haywood had said, she's mindful of the words that she used, that death and life is in the power of our tongue. And so prayer, using the tools that God has given us, even in the midst of going through a diagnosis. You ladies, and I take it that the other women that are a part of this anthology are also using these tools just to get through a day. And we can make it through the day, then we make it through the week, and we believe God and celebrate that day. I'm all about celebrating for today. One of the key words, I love it. And Elder, we're going to start right there. The power of our words, the power of our words. And we're on the subject of cancer. We're on the subject of breast cancer and how it affects the women. Have anyone looked at the statistics of the Black woman and in our culture? Anyone want to? And I was coming to you, Elder, there for a second. Do you want to tap in there?
I don't know the latest statistics. However, I do know that in the African American community, the numbers are definitely on the rise.
Mm-hmm.
And before, it's almost like by the time we get the latest statistics, the number has grown exponentially. And I think that that's one of the important factors of trying to get the word out.
Yeah.
And just saying, we've got to be requesting, demanding, not taking no for an answer when it comes to a 3D mammogram or an MRI, and not just being denied based on age or being under coverage or underinsured. We have got to be able to fight through to demand to get these tests that we so desperately need.
That is so good. I love it. Coach, Lady T, come on. Let's talk about some numbers. She mentioned about how not to take no for an answer. So bring us into, and I'm looking it up now. You've been on this journey for a while. You have a support group. What are some of the challenges that will help us to know, like Elder Haywood just mentioned, is that it may not be us, but it could be someone in our community? How important is it for us to advocate?
It's very important, Sandy. And as far as with the numbers, in the introduction of our book, we do quote what the numbers were at the time that we put the book together. In the introduction, we have African American women have a 31% breast cancer mortality rate, the highest of any U.S. racial or ethnic group. Among women younger than 45, breast cancer incidence is higher among African American women than any other race. So with that being said, Sandy, that by itself, and especially with me living through a stage 4, and just picking back and off of what Stacey said with our words. One thing I do, and one thing I teach the ladies that we call each other breasties. And one thing I teach my breasts is that we never accept what man say. We always believe what God says. And I never say I have breast cancer. I told people I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I was diagnosed the second time it came back, because this is something I refuse to accept. I'm living through it and I'm dealing with it, but it's something I don't accept, but I use wisdom with it. It is so important for women to know that, especially our culture, it's heartbreaking at times when I'm having conversation with women and they're in their 40s, 50s, and 60s and tell me they never had a mammogram before. And I'm just like, it's not a laughing matter to me. And I'm just thinking to myself, you could be living with cancer in your body and have no idea or what's going on. And it's a lot of women, especially more women that look like us, that have not had mammogram, don't do annual mammograms, don't do annual check. We'll tell you this from both experience. From my first diagnosis and with the second, my body told me something was wrong. And one thing about breast cancer, especially when it metastasizes, it's not always about a lump. Because the second time, it was not about a lump. Mine metastasized to other and feeling like I was like 100 years old. I was having shortness of breath. I was feeling tired all the time, just want to sleep. I was aching like somebody was just taking a hammer and just beating me in my bones. And I just know something was not right. But being as the women that we are, we wear so many hats. We have so many responsibilities in life. Like for me, I'm going from home from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with work and commuting, trying to, work a full-time job, be a full-time wife, be a full-time mom. And a lot of times we deprive ourselves we put ourselves at the bottom of the list with trying to take care of everybody else. But we don't realize each day that we put off going to the doctor, knowing something is wrong, the more we increase our chance. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, my diagnosis came November 2018. I knew from January 2018 that something was wrong with my body. And I just stayed busy taking care of everything else and everybody else, that by the time I was forced, keyword, I was forced to go to the doctor because I ended up with a blood clot that caused swelling, that forced me to go to the doctor to realize it started addressing things that had been going on for months. So not only want to educate and inform, but we just want women to understand you cannot take care of anybody else until you take care of self. You have got to make self your number one priority. We can't be, how is it that we can help everybody else, but we can't help ourselves? We have got to take the time to do our physicals, do our annual mammograms, do our annual pap smear, because the least little sign and red flag and warning is what can indicate that this could lead to something else. And majority of women now being diagnosed with breast cancer, being diagnosed at stage 4 upon the diagnosis because they ignored the signs, didn't take the time to go to the doctor. So it's very important to know your body and listen to your body, do your annual checkups. And each one of us have a unique story on what our signs, our warning signs, what we went through. So even though you're dealing with 22 authors, it's very valuable information. It's beneficial to anybody. Men get breast cancer. My grandfather was one of the first African American men in South Carolina to have breast cancer in the 70s. So there's something for everyone to learn from our journey to empower them, educate them. And I hope, my goal is it puts enough fear in people to say, you know what, when they put that book down, they put it down to go make their doctor's appointment and go see their doctor. And don't just, let people just say, well, there's nothing wrong. Keep having tests done. I tell women all the time, you pay for health insurance. You have the right to say, I need a referral for a CT scan. I need a referral for an MRI. I want to have a PET scan. Don't just accept, no, everything looks good, because you have to dig deeper to find those hidden cells that most of the time are hidden, and they don't really surface until you're now at stage 3 or stage 4.
That is so much valuable information. I hope you all grabbed it. One of the things that Coach Minister T just told us is to make self our priority. Make us not just a priority, but number one. Don't ignore the signs that are in your body. Don't ignore them. You know what your body, you know what's happening with your body. Don't ignore that. Make those doctor appointments. Make sure that you go to your doctor appointment, not just make the appointment and then when the date comes to cancel it. I'm waving my hand, because you'll let things pile up and then, I don't have time to go to the doctor. I'll reschedule. No, it is necessary for you to keep your appointment. If y'all can see, I can share my screen here a little bit. We've got the authors. There are 22 women. And what's about to happen in Sumter, South Carolina, Let me pull this back up here and go back to it here in just a moment. But what's about to happen in Sumter, South Carolina is that on October the 1st, that these women will be a part of an event that is going to be taking place, and it is called Pink in the City. Authors meet and greet. There will be live entertainment, exhibitors, and vendors. Listen, if you are within a 60-mile, maybe 120-mile radius, as you said, already hotels are being booked. They're probably filled right now for this weekend event. But listen, if you're living in that area and you just want to go and spend the day in the beautiful city of Sumter, go, put this on your calendar. Go ahead. I got some folks that are not too far from there. I'm going to be sending out some emails, and we want them to come on and support you. It's going to be at the Sumter County Civic Center. And as you can see here, it's not just the event for their book signing, but it's also informational. Bring another friend, make it a girls trip, make it a day you're going to grab your girlfriend and you guys are just going to hit the road and go spend a day to get informed, have fun, but also meet these amazing, phenomenal women that are part of this book called High Heels in Low Places. At this time, what I'm going to do now is allow the ladies a few minutes for them to each share about their journey individually, so that you can hear their heart. They have about 2 to 3 minutes to just go ahead and just share their heart. Is that okay, Minister T? Are you with me? Oh, okay, good. I'm going to go ahead and start with Tamika Marks. And if you will, Tamika, we're going to step back, let you just share your heart a little bit. And what can we expect whenever we buy the book? Just give us a little snippet. Oh, yeah, Coach, is that okay? That they can tell just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny, because the book is not released yet, guys. And my audience, listen, I need you to write it down. You want to have this book. And so we'll come back and talk about it. I want you guys to, once they let us know when it's okay, I'm going to be keeping up with Minister T so we can know when this book released, because we want to support. This is a book not only you want to purchase for yourself, but you also want to purchase it for another female in your life. Come on, Lady Marks. Come on, we're going to step back. Just share your heart with us, if you will, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again so much for this platform, for all of us to be allowed to tell our story. Just my heart is just to tell the next person, go get your mammogram. That's always been my biggest thing, to tell the next person, go get your mammogram, know your body. Like Tamika said before, we always tend to put ourselves last, but we've got to learn to listen to our bodies, listen to, if you have an ache or a pain, call your doctor and say, hey, can you see me? Can I get some blood work done? Because again, even when my doctor told me to go get my mammogram, I put it off for several more months, because again, I said, I don't have time, until I heard loud and clear one day, God told me, go get your mammogram. And that's when, my journey started. I My family, my husband is a private person, but when my journey started, people would tell me, you need to journal and write things down. But like I said before, I don't write, I don't, journal or whatever. But I was on social media, and so what I did, I started putting my journey on social media. My family was very supportive. My mom, my aunt, and cousins, they, traveled to come with me, so that I never went to a chemo treatment by myself. I always had somebody with me. So thank you to them. Shout out to them. But every Wednesday, I put out there, where I was in my journey. I always continue to encourage somebody, please go get your mammogram. If you have a history of it in your family, don't wait till you're 40. Let your doctor know, hey, I have a history of this in my family. I need to get mine sooner than later. So again, just advocate for yourself, be your own personal advocate. Again, just to say, hey, I need my mammogram, I want to get this done. And I have found in this journey that us as African Americans don't like to talk about stuff like this. We tend to keep it to ourselves and say, I don't want to burden anybody else or whatever. And at first, I was almost like that. I didn't want to tell anybody. But once I did tell everybody, again, I have come to find that sharing my journey on social media, I have helped, I know, 6 to 7 other women to, one, go get their mammogram, after women have been diagnosed, I've been told, thank you for sharing your story on social media because you encouraged me to go get my mammogram, and now I, have cancer. And so we keeping in contact, that type of thing. So again, with this book, please go and support the book. You will find that it is not only for survivors, it is for someone that again may wonder, what is this feeling in my breast? Read the book. For the survivor, you're going to get the encouragement. Go get the book. For your sisters, even men, to encourage. Men may not know how to support their wives or their girlfriends or moms or sisters. Go get the book. You will find all that helpful information in the book. So this book is not just for women. It's for women, mom, aunts, uncles, daughters, husbands, uncles, everybody. Go get the book. Thank you all again for the opportunity to share our stories on this platform. Thank you, and thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you. What an amazing message. And as you shared, so thank you so much. We just heard from one of the contributing authors, Lady Tamika Marks. And yes, Indy, as she said, go and get those mammograms. At this time, we're going to go ahead and bring on contributing author, Kimberly Curtis.
Thanks again for having me on. I just want to share, my heart is just to help somebody else. I was one who did not have a family history, not that I know of anyway. Everybody, as Tamika mentioned, even in families of our culture, we don't mention, we don't share, we don't let anything, let the other one know or the kids know what's going on. So we don't know what to expect. And I would just say to share with your children, share with family members, share with friends. I remember thinking I didn't have anything to say, but after getting diagnosed, I believe it was like 3 or 4 other nurses at the hospital that I was asked to share my story with. I was asked to speak about it at events, and just grateful for the opportunity. I will say one thing I also keep dear is the root word of vital, vita, and that's life. And one thing I realized was having a support system was not only important, but it was vital. Along with God being my source and my strength, having that support system was what I needed. And I just thank God, and I'll tell anybody and everybody to share, to let somebody else know, to know that you're not in it alone. You don't have to go it alone, and that it's something you can get through. That's what I want people to understand too, that there is life after cancer. I just appreciate God. I appreciate my support system. As I mentioned, my husband is supportive, not very talkative, but was there. But my aunt and my daughter, I just thank God so much for them. And again, I would just say, get the book. Everybody has a unique story, but everybody can be helped, whether you are a survivor, whether you haven't experienced it, whether you have a friend, a loved one, or somebody that you know of. The book can help you. We are here to just let others know that you can make it, you can get through it, and be mindful of the words that you use, because life and death is in the power of our tongue. The power of life and death is in our tongue. And I'm just grateful again to be able to share, to be able to get with other sisters and breasties, and to do something that a lot of people would think 22 women wouldn't be able to do. So again, I'm honored and I'm grateful, and I'm excited about what's going to take place on October the 1st in Sumter, South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had to get myself off of mute and then pull you back. Thank you so much. Now at this time, those of you that are tuning in again, I want you to share this out. I want you to tag another sister. I want you to, and if you're listening to the replay, even go ahead and tag at least 5 women that you love, that you care about, that you need to make sure that they hear this message. Breast cancer awareness, we are on the brink of it, which is in the month of October. And we have our guest today, the visionary author of the book that is in reference to breast cancer and the surviving of breast cancer. This book is on the heels. I always have to pull it up. High heels in low places. Okay. And the visionary author is Tamika Hunter Ross. And at this time, we're going to hear from Elder Haywood, who also is a contributing author. If you will, come on and just share with us what's on your heart.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to come together and to just share and to get the word out to as many people as we can. So my chapter in the book is entitled, I Answered the Call. And to be called to ministry and to say yes to ministry, I had no idea. And I think that this goes for anybody with a call of God on their life. We never really have a full understanding or full idea of what we're actually saying yes to. So in saying yes to the Lord, I had no idea that I was saying yes to being a witness that he's a healer of breast cancer and that there's nothing too hard for God. I was only 32 with my first diagnosis. And so I had to advocate because the insurance company did not want to cover my mammogram because I was under 40. And I'm just grateful to the Lord that at that time I had a physician that was willing to fight with me and to keep writing letters and making referrals until I was able to get the mammogram that I so desperately needed. So I encourage everyone to just be that advocate. We tend to advocate for our children or for our families, but become that voice and advocate for yourselves and don't be denied from what could save your very life in the end. So again, I just want to say thank you to Sandy and the audience and everybody. I am so excited and in anticipation about what is going to take place on October 1st. I honestly don't think that it has even entered into the minds or the hearts of men what God is going to do and perform on that day. So I am in great anticipation of what is going to happen in Sumter, South Carolina on October 1st. Again, thank you so much, Sandy, for this opportunity.
My pleasure. We want to thank CTR Media Network, which is under the ownership and guidance and leadership of the amazing Dr. Tina Ramsey and her team. We are so thankful. We are a part of the CTR Media Network. And if you would like to share your podcast and be a part of an amazing platform and media network that will have you in over 310. I said 310, what million? These are 310 million outlets all over the world. And we have found that, yes, the numbers are coming in daily. And our last indication is that we're hitting about 7 countries and 7 to 8 countries. I think it's a little bit more than that. Coffee Conversations and Book Talks with Sandy was number 8, excuse me. We are aiming for number 1 in the top 10, but we're at number 8. We kind of fell down, but I'm kudos and happy and excited for our number 1, our podcaster family and the podcast that hit for number 1 in the month of August. We're waiting for the September numbers to come out. At this time, I'm going to yield back and just ask the visionary author to come and share her heart with us all about this book and the upcoming event and our dialogue conversation of what we've been talking about. These are some amazing, if these 2 ladies, I mean, these 4 ladies or 3 have talked, oh my goodness, I can't wait. And you guys are going to be on with me again. I'm going to pull up my schedule. So those that are watching, I need you guys to look out because we do have another interview with these amazing authors. But come on, if you will, Minister T.
Yeah, so again, just to piggyback off of what Tamika, Kim, and Stacey has shared, we just want to encourage everyone to stand in agreement with us. We only stand in agreement with what what God says and what we believe God for, regardless of what science and statistics says. You know, people ask me all the time, how do you manage living through a stage 4 diagnosis knowing there's not a cure for it? And I told him, I said, there is a cure. I said, Jesus not only died on the cross for our sins, he also died for sickness and disease. So by his stripes, we are healed. And I just profess and claim healing, not only for my life, but for all the women that are out there with breast cancer. I have such a crazy faith that I believe that even women that may be walking around with cancer in their body don't even realize it, but they'll be healed and never have to even deal with a diagnosis. That's just the type of God I serve. That's just the type of faith that I have, that, you know, God can do exceedingly and abundantly above all that we can ever ask and imagine. So we ask if you are in agreement with us and what God says, and we're going to believe God's word. And as Stacey said earlier, it will not return to us void. We ask that you join us in this fight. We're stronger together in numbers. You know, so we want you to link your faith with our faith. Believe what we believe, say what we say, because our journey today could very well be your journey tomorrow, or someone that is close to you. So the more we the more we grow together. The Bible said that people perish for a lack of knowledge and understanding and wisdom. So get the knowledge and wisdom in this book. I don't know if you can see it. So this is a copy of the hardback book. And also, Sandy, I want to also acknowledge and give a shout out to Stacey, our breastie. With Stacey being a contributing author, Stacey is also a member in Pastor Shirley Caesar's armor bearer. And because of our relationship with Stacey, we were able to get Pastor Shirley Caesar to do the forward in our book. So that by itself, that lets us know that the favor of God is on us, and God is in agreement with what we're doing and our purpose and our intention, to where he's favoring us and blessing us and giving us platforms and resources that, you know, sometimes I feel that we're not worthy of. But, you know, an incredible God deserves an incredible praise for all that he has done, all that he's doing, and all that he will do. And if we just change one person's life, we've done more than enough. And so again, just ask everyone to support the book, and not only support the book, support the nonprofit. Faith Strong is a nonprofit for breast cancer survivors, thrivers, and metavirus. So, you know, if you know someone, even if the person is, we all consider a survivor. I tell everyone every day that God allows me to wake up, I am a survivor, regardless if I'm still going through treatment every 3 weeks. Everyone is a survivor, and we all have something to bring to the table to encourage and help someone else. So if you know of anyone that's a survivor, that's finished with their journey, or you know someone that is what we call a thriver, that means they're actively in treatment, they're still doing chemo, they're still doing radiation, they have a surgery schedule, or they may be recovering from surgery, or if they are a metavirus, they was diagnosed with stage 4, we ask that you invest in a book in for them, and not only get the book for them, connect them with our support group, our nonprofit. They do not have to be in South Carolina. It's something to connect with our support group. So, you know, you're getting 2 for the price of 1. You get all this wealth information through the book, as well as you have the opportunity to connect with other women that can understand and relate to what you're going through. So we're excited. We're looking forward to it. Each of the authors, you can purchase the book from each of the authors. If you want to get a copy or come to the event. If you can't come to the event, just reach out to any of the authors, and we'll be happy to order a copy or, you know, do a purchase for you. And Sandy, thank you so much. Again, I have to acknowledge and give a shout out to Jason Mahoney, the motivator. He really motivated this project. He helped me to bring it to pass with the help of God. He took us to another level in the vision, the book, as well as with this event. Jason, if you're still on, we want to say thank you. We could never repay you for all your hard work, your time, and your financial investment with helping us with this book. And we're excited to the platforms that is going to have us on, because we're making history.
Absolutely. You are indeed making history. I did put your website up, and we put that in the chat. So those of you that are looking at the replay, do reach out As Minister T said, is that the support group is not just for Sumter, South Carolina. If I understood that correctly, it can be someone from any parts of the world. And we know that it's just not here in the United States. We are a global platform. So if you are watching or listening to us from another country, whether you're in Africa, whether you are in Australia, whether you are in the UK, no matter what country that you're in, if you're in the islands and you want to connect with this amazing woman, yes, her website is www.tamikahunterross.com. Did I do that right? I'm gonna put it back up. Yeah, because we do have individuals that are watching us globally. And so this is a global network. I also do want to mention one of our other sponsors. Our main sponsor, yes, is Swag Her Magazine. Swag Her Magazine is an urban magazine that is not only online, digital, but it is also and can be found in print. It is on Instagram as well as Facebook. Thank you so much, Swag Her, for being here and supporting us. They are one of our sponsors, and I'm super excited of the amazing things that are happening. Over 4,000 plus continually. I think it's like 40,000 that their Facebook page is, and then it continues to grow. And I don't have the numbers for the print distribution, but I know it's high. Listen, as Swag Her Magazine, thank you so much for being here to support us. At this time, each of the ladies, I want to know, before we kind of wrap this up, Tamika, you got anything going on other than making plans to be in South Carolina on October 1st? What you working on, girl? Are you working on anything?
So yeah, working on several different things. I having 2 teenagers in the house. I have a lot going on. I have a senior this year, so trying to make plans to apply for college and financial aid and all that type of stuff. So yes, we are doing, looking forward to all of that for her senior year. Super excited to come home to Sumter, South Carolina, see a lot of family and friends and that kind of thing. Yes, so super excited.
You'll have to come back and share some of those tips, because a lot of times parents, they just don't know. They have juniors and juniors, what is the best year to actually start looking at those things, such as college? Will traditional 4-year colleges and universities, would that be the best choice? So yeah, maybe inviting you back to come and do a roundtable conversation.
Definitely.
At this time, yes. Elder Stacy, tell us about your nonprofit. Got anything going on other than heading on down to South Carolina?
Well, I will, of course, be in South Carolina on October 1st. The following week will be the kickoff of our pastor's birthday and anniversary. So I'm looking forward to some of the co-authors joining and being in Raleigh with us on that weekend. So that will be an exciting time that we will be able to come together, take part in a rally to advocate to get the age limits removed. So those are just some of the things that are coming up. And we all know, with October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month, there is no shortage of opportunities to share, to speak to other women, to get the word out. So again, those are just some of the things that are up and coming for the month coming in that is fastly approaching.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for sharing. Love to again invite you back to come and share about your nonprofit. I think it's amazing. Definitely. One of the congratulations is from best-selling author Tisha Chambers, as she says, congratulations, ladies. Thank you for sharing. Kimberly, we're trying to get Kimberly back on. I know she's, we're going to see if we can't bring her back on. So if she has something to share before we end our broadcast. Are you there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kimberly?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Can you share us quickly
what you
just what you have going on a little bit? Okay, yeah. whatever may be going on, and getting ready to go down to South Carolina in October. What you got going on?
Getting ready, preparing some sweet treats for the event. Excited about going down Sharon. We have an 11-year-old in the home, so it's always something going on. Soccer, golf, just trying to keep my head on straight, and just excited. And again, looking forward to getting with the breasties. This has been a wonderful journey, and it's been exciting. So to get together and see everybody in person, my heart is just excited about that. So that's what I'm looking forward to, and that's what's going on.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited for you all. Thank you so much for finding value in what we do and what we present here. Our platform is a Christian-based platform. We are truly, truly honored to have you, Minister T, along with these amazing, amazing contributing and women and contributing authors. You all will be back with me on Tuesday evening at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And so any of the authors, just reach back out, and we'll talk about that a little bit after when we're off air. Excuse me. Y'all, I had some dental work done this past week. I was talking a little funny. Mr. Jason, yes, he says, listen, you got us all smiling, and I've never met you. But he says, I salute each of you. Job well done. Yes, indeed. And we thank you, sir, for empowering Minister T for such an amazing project. We're speaking it prophetically that this book, yes, will be a #1 bestseller. And at this time, I'm going to yield back, as I always do, to allow the visionary authors here on Book Talks with Sandy to just share their heart, whatever God has placed on their heart regarding, in her case, her event, the book, and just to speak to us. So at this time, I introduce to you the visionary author of this amazing book here, High Heels in Low Places, an authentic, 22 authentic women who have shared their journey and perseverance with breast cancer diagnosis. At this time, I introduce to you. Go ahead.
Yes. Sandy, again, we just want to thank you for this opportunity to help us bring awareness, to educate, to inform. I'm just really excited. We're looking forward to the interview on Tuesday. Like they said, October's coming up, so everything is going to be pink out for the month of October. But what I want people to realize and remember is that when November 1st comes and all the pink is put up, all the decorations put up, you still have women that are still fighting for their lives 365 days a year. It doesn't stop just because the world take 1 month to recognize our journeys and what we've gone through, what we've been through, what we're going through. Just keep in mind that it doesn't stop beyond October, that women and men affected by breast cancer, diagnosed with breast cancer, they need your support 365 days a year. I can personally attest through the nonprofit, through the support group for the past 4 years. Cancer is not what always kills someone or takes someone, where someone lose their life. A lot of people give up because they don't have the support system. They don't have the means. They don't have the resources. Just knowing that somebody cares means a lot. That's why we have a program called Faith Angels, where we allow people to adopt one of our breast cancer thrivers and metavirus. It's just, you never know that day, what type of day that person have, that they were on the verge of giving up. But because you took the time to call them, text them, just pray for them, call out their name, or send them something in the mail, it snatched them back from giving up. So just keep in mind, everyone, that, after October 31st, continue to pray for those that are going through, continue to support and be there, because it's needed 365 days a year. We also be mindful where you give your donations during the month of October. There's a lot of scams, there's a lot of hackers out there. You want to make sure you check your local charity bases, you look up your Secretary of State, make sure that you're giving to legit nonprofits. Of course, I'm going to be very biased and selfish. Say you can always give the Faith Strong. We are an official, legit 501c3 nonprofit organization And all donations are tax deductible. You can find and learn more about us and give a donation at www.wearefaithstrong.com. That's www.wearefaithstrong.com to learn more about our organization, our support group, and our nonprofit. And we just want to thank you in advance for the support for October 1st and beyond October 1st. And again, thank you, Jason, the motivator, for making all this possible. I'll tell anyone, everything you go through, there's a purpose and there's something to be birthed. And if you're looking for someone to help you walk through what God has called you to do, and you just need that push, you just need that little motivation, I challenge you to reach out to Jason Mahoney and Craft It to Motivate, and let them assist you with helping to make all your dreams come true. I promise you, you won't regret it.
I'm gonna take myself off of mute. There is the website. We're going to make sure that we do put it up, but Faith Strong Incorporated, faithstrong.com. This is her home page. If you do want to donate, yes, click onto that donate button. You can find all the information out about this nonprofit organization, who they are, their services, Faith Strong Angels, photo gallery, support us, our founder, and more. So listen, those are the two websites you definitely want to have in your, and again, your opportunities to give before the end of 2022 for your tax purposes. So again, these are all, and you're going into good ground. I was talking about having, putting our monies and our funds and our time sowing into good ground. And surely we can tell that Minister T is a good steward over what God has entrusted her with. Well, I am Sandy Sanders. It has been a pleasure. Thank you all. Thank you, Facebook. Thank you, Facebook community, those that saw our blast, our link, and got the word out. Thank you all. Thank you so much. We'll be back on Tuesday evening with these phenomenal women, along with the visionary author of such an amazing book. And so we're super excited. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for tuning in to Book Talks with Sandy. Ladies, you all are amazing. You have lifted up my spirits for today. And without, I think that's really about it, y'all. All right. We're going to do our intro and anything else. Anybody got last words, as I say? All hearts and minds are clear? You guys know that.
Thank you.
All right. You guys know, don't go nowhere. Y'all know that I love you. And y'all be blessed. Take care.
I can't believe that everybody outside playing, having a good time, drinking their juice and stuff, and I'm stuck in here. No. I want to go to Sesame Street. I want to talk to Big Bird, Snuffleupagus, Elmo. That's my dude. I'm just saying, I'm gonna get me a ride to get up out of here. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, this don't make no sense. They trying to keep me locked up. I ain't doing that thing, man. I'm gonna grab the keys and go down to Sesame Street and hang out with Elmo and the crew. Word to you, man. I'm just gonna have me some fun, and I'm just gonna. I'm everywhere. I'm gonna be balling up in here. Watch this. It's about to be that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be it's gonna be on. Yeah, I'm gonna get this ride. Wow. Look at this steering wheel. Man, I'm trying to tell you, this thing is hot. Man, got the goodies over there. Wow. Oh my goodness. I'm about to burn Sesame Street up. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, where you at?
Where you at? This what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Sunny days going to set. What? Bruh. Look, is that what you think? No. I was looking for your Weight Watchers cream. I was looking for your Weight Watchers cream. No. Please, you gotta believe me. I'm just playing, man. I'm just playing. Yo.
Bruh, what are you doing in my vehicle? I know you ain't in my vehicle. Who told you to do that? You know what? Get out right now. This ain't gonna happen. No.
Listen. I was just in here trying to find your Weight Watcher cream. I know you done gained some weight, and you was just trying to, and I was just trying to.
On me. Let go. Let go. Let go, man. I'm a.
Jacob Show, where we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show. Everyone, and welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. I hope that you all are having a fantastic day, and I'm looking forward to everything that our experts are going to be sharing with us today. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put myself down here and put everybody else above me. How about that? So then that way y'all will know where I am and where some of our experts are. We also have a special guest with us here today, representing Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Central Carolina's Donna Dunlap. How are you, Donna, over there in the corner?
Great. How's everybody?
Doing great. And so you all know some of these faces already. So we're going to kick Freestyle Friday off as you grab your virtual seats and go ahead and share the broadcast. Let us know where you're visiting in from, and you're going to get to hear from each of them today. Athena, unmute yourself, if you will, and just give them like a 30-second blurb of what they can expect to hear from you today as one of our Sunshine Expert person.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to Freestyle Friday from the Sunshine Expert. And today we can expect for you to get ready to unwrap your gift.
All right. Tracy, unmute yourself and tell everybody what they can expect to hear from you in a nutshell.
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. This is Tracy Randolph, and what you will hear from me today is how you can maintain a healthy lifestyle, and it's not what you expect.
All righty. And what can they expect to hear from you, Pamela Howard? Pamela, go ahead. Pamela, I'm ready. Go.
Good day, everyone. So I am going to be talking about the difference between a pre-need and an at-need and pre-planning for your next event.
Woo! Okay, Camille Richardson, tell everybody what they can expect to hear from you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Freestyle Friday. Today, I'm going to talk about the importance of being you and as your authentic self.
All right, beautiful. And Camille was born blind, so I want you all to know that when she talks from her perspective, she's going to be sharing some visionary tips. We consider her our vision expert here on the Kim Jacobs Show. All right, Dr. Joe D. Bear, tell everybody what they can expect to hear from you.
Good morning, or good afternoon or evening. I'm Dr. Jody Bear, America's top foundational health coach, and I am going to get you all set up for fall allergy season.
We need that so much in our lives. I think all of us, how many of us on the panel already know we want to hear that, right? I do. Yes, absolutely. All right. And Donna, I know that you are a very special guest today, and we're going to be talking at length with you, but just give everybody just a snippet of what they can expect to hear during our portion of the interview.
Well, I'm really excited to talk about Big Brothers Big Sisters and our mission and the children we serve.
And when you talk about expertise, it took a lifetime to find my passion and purpose and to serve young people who we tend to categorize at risk. It's exciting to be able to talk about how we can change that trajectory for success when children have limited resources and how much of a difference a mentor can make in their lives.
Excellent. Excellent. So we are super excited. As you can hear, we have a wide range of topics that we'll be talking about on this Freestyle Friday. And I want to check in with the virtual studio audience to see who's here and where you're visiting in from. So go ahead and type your name and some shout outs. I see you, Sunshine Expert, and I see you, Darlene Easton. You are here in the house. You say, hey, hey. I see a Facebook user, and I also see Gerard. Gerard is here. Hey, how are you? And who is this? Okay, V. V says, good morning to everyone. Hi, my friends. Hassan said from Sudan. Sudan, okay. Let's see, who else is on? Mika says, I'm all the way from Patterson, New Jersey. Glad to have you, Mika. And Hassan is saying good evening from where he is. All right, somebody from Broward County, Melody, Mel Denise, glad to have you. And someone else is from Alabama, Gerard. Gerard, so glad to have you in the house today. I see all of your comments and glad to say, yes, today is Happy Friday and all of that good stuff, depending upon how you look at it. I look at every day as a wonderful day to celebrate and to thank God to be on this side of the earth. Happy Friday from Spain, Mary said. All right. All right, all the way from Brooklyn. I see a lot of y'all. So I'm going to keep all of your comments coming out throughout today's broadcast, but we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to hear from our sunshine expert, Athena Robertson. So everybody, we'll be right back right after this commercial break. We'll be back.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
All right, everyone, and we are back and we are talking with our Freestyle Friday experts. Let's hear from you, sunshine expert, Athena Robertson.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So happy to be here. It's always a blessing to be back in front of the world with smiling faces and to make an impact and embrace everybody. So happy to share the panel with all my beautiful sisters, including the new Miss Donna. So excited. So you guys know when I bring a word, I be seeking and searching a word from the Lord that I can give to the people that not only is trajectory in my life, but will also help and impact someone else's life. And so today, as I was on my meditation, a lot of us have gifts that are still wrapped up. You know how you get that good piece of candy that you know you like and you can't wait to unwrap it.
Right.
That's how our gifts are. They be wrapped up and you got it looking all pretty. It could be in the prettiest paper, the prettiest background. I'm talking about our gifts and talents, y'all. And we have them wrapped so tight and we be sometimes holding on to them because we're not sure whether it's the right time to release it or if we want to take that leap of faith and walk into our purpose and we're ready to experience and to embrace a whole new journey. And so I wanted to stop by this morning to tell you that it is time to unwrap your gift. Yes, the paper looked pretty. Yes, your character is beautiful. Yes, your attitude, your smile, all of that is fancy. But let's now work into our gift. Let's show everyone what we have to show because, again, it's not about us. Y'all know I got my notebook, so I've been writing, but I'm on a time limit, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. But I'm telling you.
Don't act like I'm over here being a drill sergeant, okay?
No, not at all. I just have to remind myself that I'm on the time limit so I don't go over it. Focus, Kim, focus. That's all. We got to unwrap our gift. Our gift, which happened in timing, it'll happen in prepping, it'll happen in planning, as well as now you already set the foundation. The foundation is it was already beautiful displayed. It's sitting up on the showcase. Now you come off the showcase. The foundation is set. Let's unwrap the beautiful gifting and talent that you have, and let's embark and embrace on this journey together. And so I know one of my purposes here is to be an awesome motivator. I love talking to people. I think I am a great encourager. I shoot for the stars. I see the greatness in you before I see the greatness in you. Let me tell you what I mean by that. The minute I meet you, Miss Donna got a smile that's popping. Her fireworks is already is going on. She knows her purpose. She has a knack for working with children. That is her gift, is to embrace these children and to give them some hope, some faith, something they never experienced before. That comes through a simple conversation of, hey, how you doing? How may I help you? And the minute her purpose is working into action, she has captivated the mind, the heart, the spirit, and soul of that youth that she's getting ready to experience a new journey with. And so her gift is already being unwrapped. She already said it. She makes the appointment. She has the climate set for the whole appointment. Her tone is set, and then she goes into work. And now she has impacted a youth life that now they could carry that on and may share that with another youth. So our gifts, let's use them, unwrap them. Why not? They got some good. Miss Pam over here be planning and prepping. She be right here, y'all. When I be talking, that plan and purpose, I be on it. Dr. Jody Bear, my health guru, the reset coach, keeping me healthy, and Camille bringing me some sultry sounds from her insight that also is being poured into the world. And then let's not forget our beautiful Kim, our sister, the network, the connection, this beautiful jewel that continues on connecting one household at a time, making an impact on lives daily. And we getting ready for the Gauge 5K walk. All right, that's coming from your sunshine expert.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's why we call you the sunshine expert. You bring brightness and joy to our lives here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And so thank you for joining us on this Freestyle Friday. If you will, Tracy Randolph, our reset coach, make sure that you unmute yourself and tell us what you have for us today as we reset our lives.
Absolutely. Great morning, everybody. It's great to be here on this panel with everyone today. Thank you, Kim, for always inviting me to come and be a part of Freestyle Fridays. I absolutely love it. And I love when I follow the Sunshine Expert because she just gives me so much light and so much inspiration. So I want to talk to everybody today about what clogs you up. Now, sometimes when you think about clogging, what clogs you up, you think about the physical body. And
Wait, stop for a second. Let's ask that question, even though I know I have you all on a time schedule today. So y'all acting like I have y'all on one too. It's not even like y'all are faking. You're like, go. Okay. Y'all are a trip. Okay. But in the studio audience, take a moment and answer the question, several questions. What gifts do you have and that you're putting to use from our sunshine expert? And then also, what is clogging you up, which is probably preventing you from using what the sunshine expert talked about? So answer those questions today. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So when you think about it, sometimes people think about that from the physical perspective, and you're thinking about, what you need to digest. But I want to talk to you about how you completely detox mind, body, and spirit, because we have to consider what we're consuming. And it's not just about the food that we're eating. It's also about what we get from our music, what we get from books, what we get from the people that are around us. All of that affects your ability to live a healthy lifestyle. So I want you to think about what is actually clogging you up. And then you think about the food part as well, because when you start to detox your body from the physical perspective, it clears your mind, it clears your body, and it clears your spirit. So consider that. What are you consuming? How can you release that in order for you to be able to maintain a healthy lifestyle? And the reason why I'm saying this is everybody knows about the simple things. Drink water, eat fruit and vegetables, eat clean food, clean, healthy food, lean cuts of meat, make sure that you're getting enough sleep, make sure that you are moving your body consistently. We've all heard that so many times over and over again, but it's hard to maintain those things when you have things that are clogging you up. So if You need to detox from people, again, from the things that surround your environment that affect your mind and your energy. You're going to need to release those in order for you to be able to maintain a healthy lifestyle. So it starts to affect your ability to think about how you can move forward. So I want you to consider what's clogging you up and how do you release it.
Wow. Wow, y'all are doing a great job today. Maybe I should keep this as the trend of we're going to keep it to a set amount of time here because y'all are like, one, two, three, go, go. I love it. What is clogging you up? What is preventing you from being able to be the best version of yourself? I absolutely love that. Athena, I did want people to know how they could stay connected with you. So if you could share that too. We didn't share that when you were speaking.
Yes, you can stay connected with me on Facebook as Athena Robertson. You can stay connected with me on Instagram as Red Honey 7. That's REDHONN. Excuse me, REDHONII 7, as well as I'm also on LinkedIn as Athena Robertson, and I am your public notary here in the Mecklenburg County area of North Carolina. I'll come to you. We can meet in the middle, connect together, and stamp up some documents.
And she's gonna bring some sunshine with her if you're anywhere. People in Sudan and wherever, in Liberia, wherever they are, they're like, where's some Mecklenburg County? They don't know. They have no idea what we're talking about. Okay, this is only if you're in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. That's where Athena Robertson lives. So just bear with us over there for a minute, okay? Because we're streaming on a lot of different platforms, one of which you all know is Dr. Les Brown's Facebook page. So that's where some of you are watching it as well. CTR Media Network and Believing Your Dreams Network. Tracy, where can people stay connected with you?
I am Tracy Randolph, the Reset Coach on all platforms, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Web Talk, Alignable. You can find me on all of those platforms. And I just want to change that website, Kim. It's just now theresetcoach.com.
Oh, don't be switching it up on me now midstream. Okay, what is it? Let me change it, right?
Theresetcoach.com.
The Reset Coach. Oh, go ahead. Now you done upgraded. Don't talk about no work with. The resetcoach.com is where you're going to be able to stay connected now with our Reset Coach here on the Kim Jacobs Show. She also has a podcast, which she didn't mention. So tell them real quickly about that. Real fast.
Absolutely. So you can see my background here. My show is called The Whole Living Show. It is about everything that affects your whole life, that helps to keep you healthy. So it's anything mind, body, spirit, relationship, finance, everything that affects you, we talk about on that show. And then the other show I have is a show called Fem Talk as well, where we have 4 ladies that come together and we talk about things that women get around the table and talk about that you don't normally hear talked about in public. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun to witness. Yes. All right. So keeping it moving so we can continue to stay right on track on this Freestyle Friday. What we're going to do is we're going to take a commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Pamela Howard, our event planning specialist. Now, keep in mind, everybody in the studio audience, I do see your comments, and you know how I usually go to your comments after each person. I'm just going to do like a flash round of comments after several people go today. Okay, so I'm switching it up some. And it's a good thing sometimes to not be so predictable, but to switch things up a little bit, right? All right, I believe you all are agreeing with me. So right after this commercial break, everyone, we're going to get to hear from Pamela Howard. We'll be right back.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
All right, everyone, we are back and we're talking with Pamela Howard, our freestyle expert, about event planning. So go ahead and unmute yourself, Pam, and talk to us.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Pamela Howard. I'm a planning specialist. I have been in this industry for over almost 30 years. And I tell you what, one thing I have learned is that whatever walk that you're walking in life, it has a story. It has a story. And I have made it my mission to be here to serve, and I want to be part of your story. And so I am able to support you from birth to your final wishes. And I stress and I advocate for pre-planning. It is almost the utmost thing you should do when you're planning anything, whether it comes to a social event, a corporate event, family affairs, as well as your final wishing planning. And moving forward with pre-planning, I just want to leave a thought with you. And that thought is pre-plan for a pre-need or at need. That secret sauce can actually go with anything that you're putting together. Corporate functions, family affairs, social events, nonprofit events, or galas that you're having, in addition to planning for your final wishes. The thought is, do you want to be in a position of an at need for what you need, or do you want to be in a position of a pre-need? And I'll explain the difference between the two. So if you're currently preparing for any type of event, any type of launch that you're trying to do, pre-planning is the way. No one wants to have to put together something when it's a need. And when you have a need, which is an at need, it is a very uncomfortable situation. You really need to learn what to do first, how you're going to budget for it, what outcome do you want to have for it, okay? Then you need to know how to obtain the resources for the outcome that you want to have. Show up on that day with confidence, okay? Be prepared, and I'll help you be prepared for any type of contingencies that you have to have. Wow. Every life has a story. Every life has a story. Every walk has a story in their event. And I am humbled to be part of yours.
Wow, y'all, I don't know, these y'all elevator pitches. What's happening? This is incredible information that y'all are sharing. Everyone that's benefiting in the virtual studio audience, make sure you put a shout out and a compliment to our virtual Freestyle Friday experts today. What an incredible amount of tips. Donna, isn't this fun? Like how you're walking? I mean, this is amazing, isn't it?
It is. I'm taking notes. So if you see my head down, I'm taking notes.
I know. I saw you. You're like, girl, this is some good stuff.
I'm writing them all down. I'm writing them down.
And we have
very happy to be in the
I'm
company.
so glad you're there. I'm sorry I talked over you. Go ahead. Say what you were saying.
I'm so excited to be in the company of these wonderful women and taking notes.
Absolutely. And we have about 30 or so Freestyle Friday experts, and they rotate through and say different tips and things. And y'all, this is just powerful today. So thank you all so much. And how can people stay connected with you, Pamela? I put your Pamela plans, but y'all are upgrading everything.
Yeah, so that is my website where you can actually go to my website and select what walk you're walking. If you're walking something from birth to all the way to final wishes, you can actually go there and select what you would like to have. I'm also on Facebook as well as Instagram. You can connect with me on LinkedIn as well. Every Monday at 12 noon from 12 to 12:15, I do a Facebook Live and it's an actual public group called Monday Midday Message, where I share tips about any walk of event. I just share a few tips, something that you can take, and they're actionable steps that you can actually use like right when you hear them. So make sure you join me on Monday Midday Message. All you have to do is put the @ sign and put P. Howard Plans.
I love it. I love it. And I did put your email and phone number in here as well that you had shared backstage. So I'm popping that up and updating it so that everyone knows how to stay connected with Pamela Howard. Pamela Howard at PamelaPlans.com, 704. And if you're dealing with her on WhatsApp or something because you're out of the country, then I'm sure you can use the
Yes, I am on WhatsApp as well.
Okay. 704-536-2374. Great tips. All right, coming to us next is going to be Camille Richardson, our vision expert. Camille, unmute you already unmuted. Okay, tell us what you have for us today.
Good morning, everybody. It is such an honor and a privilege to be here on this Freestyle Friday. Thank you, Kim, for always allowing us your platform and your space to share with you our wisdom and advice. So what I'm going to talk to y'all about this morning is showing up as your authentic self. So many times we try to fit ourselves into a box that is not made for us. There's a lot of times where we try to fit ourselves into that round hole, knowing good and well that we are really the square peg. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I want y'all to put into the comments how many of you feel that if you were to show up on your job or in your business as your full, unbuttoned, unbridled self, that the floor would open up and you would fall down into some kind of big old hole of darkness and the world would stop spinning on its axis and everything would come to a screeching halt. How many of y'all feel that way?
Put the answer, y'all. Be honest with yourself, because we already know the answer is absolutely not.
Right. I'm here to tell you that that's absolutely not going to happen. But I'm speaking from experience because I'm in a growing time now in my business and as a leader. And truth be told, I would get myself so much in a tizzy because I felt like I would have to show up to these meetings with potential clients and stuff like that as this person who knows everything, who has all the answers, and who is just, on top of everything, right? And I would get myself so overwhelmed with anxiety before the meetings that I would physically get sick. It was so bad. But then my sister stopped me and she said, when I admitted this to her, she said, Neil, these people saw the real you. They want to meet with you because they heard you speaking on a stage. They saw you on a panel, or somebody who heard you told them about you, and they want you. So you just show up as yourself and your bright, bubbly personality and who you are, and you rock that in. And y'all know what? That's exactly what I did. And when I did that and I showed up unapologetically, authentically I started feeling like opportunities were coming a lot easier to me. And I felt more confident in the words I was saying in those meetings. And I put so much pressure on myself and I felt like I had to be so perfect because if I said the wrong things, then I wouldn't get what it was I wanted. But I learned quickly that by showing up as who I am, I was going to get everything that was meant for me. And if it wasn't meant for me, that is perfectly okay too. That means that there's something else bigger and better out there. So I'm here to encourage you and challenge you to show up in authenticity. Show up as the beautiful you that you're made to be. The mantra that I tell myself all the time now is that I was born to do this. I get to do this. And I was gifted to do this. And the gift has made room for me so that I can be authentic in my gift. So I want you all to show up with the gift that's made room for you and be authentic in it. And it's not only just showing up, I want you to celebrate who you are. Celebrate the beautiful person that is you. When you do that, you also give permission. You give other people permission to do the same thing. You give them permission to be who they are. Because I guarantee you, I can't see the comments, but if I were to look in there, I see a whole lot of, I bet you there's a whole lot of yes, I feel like the world will spin off of this axis. But if you show up as who you are, you give the other people who think the same thing permission to be who they are as well. And that's what you want in life. You want people to know you, the real you, the bubbly, unbridled you.
That's right.
You're beautiful, just as you are. So that's what I wanted to leave with you all today. Also, while I still have a little bit of time, I want to also invite you all to pick up a copy. I have the beautiful honor and pleasure to be a co-author of a beautiful anthology entitled The Right to Heal. And it's a book where myself and 7 of my other beautiful, bold, blind sisters share our story of sight loss and the vision we gained through our journey. And during that journey, we forgot who we were authentically because of sight loss. We didn't know who we were. But as we grew in ourselves and we grew bold in our blindness, we found the authentic us. We found who we are. And it's such a beautiful story. Also, I want to announce that we have our very first book signing journey coming up next Saturday in Washington, D.C. at Busboys and Poets, or shall I say Hyattsville, Maryland. At Busboys and Poets. It's our very first in-person book signing journey. I'm super excited to announce it. So that's what I have to say. I'm so excited to be a part of the platform this morning. I love you all, and thank you, Kim, for having me.
What a blessing to have you. And do you all see why we have her as our vision expert?
Mm-hmm.
It's because she is not letting a loss of sight in any way, shape, or form determine her destiny. So I am super honored and excited to have Camille Richardson here with us today. And then also, if you are in the Washington, D.C. area next Saturday, make sure that you go and check out their book signing. The name of the book, just so you know what the image is that you're looking for, is called The Right to Heal. The Right, the number 2, Heal, by Janetta Price. And again, it is a collaborative project anthology with multiple authors, and Camille Richardson is one of them. And so I had several of these authors come on the Kim Jacobs Show, and I'll go and grab that YouTube link and put it in the body so that you can check out the episode where all of them, some of them, came on, and each of them shared their own individual journey in dealing with blindness. And then they are authors, y'all. What excuses do we have if we have sight? Okay, look, I've already contributed to 3 best-selling books, and I've written one myself, so I'm trying to keep up with y'all over here, Camille, okay? I'm so proud of you. So proud of you.
Thank you.
And I love all of you all. I'm so excited about the panel that we have. And let me put where you can get the book in the comment section. It's going to be right on Amazon.com. Go to Amazon and you'll be able to get your copy, but I'll give you the link that'll take you directly there. Unmute yourself, Dr. Jody Bear.
I think I'm unmuted.
Okay, and tell us what you have for us today.
I just stay unmuted and stay plugged in with these women. Kim, I just want to honor you. What an amazing Freestyle Friday. And then we're going to end up with the diva Donna Dunlap. It's going to be amazing. So I just want to take a minute and just kind of tie this all up in a pretty gift wrapping package, Miss Athena, because as I was thinking, we're tightly wrapped, but then we got the gift of the inspiration from showing up as our authentic self with Camille. And it only happens when you've unclogged yourself, body, mind, and spirit, so you can tell your story of you and your life. And what I'm bringing today as America's top foundational health coach for 42 years, proud of it, as a pioneer in foundational health, I can say inflammation is the #1 cause of all disease. Inflammation is throughout the nation, throughout the planet. It's toxicity, it's where it's at, and we must remove the inflammation, especially as we talked about pre-planning and redoing this right here, right now. In my notes, I was thinking, what can I bring pre-planning, because the seasons are changing next week. Well, what do we do in the summer days when they're just a memory? Well, the leaves start falling and the mold starts coming up. What do we do? I mean, luckily, there are very, very easy things. I'm always a proponent of easy, effective, and sustainable. So I'm going to give you 7 tips. That's a divine number that you can do right here, right now to pre-plan so that allergy season, you will be ready. So are you ready?
We're ready. Make sure somebody in the studio audience, you take notes today, because my person backstage isn't here with me. So please, somebody commit to writing every single point so that note takers can take it down. All right, go.
I'm ready. These are 7. And so the 7 steps to be absolutely stress-free, allergy-free. Eat yogurt, because yogurt is a prebiotic. And when you have the prebiotic and the probiotic in your digestive system, your immune system stays high. You see, if this cup is an allergies, if it's empty, you're fine. When allergies come up, guess what? It overflows. If you've got a little bit of stress, it's right here. I don't know that you can see this, but as it goes up, that's what we've got to do to make sure that we absolutely stay key to our gut health and our immune system. This is one you may not have heard of before. It's called butterbur. It is a perennial tree. It is a plant. It's an herb. You can go to any, like a Whole Foods or something, ask for butterbur. It's an anti-inflammatory plant. You put
What
it in your
word are you
house.
saying? Say it again.
Butterbur, Butterbur. Butterbur.
I have not heard of that before.
So I like a butterbur plant. It is absolutely, it will cleanse your home indoors. It's an indoor plant, okay? Perennial, it's an herb. It's beautiful. Number 3, load up on vitamin C. We know about vitamin C, but when you take enough, and we're talking about pre-planning, as we said, pre-planning for these allergies, 10,000 milligrams is how much you need to take. If you have an allergy onset, 1,000 milligrams will do. Sniff peppermint. And I'm saying, just take your oil and go. Not only will it awaken your senses, but the peppermint will absolutely clean your stuffed up sinuses. Okay, you're going to love this one. Eat some onions. That's number 5. Onions? When you have an allergy onset, unpeel an onion, put it by your bedside. You will not smell this, but if you've got a cold or allergies, it will turn black because the onion absorbs whatever your body was intaking, and it goes to the onion, not to you. You like that?
Yeah, this is some good stuff. You said eat yogurt, get a Berber plant, B-U-R plant, eat onions. What else did you say? Yeah, you said something.
And sniff some peppermint.
Oh, snip.
Okay, so I've got 1 more minute, and I'm watching my time, Kim. Okay, so I can tell you this, that as far as this goes, eating onions, it's only a couple grams of onion. Okay, it's got quercetin in it. It will go into your gut health. When you have great gut health, it will reduce inflammation. What happens to your sinuses? Everything is beautiful. Fish oil. We know about fish oil. It is a great anti-inflammatory, and it helps not only your lungs, but it helps your heart muscle. Okay, that is number 6. And then support your adrenal glands. You know, those little hats that are on top of your kidneys, got to keep them like a sun hat, keep them fresh and good. And it can happen from anything. You're going to love this. Eating licorice to ingesting some great B vitamins and riboflavonoids. Blueberries, any of your blueberries and grapes. In conclusion, remember, if you have an allergy onset, it's rice. Rest, have ice for the inflamed part, whether you put an ice pack here, ice pack on your sinuses, and use those acupressure points. There are 1, 2, 3, right where, ladies, you put your blush. Acupressure, just push in, breathe out with the peppermint oil, and then elevate your head when you sleep, because it will let everything drain on down. So frankly, that's what I've got. It is really easy to have inflammation, anti-inflammatory, if you pre-plan, because it is just the way that our Heavenly Father designed. We have fall, we take out mold, we eat clean. And that's what I have to share on Freestyle Friday, Kim.
Wow. Awesome. Okay. Now I know did you want to still mention what you have backstage or no?
Absolutely. Okay. Number 1, you can get a hold of me on drjodee.com, and it's spelled my name, drjodee.com. You can reach me on all social media platforms at Health Coach Jodee. But as I was talking about digestive system and your gut health, I have a mastermind coming up, and I'd like to offer any of the Kim Jacobs audience, if you DM me at Health Coach Jodee or send me an email through my website, you can go ahead and get a discounted offer to my 5-day mastermind. Does your liver quiver? If not, what you got? Just put Kim in the message, and I know to give you that discounted price, because liver health absolutely keys into anti-inflammation in your body, which is allergies as well. It's all connected for real. And I am privileged, and I want to bring this up. I hope this works. There we go. And this is wonderful Kim Jacobs non-for-profit. We are doing Clubhouse Monday at 7 p.m. And then we're doing it again Wednesday at 8:30 a.m. If you're more of a morning person, we can do it Wednesday at 8:30, just for 2 hours. What are we doing? I'm telling you right now, unabashed, we're raising money to keep Gabe's Heart Foundation beating, because when we can keep a beating heart, we're keeping alive the memory, and we're keeping you alive with your abundance of health. So what are we doing? Kim will be there, the esteemed guest. It's in the Health for Life Club. It is my club on Clubhouse. If you're not familiar with Clubhouse, it's a new app. It's an audio social app, and we are raising money for those 4 hours because we together want to honor Kim. We want to honor her son, and we want to honor, if you're not a runner, just do a virtual, just give up your Starbucks money, donate money, because money keeps things moving. Just go down to your mailbox and back. But we're doing virtual and in person, a 5K walk, and add anything you wish, Kim, to this wonderful, wonderful event that you have here.
Okay. Well, listen, you all will pop it back up some more throughout next week as well, but I'm going to take it down now. It's in honor of my son that passed away. Gabe's Heart Foundation. The way that I keep his heart beating is a 5K walk that we do annually, and it's next Saturday. So you can come to the clubhouse on Monday and Wednesday of next week. So what we're going to do right now is I do want to pop up. I definitely want to pop up for you, Camille, how people can stay connected with you, because you did not share that. And I don't want people to be deprived of that opportunity. So can you tell people right quick? And then guess what? We're going to Donna. Get your mind right, Donna. We're coming to you. We didn't let you done saw the flow. We're coming to you. Okay. Camille, tell people how they can stay connected to you.
You can stay connected with me or even the Out of Sight Authors on the Right to Heal Facebook page. We also have an Instagram as the same name, the Right to Heal. And we also have a Twitter, same name. So on all social media platforms.
Okay. It's frozen, but at the Right, the number 2, Heal on all social media, social media platforms. It froze for a second, Camille.
No problem.
On all social media platforms. So again, I see all of the comments, and it's a gazillion of them. So we're going to definitely go to some of them closer to the end of today's episode. But we have right now with us a very special guest, and her name is, first of all, I want to compliment all of you. Y'all did an amazing job today. So let's give it up for our Freestyle Friday experts. Woo, woo, woo. All right. All right. So let me go ahead and introduce this special guest that we have here today, Donna Dunlap. She joined Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Carolinas at BBBSCC as the Chief Executive Officer in February 2016. She has over 30 years of nonprofit and for-profit leadership experience, and as the CEO of Big Brothers for Big Brothers Big Sisters, her mission is to enable the organization to provide purposeful one-to-one mentorship to help change the lives of youth ages 5 to 18 who are facing adversity for the better. Donna, the daughter of educators, has a family legacy with Big Brothers and Big Sisters. Her mother was a big sister, and her father was actively engaged in the community, assisting children facing adversity. So she serves as a big sister herself personally, and has a passion for improving the lives of children in the Central Carolinas. Welcome to the Kim Jacobs Show.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I've already learned so much from everyone else. I'm excited to have had the experience to hear from everyone else. It's wonderful.
Well, we're glad to have you here today. I'll put it back where you're like, Lord, get me out the center of that screen like that.
Thank you.
You're like, why they do that to me? That's not what happened with everybody.
Spotlight's on me. I got it.
That's funny. So listen, I wanted to just take a moment to talk to you because Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Carolinas has a major milestone happening. Talk to us about that. And it's happening this month.
Yes, this Saturday at the JW Marriott, we'll be celebrating formally our 50th anniversary, 50 years of serving this community. We have over 230 agencies across the country, so we're a national organization, but here locally, we have served 50 years. And just excited to celebrate it with a fun event that's going to include our young people and the invitations have gone out to a number of people in the community. So if there's an interest, just put a note in the chat, let me know. Tickets are $250. We're actually going to have I don't know if people remember season 11 of The Voice, but Way McDonald's going to be performing. And it's more of a program where we're going to actually be honoring what we call JEDI Award winners, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So Joe Bruno from Channel 9 is a big brother. He's going to be the rising JEDI, young philanthropist. We're going to be acknowledging Bank of America because they're so involved in the community. So community partner, JEDI community partner. And then David Tepper, who was a big brother years ago and is very focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, is going to be receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award. So we're just excited to celebrate 50 years of really inspiring and transforming lives of young people.
That is incredible. And there you have a copy of the image there. So make sure if you're anywhere in the surrounding areas of Charlotte, North Carolina, make sure that you screenshot that, or if you know someone in the area. This is a major milestone in our community, so make sure that you all participate. Now, also, I know that you all had a significant contribution come in recently that I saw on a press release. Talk to us about that too.
Yes, so we received a $2.3 million gift from Mackenzie Scott, who has, I think most people know, has been very generous, focusing on marginalized communities across the country. With gifts. And the way this happens is that they actually research different organizations and they vet them unbeknownst to us. I mean, we didn't apply for a grant. They have a team that determines, is this organization worthy? So when I got this phone call, I definitely thought it was a prank call and not real. And when the check arrived, I'm like, wow, this is real. And her help, because during the pandemic, I thought we were going to go out of business. If there was not government funding, I thought we were going to be out of the business of being able to help children, because a lot of funding shifted to crisis support. And now we're dealing with the crisis of mental health and academic lags amongst our young people that we serve. So this gift helped us to put back in infrastructure. It also helped us to secure our future. And the way Mackenzie Scott positions it is that this is an invitation to the community to continue to help our agency, because there are 50,000 children locally who would benefit from what we do. We serve children in single parent households living in low income housing scenarios, incarcerated parents, living in poverty, dealing with a lot of trauma. So these are children that need a little bit of additional support, and that support can come from it.
That is so incredible. So how do you encourage people? Is Big Brothers, Big Sisters nationwide? Tell us where people can get connected. I already know the answers, but
yes. So I heard there are people from all over. So just Google Big Brothers, Big Sisters of your location. So you can just do Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Central Carolinas, and we pop up. So that makes it easier that way. But we definitely are hoping that each community will support the organization, because the reality is that every child is born with potential. They can be born in the same hospital, but they don't go home to the same circumstances. And that's what impacts who they become. So I try to encourage people when they think about where do I want to give philanthropically, and it may come across a little bit harsh, but it's either you invest in our children who are struggling today, because we're a preventative agency. Once a child enters the juvenile justice system, that becomes a different support. We try to prevent that from happening. We try to enable them to graduate from college, high school with a focus on either college or career. So invest today, or you're going to invest tomorrow, whether it's through social services, because people are, or it's going to be imprisonment. And that's the reality. I mean, I don't know how or why they came up with this ability, but by kindergarten, they can determine what prisons they need to plan based on how that child acts in kindergarten.
Oh, that is very disturbing.
Very disturbing, and you're predetermining a destiny that with proper support and intervention, that does not have to be the outcome. So, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you said so. Go ahead. Say what you
I just get so passionate about it. I'm sorry.
I do too. Hearing what you're saying, it makes anybody passionate.
And I think the reality for people who either were raised with all that they needed and all the support they need, it's hard for them to understand when there are no resources in that family. So, I'll give you a simple example. I took my son to see his first play when he was 3, just to start that cultural exposure. Whether it's 3 or 5, most of our children between 8 to 11 are experiencing their first play, and it's through what we offer them. or any other cultural experience or any other adventure, like even going to camp is a privilege. So just all those things that help develop confidence and a sense of belonging, we try to bring that to the young people we serve.
Wow. So I can hear the passion in your voice, Donna, and that's not something you can recreate or fake. It's a part of who you are. And I hear you say that it came kind of from your childhood years. Talk to us about more of where that passion developed.
And that's why I appreciate some of what was being said previously about unwrap your gift, be your authentic self, pre-plan. You know, I was every message, and the inflammation definitely resonates with me. I have arthritis, so it was just every message resonated with me. So you know, my parents were first generation college educated, and they had their vision of what I was supposed to do. So I was supposed to climb the corporate ladder, and I did that with Xerox Corporation the majority of my career, and then later Microsoft. And I just did not feel a sense of purpose or passion. I was on different boards, but I was not fulfilled. And then I hate for anyone to have the tipping point that I had to say, do something about your life. But you know, I was on a plane on 9/11, one of the ones that might have been shot down out of LaGuardia, heading toward Chicago. And so I definitely decided you need to do something different. So even though I wasn't married at the time, I became a foster parent shortly after that happened, and later adopted my son, and then put together a plan. That plan, because financially it's hard to run a nonprofit, so put together that plan to find an opportunity to get a C-level experience. And when this came up, it was the right experience. I always wanted more children. But my son liked being the only child. So I now have 1,000 children, and it's my job. So he can't say anything about it.
Right. He's like, you're going to share mom one way or the other.
Yes, yes, to do that. So it just was always a burning desire to give back and to help women and to help young people. And I'm doing both when I'm helping with the children of these moms that come to us, because we focus on that single parent environment.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And now when you think about the success stories that come out of the big brothers, big sisters, and this is just an organic conversation that we're having, everyone. I don't have any scripted questions, but what is something that just really resonates with you, whether it's one story or 2 or 20, just share something that really was like, this confirms that I'm doing the right thing.
I'll give 2 if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So 85% of our children are Black and brown, but 60% of our bigs are white. And there's nothing wrong with that, because I find that they've learned so much culturally, cross-culturally, but definitely want more people of color to mentor children, because a lot of times that's what the mom is seeking, especially for her little boy. But one of the stories, and it happened to be a white IBM executive who was a big brother to a young Black male who's living low-income housing with 2 brothers and a single mom. And he had that relationship with this man since he was 10, and he was now a teenager. And because a lot of our relationships last 4+ years, the commitment's only a year, but the last 4+ years a lot of times. But he went to his big brother and he said, "I'm thinking about selling drugs to make money to support my family." I'm happy he was able to have that conversation, because we try to train our volunteers, do not judge, be that voice and support in the corner that helps a child get through things. And so the big brother said, "You can do that, and you're more than likely end up in prison, either short term or for the rest of your life. Right. Or you can invest in you and be able to have the resources you need financially, not only to serve your family, but to serve your community." And this young man's name is Elliot, and he graduated 2 years ago from law school. And just yeah, he's amazing. He's an amazing young man. But you know, there's so many success stories. A young woman who's adopted into a very large family. Her mom put her in our program, and she didn't even know what college was. And so she is now going to her alma mater that her big sister, Winston-Salem State. And one of our board members saw her speak at her high school graduation from our program, and he gave her an internship and is now offering her a full-time job at Bank of America. So I mean, so we're trying to open these doors and helping children realize you can have hopes and dreams, and we can help you find that path, because they only know the world they live, and that parent or guardian at home may not be able to be that life navigator to break that cycle of generational poverty. And that's our focus. in our community, and I'm sure in other communities that are listening in, there are those who are just trapped in generational poverty and don't see a way out. And our intent is to help our young people have hopes and dreams, and to give them the tools and resources to find that path out of poverty.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Let me just make sure that we reiterate again that you all have a need in the Charlotte and surrounding areas too for a certain amount of mentors that you're looking for now. So if people are in the Charlotte and surrounding areas, how many volunteers are you looking for currently?
We would love to have 50 volunteers to support children that are currently on the wait list. And again, you can just Google Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Carolinas, and you can go in and volunteer and start the application process. It only requires 1-year commitment, and you're only asked to connect with that child 2 times a month, 2 to 4 hours each time. So it's not a major commitment. I think I watch more bad TV in a given month than 4 hours. So
yes,
it's not a lot of time. It's just that consistency, and then that help focus on that development plan. We have what we call caseworkers that help guide you, the child, the parent, to make sure it's a healthy, productive relationship. And if things don't work, we step in and help readjust. So we hope people will step forward. Think about all the mentors in your life. You may have been fortunate enough that was your parent or teacher. We're working with children who have an overwhelmed school system and children who have overwhelmed parents just trying to put food on the table that need that extra support.
Wow, this has been just a very robust Freestyle Friday episode. And I think, God does everything the way that he does it for it to work out the way it's supposed to work out. So where you may be thinking, oh my gosh, I did this or I did that, it worked out perfectly. So I am again going to pop up this event so you all will know. Celebrating 50 years, Saturday, September 24th. Make sure you screenshot it. They're going to have a wonderful black tie fair put together for you in honor of Big Brothers, Big Sisters in the Central Carolinas area. So do not miss this opportunity. And thank you, Donna Dunlap, for contributing to this Freestyle Friday episode.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Does anybody on the panel have a question for Donna before we go to our last comments from our virtual studio audience?
I just say that your heart just shows, Donna, and that's why it will go way beyond what you're doing here. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your grace and story.
Thank you.
All right. And then I do want to pop it one more time because I had a slight glitch. So I want to share this one more time. On Saturday, September 24th, Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Central Carolinas is cordially inviting you to their celebration of 50 years. Do you know how long 50 years is? This is a commitment of a lifetime, and they're going to have a black tie affair for you to remember. So make sure that you go and visit. Where do they visit to get their tickets?
It's right there on the link where you can go and get your tickets. Okay. So if you can take a screenshot of that, you can just go right there and access how to get your tickets. And
so if you're in Charlotte,
it's here in Charlotte. It's not a stuffy fundraiser. It's an experience.
It's
that I think
a great experience.
People are going to really enjoy. No rubber chicken. Swordfish and beef tips. It's going to be really special.
So you don't want to miss that event if you're in the Charlotte and surrounding areas. Let's see. So let me also just say, I do have to take a second to go to our virtual studio audience. And I want to also say one more time too, that we have our Gabe's Heart Foundation 5K walk. All of the proceeds, what we'll do is be doing a full week of random acts of kindness called Doing It Gabe's Way. And it's in honor of my 12-year-old son that passed away 7 years ago. And every year we do this 5K walk. You can go to gabesheartfoundation.org to learn more. All right, let's see. A lot of comments came in. I'm going to take like maybe just 2 to 3 minutes, and then we're going to all disconnect. And I will see what comments came in right quick. And guys in the studio audience, don't be upset with me that I didn't spend as much time as I normally do. I was trying to manage the panel, the backstage, everything today. But this has been an awesome episode. Congratulations, Donna Dunlap, is what Athena said. On upcoming 50 years, event and generous gift towards the organization. Yes, wonderful. And I see your phone number. I put that in there too, Dr. Jody Bear, 1-800-820-0854. So So you all make sure you stay connected with Dr. Jody. My mom is on I know you'd have been so upset if I forgot to mention it. Good morning, ladies. This is an awesome show with so much super great information. I love this show and the useful information, and I love all of you. All right. See all of your comments. Let me make sure. And whoever did this for me, and I don't see your name, but thank you so much for typing the 6 steps to pre-planning, what to do, how to budget, what is the outcome you're looking for, how to obtain resources to help, show up with confidence, and prepare for contingencies. Pamela plans amazing. Yes. All right. All right. And then I see people were typing to all of the things that Dr. Jody was sharing, eating yogurt, get Berber plant, vitamin C, all of these things. You guys have just been a very active virtual studio audience today. So I do want to thank you all. And let's see any other comments. It's been so many comments. I'm not catching them all. Super awesome. Congratulations. Someone said, Anita Walker. Hey, Anita said, super awesome. Congratulations. All right. So glad to see you today, Anita. I love you. Let's see. Let's see. Other comments. Oh, this was awesome. Somebody said that was awesome. Glenda said, glad to see you, Glenda. Okay, there's no way I'm going to get through all of these. Okay, somebody, Rosemarie said, I believe physical exercise and mindset are key, probably to what you were talking about, reset, coach. Somebody did answer the question, what's clogging you? So let's see what his answer was. Ronnie James, he says, honestly, ladies, low frequency energy vampire people, places and things get me clogged. Any comment to that, Tracy, right quick?
It's time for a reset.
Okay, removing chemicals from your home, Rosemarie said. I might add, that goes to something y'all were saying. Yes. All right. Hailing you from Jamaica. Somebody said, Thelma said, hey, Les Brown. Hey, Lady Kim, hailing you from Jamaica. Blessings to you, Thelma. And Anita said, just did a talk on detoxing. I totally agree with the young lady about detoxing. All right, y'all. I see you and I love all of you. I'm going to have to get ready to disconnect. But this has been a wonderful episode. Unmute yourself and say one closing comment, each of you. And Donna, so I'm not making you last. Say your closing comment. Oh, and hey, Camille's back. Hey, Camille. Go ahead. Donna, say a closing comment.
Sure. I want everyone to dig deep and focus on your passion and purpose. And hopefully you find space in your heart to give back to the young people of whatever community you live in to help support their success.
Excellent. Athena, say a closing comment, please.
Yeah, unwrap your gift and share it. You won't regret it. Happy Friday.
I love it. Tracy, share one.
Yes, I would say think about what's clogging you up so that you can release that, so you can live that healthy life with vitality and be the person that you are supposed to be, to be able to exercise your gifts and your passion and purpose.
Excellent. Okay, Pamela, give us a closing comment.
So now that you know that every life and every event has a story, why not leave a legacy?
Oh, you're going to say that? Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, come on, Dr. Jody Bear.
Just remember the 7, and so you won't have issues with your tissues come this fall. You will have it all. And see you on Clubhouse.
Okay, y'all are funny. Okay, Camille Richardson, our business expert, say something.
You were born to do this, you get to do this, and you were gifted to do this. So be the best you that you know how to be.
Yeah. All right, everyone. And on that note, thank you so much for tuning in to this episode of the Kim Jacobs Show, and have a fantastic day. Donna, I will talk to you, if you will, backstage for 1 minute. Everyone else, if you can stay, great. If not, have a beautiful rest of your day. I love each and every one of you. And thank you in the studio audience for tuning in. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jacobs, host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world, one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on The Kim Jacobs Show.
How bad you really want it? How bad you really want it? Sometimes we just gotta ask ourselves. We gotta challenge that man in the mirror and ask him, how bad do you really want it? Are you willing to stay up late? Are you willing to get up earlier? How bad you really want it? How bad you really want it? You want to see it in your bank account? You want to see it in your marriage? You want to see it in the life of your children? You're telling everybody else what they need to do, but how bad do you want it? What are you willing to sacrifice? What are you willing to commit to? It's a question we all got to ask ourselves. I'm not trying to impress you, but I am trying to impress upon you that sometimes we got to ask ourselves how bad we really want it. You made $50,000 last year. What about making 100? How bad do you really want it? You might not be doing that well in your finances or your marriage or your job. Maybe you're not happy with the results that you're getting, but you got to ask yourself how bad you really want it. I'm going to say it again because you probably missed it. You got to ask yourself. You don't got to answer me, but you do got to answer yourself. How bad do you really want it? Sometimes life involves sacrifices. Sometimes you just got to do what it do. Sometimes you got to make things happen, even when you don't feel like it. And when life gets tough, you got to ask yourself, how bad do you really want it? Me, I'm out here putting myself out there. I want it. I see myself going to another level, doing things I've never done before, inspiring the world to achieve my dreams and helping other people do the same thing. Because I want it that bad, but you got to ask yourself, when you look at your children, when you look at your bank,
Men are often hesitant to seek help from others because they don't want to be seen as emotional or weak. Men need somewhere to go to talk about the tough topics in life. Men Thought Podcast is a safe space for men to share their thoughts and feelings. This podcast is where men discuss their thoughts on business, well-being, fatherhood, relationships, money, and more.
You'll be able to gain insight and different perspectives about men's life journeys. It's time for Men Thought Podcast. Take a seat.
CTR Media Network Podcasters is a podcast that spotlights a variety of different podcast shows and content creators that are on our network. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams over 30 plus podcasters in over 50 plus countries, reaching 350 million global listeners worldwide. Our goal is to impact the world with good by providing you with community, education that creates opportunities. We want to encourage you and motivate you to walk into your life and your purpose unapologetically. So we want you to connect with our podcast shows, our podcast hosts, to become a featured guest, and check us out at ctrmedianetwork.com. CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows where we're booking right now? So go to CTRmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to CTRmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today. We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com. Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. What we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to CTRmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today. We want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network sponsor, Terry Coleman from GlobalKeyCapital.com. Global Key Capital is a lender specialized in customized financing solutions. They pride themselves in being one of the industry's most reliable and proven lending groups. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority, and they strive to provide all of their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. If you are looking for your next dream home or investment property, give Terry Coleman a call at 866-325-6267. Again, that number is 866-325-6267. GlobalKeyCapital.com.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR.